Hybrid of spiritual plants cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. The foundation is laid and branches are spreading. After returning to the sect, he brought people and money. He returned with a full load. Chen Jing immediately began his own expansion and upgrading, and continued to build the organization of the 8 major mainstream cultivation skills. Together with the demon slaying department, the temple, and the mana forest, there are 11 departments in total, which are packaged to form the Inning Association. According to the radiation capacity, the Inning Association has set up corresponding bureaus and offices corresponding to the prefectures and counties. Of course, this is only for internal determination of power and welfare, and the name outside is still the conventional name, because it is used to being called. Even if the Agricultural Persuasion Office has become a bureau-level unit, it is still widely called the Agricultural Persuasion Office. Even Chen Jing himself is the same. If the Inning Association walks out of the Inning Prefecture one day, then at that time, a higher level department corresponding to the state will be established to refine the power and position structure. Among them, the Agricultural Persuasion Office is the spearhead and tip of the Inning Association, and it is also the foundation and trunk of a big tree. Most of the spiritual plant cultivators trained by Chen Jing first entered the Agricultural Persuasion Office. After laying a good foundation in the Agricultural Persuasion Office, they were transferred to other departments according to their personal intentions. At the same time, his hybridization ability also needs to rely on spiritual plants to achieve, and then through the hybridized spiritual plants, pry other departments to form a linkage. For example, the longevity bean is linked to the Elixir Institute to produce new feed pills, and then linked to the Beast Control Institute. Only when the main trunk of the persuasion of agriculture is strong can it deliver more nutrients to other branches and produce more abundant fruits. So, Chen started the popular hybridization link again. The 17 kinds of spiritual plants that were hybridized before have already laid the foundation. Among the 17 kinds of hybrid spiritual plants, there are 10 first-grade spiritual plants, all of which are spiritual plants used as feed. Starting from feed is to replicate the success of the original Deoxiang pig, and it is not limited to the catering industry. You know, there are many uses for spiritual beasts. There are spiritual beasts whose fur can be used for weaving, spiritual beasts whose bones and blood can be used as talisman paper cinnabar, and spiritual beasts that can be used as materials for refining, and spiritual beasts that are used as travel, and spiritual beasts that are raised for viewing as pets. From planting to breeding, and then from breeding to light manufacturing, it is a very smooth improvement route. Then, it is to move towards light manufacturing. Alchemy, refining, weaving, etc. all require the use of talismans. The functions of talismans and arrays are very similar, and their positioning also overlaps in many ways. However, arrays are very open and closed, with huge costs and benefits. They are generally used for higher level production, at least for the 4th grade or above. The way of talismans is just in the initial stage, and it is a more common and necessary skill. Chen Jing's understanding of the two corresponds to his previous life. The way of talismans belongs to light industry, and the way of arrays is heavy industry. Both are indispensable, but the technical barriers and restrictions of the latter are too high, and it is not possible to break through at present. We can only start with the way of talismans. Therefore, the second ring in the development circle is the way of talismans and the way of refining. Refining can greatly optimize all costs. No matter what you do, having better tools and not having better tools are two different things. Its importance is equal to the way of talismans. One is internal work and the other is external work. Among them, spinning and weaving are not mentioned, because spinning and weaving are essentially the same category as refining, but the focus is different, and the refining of many magic weapons also requires the use of spun spiritual yarn and spiritual cloth. Finally, there are the way of medicine and the way of arrays. As I said just now, the formation is placed at the end, just because the current Inning Association is not qualified to study it, not because it is not important. As for the medical science, the development of the medical science is a long-term thing. Together with it, it is the school planned by Chen Jing. They are all long-term and huge investments. At present, we just set up a framework and don't expect it to be used in a short time. Chen Jing drew a circle for the rhythm of his industrial development. The middle point is the spiritual plant. The first circle outside is alchemy and spiritual beasts. The second circle is talismans and refining/weaving. And the outermost circle is the formation and medical science/school. Then, it is another circle independent of this set. The Demon Slayer department, the temple, and the magic forest. The Demon Slayer department is an external force. All development, without swords, guns, and armor to arm themselves, is just fat meat. The current force value of the Demon Slayer department, 2 people in the Shenzang period, more than 3,000 people below the Shenzang period. It can barely cover the Inning mansion. The temple is a cultural belief. People are not machines. Every organization needs 2 sets of rules. One is the legal rules, and the other is the ideological rules. Only by condensing one's own cultural beliefs, people not only have a place to belong, but also a sense of belonging, can people truly unite. The Spring Festival is one of the means and results. In addition, when the time is right, Chen Jing also plans to let the temple further assume the responsibility of internal force. First, supervision. Self-examination and self-inspection can reduce mistakes and enable the temple to have the ability to investigate and judge other departments. Second, punishment, giving the temple the ability to punish others. Of course, the separation of power still needs to be done. Finally, there is the Mana Forest, which is positioned as trade and diplomacy. The Inning society cannot always play in the mud by itself. What is the difference between that and the local landlord? In Chen Jing's planning blueprint, the Mana Forest must assume the responsibility of external exchanges. At present, it is only engaged in direct sales. In the future, it will also be divided into a part to establish subdivided organizations such as chambers of commerce and exchange groups. There are currently 2 directors in the Agricultural Persuasion Institute. Wang Boss, Wang Yang, is the director of the Agricultural Promotion Bureau of Anning Prefecture. There is also an Agricultural Promotion Bureau in Changling Prefecture next door, and Dan Jian Zhenren is the director. By the way, this brother just started to join the chain store, and soon the monopoly of Piu and Rice Queen was taken away. Dan Jian Zhenren unexpectedly did not give up, but continued to operate and promote the Agricultural Promotion Bureau. Since then, he has not given less dividends every year. Although he is not a direct descendant now, he is also a core management. In the words of Dan Jian Zhenren, he can't stand the Weizan Chamber of Commerce and makes Changning Prefecture a mess. That's right, this man is running the Agricultural Promotion Bureau with his heart, just because he is unhappy with the Weizan Chamber of Commerce. Under the influence of the Weizan Chamber of Commerce, the phenomenon of human rights objectification has begun to appear. Although the wealthy family does not regard the people of the poor family as human beings, when they are in charge, they will not oppress them. After all, for the wealthy family, even if the vassal tries hard to squeeze them, they can't squeeze out much money, which is not worth it at all. But after the intervention of the outer sect Chamber of Commerce, everything was different. They brought more fine varieties, brought formations, increased production capacity, and opened up sales. What does this mean? It means that cattle and horses can squeeze out more oil and water. Therefore, although they are rich, those who are already poor are even more exhausted. As time goes by, the wealthy families in the Chamber of Commerce are richer, and the poor children are more tired and miserable. The speed at which conflicts between them breeds far exceeds that before the outer sect entered the scene. There are conflicts, and there is no place to vent to the class that creates the conflicts, so they can only vent to the weaker ones. In the outside world, it is manifested in the surge of social contradictions, the surge of vicious cases, the impetuousness of people, and the increase of hostility. After all, Dan Jian Zhenren was born in a scholarly family, received orthodox Confucian education from the previous dynasty, and was a feudal stubborn with a red pedigree. He was also an artist with extraordinary talent, and no emphasis on fame and fortune. It is conceivable that he was so angry when he saw these messes. Therefore, Danjian Zenran has always insisted on running the Changning Prefecture Agricultural Persuasion Office, not for anything else, but because he felt that the cultivators in the Agricultural Persuasion Office at least looked like human beings, which made him feel comfortable. Of course, Danjian Zenran also encountered the same situation as Chen Jing and was suppressed. If it weren't for his own strong cultivation and a true son, he would have packed up and returned home long ago, and now he is supporting it tepidly. The Weaving Bureau also has 2 bureaus, but only one director. Qin Mu is the director of the Weaving Bureau far away in Changchun Prefecture. There is no suitable person in the local Weaving Bureau, so Chen Jing himself serves as the director. The remaining core management, senior brother Wu of the Shenzang realm, Wu Ziking, serves as the director of the demon slaying department. Master Yu, who was the first to join him, serves as the director of the temple. There is a director in the manor forest named Huang Wei. Huang Wei was born a commoner, performed well, and had a clean background. He was promoted by Chen Jing all the way to this position, similar to Boss Wang. From a certain perspective, Huang Wei's business ability is stronger than that of Boss Wang. After all, Boss Wang's success today is inseparable from the factor of following the dragon. The management team below can barely be said to be the core. The directors of the county and town levels must be present at meetings on weekdays. The reason why it is barely counted is that in order to gain the support of the local big families, Chen Jing uses the disciples of the aristocratic families for the positions of these directors. In addition to the Kwa County Agricultural Persuasion Office, because Lindsay has made great contributions every now and then, the local big families can't compete with her. Chen Jing is also helpless. You are not striving for it, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As for letting the disciples of the aristocratic families take high positions, as soon as they join the team, he actually has no way to do it for the time being. People bring funds into the group, and you let them start from small minions. Isn't that robbery? Chen Jing doesn't do inefficient things like robbery, so he is temporarily constrained. The way to untie the constraints is also very simple. In the current period of barbaric development, the outer clan is a boat, and his own Ning society is also a boat. The aristocratic families hold capital, get along well with both sides, and step on 2 boats. Chen Jing only needs to kill all the foreign chambers of commerce of the other family without relying on the power of the aristocratic family, overturn the boats of the other party, and let the aristocratic family have only one choice. At that time, he can put the aristocratic family in the posture he likes, and play with it at will. When the surrounding forces felt Chen Jing's big move, they all became alert. After 4 years of silence, 2 Taoist flowers bloomed in succession, and then there was this Ning society. Obviously, this Chen Zhenchuan is not as simple as turning over in sleep, but wants to get up and stretch his legs. The wealthy families in the prefecture and the big families in the county all use their own channels to inquire about the specific situation. As mentioned before, many of the directors of the various offices of the Ning society are children of aristocratic families, and it is impossible to hide it from them. Although many bureaus and offices have been established, but could it be that this Zhenchuan has changed his temper and didn't even come to ask for money or people? Although Chen Jing claimed that he didn't do inefficient things like robbery, but in the eyes of the aristocratic family at the time, he was no different from a bandit. Of course, things have changed now, and the noble families have been prepared to be robbed. As a result, why haven't the robbers come yet? This friend will not feel at ease if he doesn't pay the fee. So, they further inquired about the details. In response, the disciples of the noble families only said, "It will be announced publicly today, and the family heads can take a closer look at it. In my opinion, it's time to stand in line." Sure enough, Chen Jing did not mean to hide it. The latest round of plans of Ning have been publicly announced. After taking a closer look at the plan contents, the noble families immediately couldn't sit still. This is going to snipe at the middle gate of the outer sect chamber of commerce. Chapter 227. There is only one winner. Chen Jing's first attack was naturally to choose his own strengths in the most reliable spiritual plant project. In the public content, the expansion of the Agricultural Persuasion Institute is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the expansion of production capacity. The current main products are still the two veterans, Zupo mulberry and Pio and rice queen. Zupo mulberry has 2 seasons. Mulberry leaves are used to raise silkworms. Silkworms make cocoons and spin silk, and finally each season produces about 400 kilograms of silk per mew. Because it has not been managed for 4 years, the development of the Weaving Institute has been limited, and the scale of mulberry trees has not increased much compared with the first year, only about 3,000 mew. This public content stated that the mulberry field will be expanded to 10,000 mew of spiritual fields in the future. The Pio and rice queen has been increasing production. It is expected to increase from an annual output of 8 billion kilograms to an annual output of 20 billion kilograms. In terms of the Pio and rice queen, even if the Agricultural Persuasion Institute has been suppressed, it is still unrivaled in the territory of Anning Prefecture, and 80% of the export share belongs to Anning Prefecture. It is also the main source of Chen Jing's income. Then this year, with the help of Li Yuhei's name, the 17 kinds of spiritual plants were launched, and it was announced that the planting was successful and the production capacity will be doubled. Seeing this, the noble families have not noticed the problem yet. They just think that Chen Jing is preparing to consolidate his base and completely monopolize the Pio and rice queen quota in the territory of Anning Prefecture. They are happy to see this happen. After all, they have also invested in the Agricultural Persuasion Institute. Then he said that the second part is a new project. A closer look at the improved varieties can't help but take a breath. 10,000 acres of Yuning tree, 10,000 acres of Kingxin, 10,000 acres of Fengling fruit, hiss. Each one is going straight to the quota occupied by the outer sect Chamber of Commerce, and the purpose is very clear. There is no way to digest so many materials in Suzhou anyway, and if they are not sold, they will all rot in their hands. Is Chen Jing crazy? Why does he think that his Agricultural Promotion Institute can compete with the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce? Unreasonable. Unreasonable. Is he going to resort to dirty tricks? Humph. He has tremendous power in Anning Prefecture, but he has no control over the affairs of the outer sect. If things get out of hand, even if it's a true teaching, they will still suffer a great loss. But how do you explain this? Is it a feint to scare everyone? Maybe it's just to balance the power of the outer sect. Yes, it must be so. Look, there are all kinds of spiritual plants, and it's easy to occupy 10,000 acres. Although 10,000 acres is a lot, it depends on the time. It could not be ignored 5 years ago. Judging from the current situation, even 1/10 of the quota is not occupied. That makes sense. It's probably the case. After Chen Jing's announcement was made public, the youngest son of the head of the Duan family turned 1 month old, and a grand banquet was held, inviting people from all parties. The heads of the families in Anning Prefecture arrived at the scene in unison. After having a good meal and a good drink, they dismissed the others and gathered together to analyze the announcement of the Agricultural Persuasion Office fiercely. After reaching the conclusion, they were like taking a reassurance pill and felt that they had understood Chen Jing's moves. Although Chen Jing's steps were very big and his target was directly aimed at the outer sect Chamber of Commerce, the yield of the fields could not be deceived. The difference between them was too great, and this charge would take a while. For words to sum it up, no need to worry. This time, Chen Zhenchuan did not contact us for information, let alone come to expand cooperation. It is obvious that he is dissatisfied with our attitude. So what? We can't just leave the spirit stones unearthed. We abide by the law and have never crossed the line. He can't hold us hostage. If we mess up, the Chamber of Commerce will certainly speak for us. That's right, the outer sects are watching. The aristocratic families don't care about the interests of the sects. As local bosses, they have to use them regardless of whether they are Zhang Sanzang or Li Sizeng. And if you want to be used all the time, you should seize the opportunity to develop. In my opinion, it is more profitable for Chen Zhenchuan to fight with the outer sect Chamber of Commerce. Let Chen Zhenchuan fight. When he gets hurt, we will lend a helping hand. Oh. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. This is a good idea. How can you play both sides better than manipulating the game? Let the two tigers fight until they are bloody, and then control them so that they can't decide who will win. Whoever has the advantage will subsidize the weaker party and ask for a higher share. Isn't it beautiful? If this strategy is implemented, everyone here should advance and retreat together. That's right. The noble families saw the opportunity, and while toasting, they formed an alliance with each other, and formed a more powerful force. On the other side, the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce in Anning Prefecture didn't care about Chen Jing's actions at all. Or rather, they didn't take it to heart after seeing it. When receiving the report from his subordinates, the head of Anning Prefecture said, "Oh, I didn't listen carefully." It was not until he received messages from local families one after another, saying that if there was pressure, they would strongly support them, that he impatiently understood it. After understanding it, he was almost amused. Expand production? Head-on confrontation? What the hell? Good brother, you use a hoe to farm, and I use formations to farm. Do you understand the difference in Taoism? You still want to fight with me? I'm afraid you will crash to death in front of me and splatter my blood. After laughing, the local Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce leader was in a good mood and very polite. He responded to the enthusiastic local partners one by one. He said, "There is no need to worry at all. Your investment will not cause even the slightest loss. In fact, the aristocratic families are not worried about losses. They are only worried that the fight between the two is not intense enough." However, it seems that Chen Jing may not be able to threaten the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. The Taoist advantage brought by the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce is indeed a crushing force on the original model. After combining with each other, the high-level Taoist magic combined with the primitive accumulation of thousands of years has blossomed with unprecedented efficiency. Just like that, in the face of Chen Jing's actions, the major forces have tacitly demonstrated their own determination. I can't see anything. However, there are also some strange voices. Lei family. Dad, I think this is an unprecedented opportunity. We shouldn't be blinded by these small benefits. You know, this is the foot of Jushan Peak. Master Chen is the true disciple of Jushan Peak. He can't lose. Do you see father, or do I see father? Patriarch Lei shook his head. Jiraiya, in this unprecedented change in 1,000 years, you, a young man, can't adapt as well as me, an older man. If it were in the past, I would definitely follow the steps of the true disciples of the Qingnang sect. 4 years ago, when I first came into contact with the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, I was unwilling to take risks with them. Then why? Have you ever seen our workshop now? Have you ever gone down to the fields in the countryside? Have you seen the industries that the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce cooperated with? Of course. Then you should have seen it. The Weizang has been here for 4 years, which is almost more than our previous 40 years, and the Weizang looked like this 1,000 years ago. Lei Tingjie was silent for a moment, and he recalled the scenes he had seen in his own forging workshop. Under the blessing of the formation, the 18 kinds of heavenly fire and earthly fire can be used at will, as if one were using one's arms and fingers. In the past, only hard training and talent were needed to master 3 or 5 kinds of earthly fire, and if one wants to control them, as if they were using one's arms and fingers, it will take many years of hard training. Then what? Once the formation was opened, an apprentice who had only learned to refine instruments for 3 years began to fiddle with the various heavenly fires and refine instruments in minutes. Although the instruments were very rough, they were also qualified. It was indeed very expensive to open the formation, but the gap between making dozens of instruments in one go and making one instrument that could only be made in several days was too big. After tasting this sweetness, I still want to go back. It's too difficult. He also visited it. Once the formation was opened, the budding spiritual fields grew spiritual plants in unison. Light, spiritual rain, thunder, heaven and earth, nature, all in the formation. Looking back at the agricultural persuasion office, a group of farmers were wielding hoes in painstaking efforts to clear the spiritual veins manually. Lei Tingjie felt that no matter what rebuttal he made, he could not say anything. Yes, Chen Jing is a true disciple, the youngest son of a local emperor. But there is a big Buddha outside, and the emperor must worship the Buddha when he sees it. I'm also a disciple of Buddha now, so does the emperor's attitude still matter? Lei Tingjie was shaken, and after hesitating for a long time, he still gave some advice. Dad, no matter what, I don't agree with other families trying to fish in troubled waters. I know that the sect is cautious now and will not easily give the outside sect a handle, but if the sect feels that this matter will cause endless troubles, it may pay a price and get rid of us to set an example for others. Patriarch Lay just waved his hand and said impatiently, worrying about this, worrying about that, not wanting to take responsibility for anything, looking ahead and behind. What can you achieve? Jiraiya, you don't have to go back to the family recently. Since you think that Chen Zhenchuan has a bright future, you can go there to take up a position. Didn't he set up a weapon refining bureau? Dad, do you think I'm kidding you? Listen to my orders. Yes. Patriarch. Patriarch Lay suddenly frowned and shouted angrily, which scared Leiting Jiao. He was stunned for a moment and then left disappointed. Looking at his son's back, the expression on his face gradually became bitter. Do you really think that your father's greed has blinded your mind and can't see the benefits that even you can see clearly? He turned his head slowly, sitting down on the cold carved wood chair. The cold feeling penetrated his heart and lungs. When two tigers fight, the consequence of not taking sides is like what happened to the last generation of the Lay family. On the eve of the decisive battle, they suffered a catastrophic disaster. Do you really think that the noble families are banding together to maintain balance? Is it because of greed? It is a last resort. No matter which of the two tigers wins, the noble families will be eaten up. When Chen Jing blew the horn of attack, it was doomed. There can only be one winner on the field. Chapter 228 The entire progress bar. As expected by others, Chen Jing only expanded the scale this year. No matter how fast he charged, he couldn't rush to the front of the people immediately. Not only that, he took too big a step, and the savings from the low-key development in the past 4 years were spent like water. Leiting Jiao, who was kicked out by the head of the Lay family, has officially joined the Inning Association's refining bureau. Faced with this situation, where he has nothing, he is very confused. After Chen Jing learned that he was in the Zuanayan period and was proficient in basic forging techniques, he gave him two choices. One is to start from scratch and rise step by step. The other is to start as a director, but he has to do everything himself. Leiting Jiao naturally chose to start as a director. Then, he got a piece of paper. No, just give me a piece of paper and let me conjure up some kind of refining institute. He slapped the paper on the table. It's too hasty. After slapping it, he picked up the paper again and began to think. This piece of paper is a plan that Chen Jing asked him to write, and it writes down the detailed steps of building a refining institute. Leiting Jiao looked around and suddenly saw the notice of the Agricultural Promotion Office posted not far away, and he couldn't help but walk forward. After reading it, he suddenly had an idea. To put it bluntly, whether it is the Agricultural Promotion Office or the Equipment Refining Office, they are all about making money. Since you want to make money, the first step is to find the right customers. What kind of agricultural promotion office is going to expand on such a large scale? Isn't it a ready-made customer? With customers, you have to meet their needs. What a coincidence. Ling Sifu's land reclamation magic weapon is a basic craftsmanship of the Lay family, and it is also Leiting Jiao's forte. With customers and understanding their needs, the next step is to create products. When Leiting Jiao reached this step, he did not rush to write down, but reported to Chen Jing as quickly as possible, and was approved to go to various agricultural promotion offices for observation. This Leiting Jiao has found the right way. Chen Jing paid more attention to him. Everything he did was always centered around the Agricultural Promotion Office, and the main purpose was farming. The plans given by the several temporary directors of the weapon refinery he appointed deviated from the core needs of the Inning Society. Some wanted to build flying swords, some wanted to build flying boats, and some said they would just make semi-finished products. If you really want to make money, you can't rely on your weapon refinery for a while. Of course, you still have to rely on the Agricultural Persuasion Institute. At present, only Leiting Jiao has found the right direction. Of course, it doesn't matter if others can't find it right. Let's build the shelf first. Then, Chen Jing turned his attention back to the alchemy furnace in front of him and threw a few medicinal materials. Not long after, there was a loud bang. Oh no. It exploded again. Stable explosion as always. Chen Jing opened the lid of the furnace, looked at the mess inside, and sighed. He found a problem. If the hybrid spiritual plants are used for food, production, and feed, there is no big problem. Once they are used to refine pills, they are particularly easy to explode. The pharmacology and medicinal properties of the hybrid spiritual medicine have changed, which makes it no longer perfectly compatible with the original pill formula. In addition, his alchemy skills were not good, and the chance of furnace explosion was greatly increased. We need to find a master to take charge. The operation was as fierce as a tiger. After the operation was completed, only silence was left to dry up. Chen Jing finally realized that he was not the material for alchemy, and he gave up in the face of difficulties. He could add points and force it, but it was not worth it. Fengling Yuang's points need to use merit, although this merit is getting higher day by day, but he consumed it in order to create his own inheritance method. Now the ability to see the gods is only the last one, so good steel must be used on the blade. Chen Jing pondered that at the current accumulation speed, it would take at least 10 years before he could try to create his own fourth inheritance method. After all, the first 3 seeing the gods were only seeing the gods with a single orifice of spirit, energy, and spirit. Fengling Yuang's seeing the gods, but seeing the gods with 5 orifices. He had no idea at all to turn Fengling Yuang into an inheritance method. Of course, as long as he continues to promote his own thick earth way, the Tao itself will continue to make him +1 in comprehension and +1 in Tao essence. When the accumulation is complete, you can directly condense the Dao flower as you wish. 10 years is too long, but my expansion has just begun. After the expansion is completed, 10 years will be just a blink of an eye. Chen Jing walked out of the alchemy room and went to the newly established beast taming house. Nowadays, there is no need for a strong man of Elder 2's level to teach. The one who came was a senior brother who had practiced for a long time in the spirit beast hall. The senior brother was explaining the common ways of raising spirit beasts to a group of newly recruited disciples. These disciples were all agricultural officials transferred from the agricultural persuasion office. Some of them have already struggled to become farmers, while others have just joined the apprentices. At this moment, they have become newcomers and listened attentively. Just like when he first entered the Spirit Beast Hall and saw Elder 2 talking about the art of cooking. Skills. Chen Jing was thoughtful. On this road of cultivating immortals, there are only a few who practice Tao, and most of them are walking on the path opened up by their predecessors. If you want to go smoothly and go further, you need skills. That is, skills. The cultivators who kill enemies outside the domain practice killing techniques, and the cultivators in the rear practice spiritual planting techniques, weaving techniques, etc. In addition to practicing these skills, if you want to enter the middle 3rd level from the lower 3 levels, that is, the Shenzang realm, you have to practice other people's inheritance methods. Only in this way can you embark on the road opened up by others. The cultivators have a great demand for techniques. Chen Jing's combat assistance method only allows ordinary cultivators to lower the threshold for mastering the techniques of other subjects, so that techniques can be more widely used. It cannot completely replace the skills that cultivators must master. Now, mana, spells, and shortcomings, the 3 major pain points of poor cultivators have been solved. The next step should be skills. Without skills, it is not a big deal to have only mana to convert basic attributes and only borrow other people's spells. Let everyone master the skills stably? Very difficult. But it's not impossible. How about the entire experience progress bar first? Chen Jing began to think about it. Time passed. The Taoism Academy belonging to the Peace Society was opened without much fanfare. No new organization was established, but a university was upgraded to the original school. 5 years ago, during the Tree Man disaster, Chen Jing first planted hybrids on humans, and planted the first batch of spiritual plant cultivators. At that time, he was penniless, and had nothing to ask for, so he could only draw big pictures. Tell those spiritual plant cultivators, have you seen that academy? Your children will be able to go there, to study in the future. This is the first school in Xinzhen. Later, the academy in Xinzhen invited relatives from Chen Jing's mother's side and a group of professional teachers to enlighten the ordinary people here and teach them to read and write. Those who graduated from Zinsen College were immediately taken to various agricultural persuasion offices to conduct preliminary training for those new spiritual plant cultivators. Chen Jing's university was added on the basis of Zinsen College. He was particularly concerned about Zinsen University. Most of the newly expanded departments selected a few people through a plan and let them play their own role. The university was considered by Chen Jing himself. First, determine the development strategy of Zinsen University. At present, in the entire market, elite education has Fixen Pavilion, and higher education has Wendao Palace. Therefore, Zinsen University must not collide with these two directions. It is neither necessary, nor can it collide with others. Therefore, Chen Jing prefers basic education and vocational education for Zinsen University. In fact, Wendao Palace has also done this, divided into Upper Palace, Middle School Palace, and Lower School Palace. The Lower School Palace is opened in the city. It has not sunk to the bottom, and the actual effect is very poor. Chen Jing was very surprised at first. You can make money with technology after learning it, so why doesn't anyone go to learn it? Later, I realized that there is a paradox here. You must have technology to enter the industry, and you can have income after entering the industry. You can only learn after you have income. People who have money to learn have already entered the industry and there is no need to learn. Vicious circle. There must be a link here to bear the initial cost. The educators, the employers, or the learners. None of them bear it, which leads to the phenomenon that the school palace is opened in vain. When the Qingnang sect realized that the effect of the lower school palace was very poor, they did not come up with a good solution, but just set an indicator. The number of graduates from the lower school palace was included in the assessment indicators of the local prefectures, and the local prefectures were asked to find a solution. Obviously, the top leaders did not realize where the problem was, or they realized it, but were unwilling to pay the money, and they were unwilling to force the wealthy families openly, so they could only do this. The response of the major prefectures was simple. It was impossible to pay, so they let their own disciples go in, to make up the number. The disciples of the wealthy families did not need the education of the lower school palace in the first place, and they just went in for a formality, so the lower school palace was still open for nothing. After Chen Jing had his own understanding, he could only sigh that it was better to copy the homework of his previous life instead of thinking so much. So the rest was basically copied from the lower school palace, with only two more items added. One was compulsory education, and the other was guaranteed job placement. Since no one was willing to pay, he would pay. The Inning Society Staff School was born. The internal members of the Inning Society and their immediate family members enjoyed all tuition fees from the secular enlightenment to the beginning of the practice, and mastering the basic magic skills. After completing the study, they would automatically join the desired bureau, and it must be an organization under the Inning Society. It doesn't matter if you don't want to join the Peace Society, just pay the tuition. Family members of non-Peace Society members can pay tuition to go to school, and part of the tuition is also exempted during the secular enlightenment stage. After that, according to academic performance, up to all tuition can be exempted. Chen Jing copied the homework of his previous life, and the rest was to fill in the framework and make fine adjustments. In this process, the feedback of the Great Dao was very significant. Originally, the perception of at least 10 years of Daohua condensation quickly reduced by half a year. He was also engaged in construction. There were also newly established organizations such as the Refining Institute. Leiting Jiao stayed at the Agricultural Persuasion Institute for a week. After basically understanding the needs of his customers, he immediately began to look for suppliers and discuss the issue of spiritual ore trading. The establishment of the Pill Institute and the Beast Taming Institute is still ahead. The Pill Institute has the generous support of the rich woman Yang Jinrao. Nothing has been done yet, but luxurious stores have been bought in various locations and exquisitely decorated. Not a bottle of pills have been prepared, not a single person has been recruited, but a grand pre-opening ceremony has been held first. The whole momentum is huge. The Beast Taming Institute was aggressively enclosing land, and the disciples of the Spirit Beast Hall came with all kinds of Spirit Beast cubs from the hall. The business of their own hall master must be strongly supported. not to mention the generous remuneration given by their own hall master. These two new departments, one has no shortage of money, and the other has no shortage of manpower. In just a few months, they have already prepared for the business. Aang Huayin also helped. Although she was also a hands-off boss, she still took the position of the hall master of the Jushan Peak Fuzzin Hall, and went back to her hometown with Chen Jing to ask for help. The Fuzzin Second Institute was also quietly established. The entire Ning society was so busy and fulfilled. Chapter 229 You Became Me. 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. Chen Jing was engaged in construction, and his friends were not idle either. Because this step-by-step, firm posture towards them was a bit oppressive. During this period, he almost never looked for representatives of the major families to discuss anything with them, but just kept farming, opening shops, and expanding production capacity. From time to time, that Liu He would launch new spiritual plants. The big families felt oppressed and urged the local Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce to make some noise, but the leader ignored it and just repeatedly guaranteed, "Your investment is very safe." Then, he found Chen Jing. Because the leader suddenly discovered that Chen Jing's Ning club, based on hard power, was no less than any powerful family. The powerful family has accumulated for thousands of years. Don't look at the powerful family staying in their hometown every day, but it's like an ancient tree. Even if the leaves fall off, because of the cold wind, the tangled roots underground are the key to evergreen. And now, the roots of the Ning society have actually developed to a terrifying degree. In the past 3 years, the hundreds of thousands of spiritual plant cultivators have all entered the Tankio stage from the Yunling stage, and millions of Yunling stage spiritual plant cultivators have been added again. They are no longer gathered on the two small sampans of the Agricultural Persuasion Institute and the Weaving Institute. Instead, they are pieced together into a large ship that covers all aspects and all mainstream magic and skill industries. This large ship called the Ning Society is still colliding with his own ship. This makes the leader feel bad. Of course, he is not afraid, but he just feels that it is unnecessary. He can find cooperation with the local major families, and naturally he can also find cooperation with Chen Jing. Isn't it good for everyone to cooperate and win-win? You have so many people, and I have a big formation. We will benefit from cooperation and create brilliance together. So, after perfunctorily dealing with the nobles, the leader of the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce in a Ning mansion, named Wang Dingyuan, found an opportunity to visit. He met Chen Jing very smoothly, this young hero whom he had not met for 8 years, but often heard of. Wang Dingyuan's family background is not bad. He was born in the Wang family, one of the top families in Yunzhou. Of course, it is not good. The Wang family has 3 major branches in Yunzhou. He was born in the weakest one, so he had to work hard in business. But in this position, upward, he is qualified to meet the core figures of the top families, and he has contact with the major legitimate sons. Downward, he often comes into contact with outstanding people among the poor. It can be said that he has known countless people and has developed a good vision. But he has never seen a young hero like Chen Jing. There is no sharpness in his personality, no extraordinary temperament like encountering spring breeze. He stood there. If you don't use the spiritual eye technique to see the aura on him, just from the temperament, he has never seen a kind of person. Use 2 words to describe it. Passive. Obviously, he looks good, but he is a little too plain. This kind of plainness is not like the plainness of washing away all the lead. It was like the man in front of him, although he had done incredible things and accomplished something that others could not do, but he believed from the bottom of his heart that he was just an ordinary person, so his temperament was just so ordinary, not confident at all, not special. Master 1HUI. Chen Jing couldn't help but call out when he saw this guy staring at him endlessly. Could it be that my brother's domineering aura had already shocked the other party? Chen Zhenchen, you lost your composure, ha 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 ha. Master 1HUI responded and laughed, and quietly used the pupil technique to glance at Chen Jing. Various shining halos emerged from his spiritual eyes. He was relieved immediately. It should be him. Before the visit, Wang imagined what kind of heroic figure Chen Zhenchen was. I thought about it a lot, but I didn't expect it to be like this, so I was a little abrupt. Master 1HUI explained. Oh, what do you think I look like? Chen Jing immediately became interested. Ordinary. Master 1HUI, don't say such jealous words next time. Chen Jing didn't believe it. He always thought that he was very handsome in this life, and after he had achieved success in his cultivation, his skin was particularly good, and he had muscles, which made him very satisfied. Master 1HUI would not come to the temple for no reason. Let's just talk straight. Hearing the displeasure in Chen Jing's tone, Wan Dingyuan really felt that he could not see through it. This did not look like an old monster with deep mansions and excellent acting skills. Instead, it matched his first impression. Wan Dingyuan began to distrust his own ability to judge people, and stopped probing, and spoke directly. The Inning Society of Meiguan Zhenchuan has developed rapidly recently, and has a bright future. There is no old grudge between you and me. Why not join forces to become stronger? Blinked. Chen Jing said, there are so many shares. You cooperate with me. What about others? Ahem. Wan Dingyuan just smiled. Kick it away, right? Good. Chen Jing almost wanted to agree directly, but just thought about it. It's not impossible to cooperate. How to cooperate? First see the other party's attitude. The profit-sharing model between Jinuxio Chamber of Commerce and each company remains unchanged. On this basis, the true transmission will take an additional 20%, and we will split the profits 50 to 50. Well, I won't do it. 60, 40, how about 40 to 40? After a moment's hesitation, Wan Dingyuan directly increased the price by a full 10%. Chen Jing was moved by this simple price increase. This 10% profit share is based on small goals every year. Of course, he will not act if he is moved. It's not because of how much we share. I don't want the model of Jiuxio Chamber of Commerce. Except for the model of Anning Mansion, I will not accept any other. Chen Jing directly stated his bottom line. He asked Dunjian Zenrin to take the Queen of Piuan Rice to open an agricultural persuasion office, and he didn't expect Dunjian Zenrin to make much money for him. It was just a simple expansion of the model. So, hey. Wan Dingyuan showed regret on his face and let out a long sigh. This was the fastest time when the negotiations collapsed. When Chen Jing stated his bottom line, it meant that the negotiations collapsed, and there was no need to show his strength and his bargaining chips. Because this was not a matter of money, it was a matter of distribution model. Chen Jing wanted to be the hand that divided the cake. This hand could divide the cake, and it could also cut off the person who stretched out his hand. How could Jiuxio Chamber of Commerce put itself in a position where it might be cut off? Does Chen Zhenchuan really think that an Ning Club can beat Jiuxio Chamber of Commerce? Wan Dingyuan couldn't help but say. He really didn't understand this act of seeking death. So even though he couldn't get the truth, he still asked this nonsense. But unexpectedly, Chen Jing actually answered. It's rare for Master Wang to come here, and I can't let you go back empty-handed. Do you want to know what I will do? I'll tell you everything. He said frankly, not at all defensive. Oh. Wan Dingyuan slightly widened his eyes. Zhenchuan is so sure that he actually told me? Of course. Chen Jing said, in the past 3 years, there have been 2 quota allocation methods in Anning Prefecture, and they have been adjusted. In 2 years, the adjustment will be completely completed. From now on, there will only be one method. Hearing this, Wan Dingyuan stood up suddenly. You. His breathing became rapid. Master Wang, so my conclusion is that my Anning Association will definitely not be able to beat the Jiuxio Chamber of Commerce, but I also look forward to you winning me. Do you dare? Chen Jing lay back, crossed his fingers, and said with a smile. Wan Dingyuan's face gradually became ferocious, and the veins on his fists bulged, but he couldn't say a word. This has to mention the 2 allocation modes of Anning Prefecture. In other prefectures, the issuance of quotas is basically predetermined, and each depends on the relationship and ability, but in Anning Prefecture, there are clear rules. A small part of the quota is used by the government to support qualified and promising small and medium-sized chambers of commerce. The other large part of the quota is converted into trading coupons in the exchange and sold at auction at a price lower than the market price. In other words, as long as you have money, you can directly buy this part of the quota. Chen Jing is definitely not as rich as the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce, so there is no competition in the exchange, only trouble. He can only go the former quota competition, that is, bidding that meets the public standards of the government. As long as the organization meets the standards of a Ning prefecture, it is eligible to get the allocation directly. These are the rules set by Chen Jing and Ding Huayan, which comprehensively set standards based on capacity, employee treatment, environmental pollution, efficiency, innovation and other aspects. Capacity is very simple. If you are given a quota, but you can't produce products to complete the order, then it's all over. Employee treatment is placed second, which is completely based on Chen Jing's Ning Club. The welfare benefits make the Chamber of Commerce feel painful. It's okay to allocate honeycomb caves to employees, but you also send employees' children to school? With this welfare treatment, are you doing business seriously? Environmental pollution looks like Chen Jing is playing a joke in modern times, but it actually has a practical effect, which is to eliminate evil cultivation and evil methods. There is no shortage of sacrificial spells in the cultivation world, overdrawing the future in exchange for a short-term advantage. 50 years in the human world must be focused on. The efficiency index is also easy to understand. Slightly curb the behavior of burning money to squeeze the market. Zhangsun Chamber of Commerce and Lisi Chamber of Commerce both want quotas. Zhangsun thinks it's more important to kill Lisi directly, so he loses money to gain publicity, and Lisi has to lose money to gain publicity. Whoever burns out the money first will be out. This kind of short-term benefit to consumers actually damages the long-term potential of the market and is not a means of normal competition. Finally, innovation can be regarded as the core purpose. What is the purpose of making money? It is to improve. Small improvement is to improve the quality of life, medium improvement is to improve the realm, and large improvement is to open up new ways, or to innovate the old ways, and evolve new methods. For this kind of thing, it must be encouraged. One person creates the law and the world benefits. After Chen Jing has formulated all the rules, if he wants to improve his bargaining power, he must follow the rules he has set. Of course, as a rule maker, he can make small, reasonable, and legal adjustments. Now 40% of the quota is used to support chambers of commerce that meet the standards. Well, he will directly increase it to 80%. In the future, it will be adjusted directly to only those who meet the standards are eligible to get quotas. Don't compare with me on how much money you have. If you have the ability, let's compare employee treatment when the production capacity meets the standards. Compare corporate culture. Compare long-term development and social contribution. A fair competition, dare you? Chen Jing knew that with the capital of Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce, they could do everything that he could do. If they really wanted to match the standard, he would lose. But at that time, losing was also equal to winning. Because you became like me. The extra chapters for the 210 and 230 votes are all in the code, but it is estimated that they will be sent out tomorrow, and then the daily minimum update will be increased from 6,000 words to 8,000. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. It's hard to run a sect. It's none of my business. Chen Jing was never afraid of his plan being exposed or seen through. He would also take the initiative to tell his opponent, watch out, I'm going to play this position. Because this is a plain and unpretentious conspiracy. If Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce defeats Chen Jing in the field he is best at, his realm will be improved faster. You can only defeat me with my way, but my way will always be my way. This state is very invincible. Of course, it is not easy. Everyone knows the correct route of plainness, but they will not take it, because they will die in the starting stage, and it is easy to be picked halfway after starting. Chen Jing can succeed, and the right time, place, and people are indispensable. First of all, he has always been covered by someone, and secondly, the base of development is in a small place that was not valued in the early stage, and then this place has been swept around before, and the local snakes are seriously injured. In this process, the tree man disaster allowed Chen Jing to accidentally cross the layers of barriers in the middle and directly contact the bottom layer, and vertically contact with his core supporters. This initial seed has grown tenaciously until today. Without any of these links, there would be no ending society. Even if all the links were present, it would still be absurd to have what happened today. Wang Dingyuan realized what he had encountered at this time. The other party was already forming a trend. If it really became a trend, there was no other way for him to do anything but join. But he also keenly realized that Chen Jing had not yet reached the stage of invincibility. He still had weaknesses. This was also the last chance to turn the tables. After a pleasant conversation with Wang Dingyuan, Chen Jing sent him out the door and then stayed for a long time. In the end, Wang Dingyuan also made a conspiracy and turned the situation around a little. Does the true transmission think that you are more important to the Qingnang sect, or is the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce more important to the Qingnang sect? One sentence. Chen Jing was speechless. The sect took great pains to attract external forces to enter the scene and upgrade the infrastructure of the Qingnang sect. You incited the ignorant people and were driven away. Good guy. If Chen Jing was a senior decision maker, he would have rolled up his sleeves and prepared to clean up this kind of traitor who was selfish and destroyed the overall situation. The good news is that Chen Jing is a high-level official and it is very difficult to deal with him. The bad news is that he is only one of the higher level officials, and if he really needs to be dealt with, he has no power to resist. This is Chen Jing's weakness and defect. Peace will be in his own interests, but not completely in the interests of the Qingnang sect. For the Qingnang sect, the external forces are short-term interests that can be seen with the naked eye, and Chen Jing is a long-term interest that can be expected in the future. If possible, the sect hopes that the two can coexist, but if the two really get to the point of life and death, either this or that, then a choice must be made. Who will be chosen? Of course, the one who can't live without him will be chosen. The traitor is actually me. Chen Jing realized that his situation was actually quite embarrassing. The ceiling of Suzhou is not high, but he can't touch it. As a true disciple of the sect, he must understand the difficulties of the sect and can't make it difficult for the sect. It's none of Chen's business if the sect is difficult. Chen Jing probably spent 2 full moments and decided to understand his own difficulties first. The only thing a person can't betray is his own ass. He has what he has today, relying a lot on the sect, but more on his own efforts to cheat and work hard with the people to farm. What's wrong? Exclamation mark. I, Chen, am not wrong, and there is no need to change if I'm not wrong. Chen Jing knows that everyone has a way out, but he doesn't. The more dead end there is, the more he has to work hard to hit it. He made a plan for himself. First, be a qualified traitor and tie as many forces as possible to his ship. The more interest groups in the sect share the same interests with him, the more they will lean towards him. Second, be prepared for the worst. Instead of waiting for you not to abandon me, it is better for me to be independent. This requires a hard condition, breaking through the Shenzhang period. At present, his inheritance method cannot cover the entire Shenzhou and can only radiate the scope of Suzhou through his own signal station. The Zuan of the Zuan period is just the foundation of the Tao. Only the Shenzhang realm can truly open up the Tao. After the Shenzhang realm, Chen Jing can lend money to people in the corner of the sea, even if he is far away from the end of the world. Because the Tao he opened up is already one side of the avenue itself, enjoying the advantage of all-round coverage. By then, Chen Jing had the capital to leave. He didn't have to leave, but being able to leave meant he could move forward and backward freely. Unlike now, he was tied to the same boat. A plan was made here. On the other side, Wang Dingyuan, who had completely given up, immediately found Liang Zuodao, the leader of the Jiuxiu Association in Wanjiang Prefecture, ready to take advantage of Chen Jing's weaknesses and kill him early. Liang Zuodao's eyes lit up when he heard it. He had been looking for trouble with Chen Jing, but Chen Jing was self-sufficient in his small piece of land, and he had no way to deal with it. Now was a good opportunity. Once Chen Jing's policy adjustments were implemented, and he began to openly abuse power for personal gain, he could mobilize the power behind him and ask the high-level officials of the Qingnang sect for an explanation. It was not only to eventually Yuhei, who had bullied him before, but also to further expand his influence. Since its establishment, the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce has not had a serious battle to establish its position. It's time to let these bumpkins see the ability of the Chamber of Commerce. So he made many promises to Wang Dingyan, asking him to be patient and wait for Chen Jing to fire the first shot. Finally, the new year begins. A new round of quota allocation in Anning Prefecture is about to start again. Most ordinary people cannot perceive the struggles of the upper class. They are just pushed around by the tide of the general trend and go with the flow. Zhao Tizhu, a poor monk from Kaianku Prefecture, is standing at the crossroads of life at this time, very confused. The lower 5 prefectures are divided into Tuan, Tuning, and Wanku. The Tuan are Zhonggan Prefecture and Xinggan Prefecture, and the Tuning are Changning Prefecture and Anning Prefecture. It can be seen that they are all places where people want to live a good life. Kaianku Prefecture was established later. The geographical location of this place is poor, far from the water and close to the mountains, which is not suitable for farming, so there is not much population. It was not until a large number of mineral deposits were discovered here, and mining became the main source of income, that the population gradually increased, and the prefecture city was established. Because of mining everywhere, big and small pits were dug, and even the name of the prefecture city was called Kaianku Prefecture. If there is a contempt chain among the lower 5 prefectures, the previous Kaianku Prefecture was the bottom of the bottom, and was regarded as a rat hole and a rat nest. After the Weizang Chamber of Commerce came, they didn't do much industrial upgrading here, at least for the miners. There was no difference. As a miner mining spiritual ore, Zhao Tizhu only felt more tired. Obviously, the demand side has increased, and the workload has also increased. The strange thing is that the income has not increased. After struggling, it is still the same few dollars. There has been news from the Weizang that more suitable prospecting spells, mining spells and magic tools will be brought, and Zhao Tizhu has been looking forward to it. I hope to improve my efficiency. Just recently, the news came true, and he was also unemployed. Colleagues who have the conditions and are willing to pay more have been given the opportunity to learn new spells and use new magic tools. And I, who don't know how to make profits, don't put a chain around my neck and pass the chain to those heads, was squeezed out of the mine. He worked hard for a long time and tried to persist, but he still couldn't find the soil for survival. Zhao Tizhu took his savings, left his family, and came to Wantang Fanging Kaianku Mansion. He stood outside, ready to leave this rat hole where his ancestors lived and worked hard, and go outside to have a look. When he got here, he found many acquaintances. After asking around, he found that there were many poor cultivators who shared the same plight as him. Everyone had lost their family business, and they were unwilling to fall into the mortal world. They could only leave Kaianku Mansion and go to other cities. It is said that there are more opportunities in other cities, unlike here, where all they can do is dig holes. Zhao Tizhu and others were full of expectations, hoping to have a foothold outside, so they could take their families and relatives away and take root in another place. Just as they were waiting with full hope, a group of people came out of Wantang House. One of them was a cousin who Zhao Tizhu knew, which surprised him. This cousin left earlier than him and went to Changning Mansion to make a living with his close friend. He had been there for some time. Why? He hurried over to greet him. It's Tizhu. The cousin's face was much older. As a cultivator, he aged as quickly as ordinary people. Are you planning to go outside as well? Yes, uncle, you've already gone out. We were thinking, maybe we can go and seek refuge with you. Uncle looked bitter, sighed. My best friend is doing spirit beast business in Changling Prefecture, but he can't do it anymore recently. After some inquiries, I learned that the family of uncle's best friend also encountered similar problems. The local prefecture cooperated with the 100 Birds Chamber of Commerce under the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce to come up with better spirit beast species, better breeding methods, and so on. Only a small number of small families that originally raised spirit beasts got the opportunity to raise new spirit beasts, while uncle's best friend didn't get this opportunity. Not only could he not take an uncle, but he himself was also in danger. Then maybe we can only join the demon slaying guard. Uncle sighed. It's not that cultivators have nowhere to go. Now there are more and more demons in Suzhou, and the demand for combat cultivators is also increasing. In order to protect their own industries, many chambers of commerce need cultivators who can fight. It's okay if you can't fight, you can be cannon fodder. The Demon Slaying Guard is a cannon fodder organization like Kyanki Mansion, with a high casualty rate. But there is no way. If there is nowhere to go, who would be willing to use their own life to protect other people's property? Tease who? You. Hey, take care of yourself. The uncle patted his shoulder, dragged his old and heavy steps, and walked past him. Zhao Tizu couldn't help but be stunned. It seems that after the arrival of the outer sect, everything is increasing, everything is getting better, but why? Their life is not going to work. Obviously, they have worked so hard, why is the road of cultivation still so bumpy? Who is enjoying it? Just then, an excited voice sounded. The Inning Society is here. It's the people from the Inning Society who are here. Sir Huang, Sir Huang. Does the Inning Society need anyone else? I'm willing to learn everything and do everything. Give me a chance. Please, sir, look at me. I have a 180-year-old mother and 3 children who are crying for food. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded a man who came out of Wantang's room. The uncle who had just left with heavy steps returned at an astonishing speed. He flashed by and rushed to the man. He shouted with everyone. Get out of the way. I'm a full-time user of the Manor Forest. Look at me, old man. In the blink of an eye, the entire Wantang room was crowded with people, as if crazy, surrounding it. Zhao Tizu was very curious. He seemed to have never heard of the Inning Society, but the Manor Forest mentioned by some people was said to be occult and evil magic. Chapter 231, The Peace Society in the Eyes of Outsiders. Even though the direct sales of Manor Forest are very effective, and the efficiency is several times that of the original sales capacity, but it is not omnipotent. Some people, for various reasons, are dissatisfied with Chen Jing or Manor Forest, and they throw dirty water on him. Zhao Tizu had been contacted by the cloud promotion officer of Manor Forest before, but he kicked him out. Until now, he felt that his resistance was so mature and cautious, and those who are greedy for cheap things will sooner or later see their jokes. But now, looking at his uncle, who is always talking about old users and full attendance annual contracts, and then looking at the fanatical appearance of everyone, he suddenly felt that he seemed to have become that joke. Zhao Tizu stepped forward and pulled a tall and thin monk who couldn't squeeze in and asked him about this person's background in the background of Inning Society. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Mr. Chen of Inning Society is from Inning Mansion and is also a true disciple of King Nang sect. The Inning Society founded by this lord is so good. The tall and thin man scratched his ears and cheeks and stretched his neck from time to time when explaining. Always ready to rush in and promote yourself. How good is it? Do you make a lot? It's not about whether you make money or not. Even if you are an ordinary official agricultural official and earn 500 spiritual stones a month, it is better than earning 1000 spiritual stones outside. Only 500? 500 spiritual stones is actually not a small amount, but before Zhao Tizu lost his job, he actually earned more as a miner. Of course, the hard work and danger are not comparable to farming. 500 spiritual stones are just the salary of an ordinary agricultural official, and it also includes free spiritual food, free accommodation, and free magic. For an official agricultural official, Lord Chen also favors a direct descendant to enter the school, from childhood enlightenment, to keeping him until he becomes a monk, and then learn any magic, alchemy and refining, and he is guaranteed to learn it, and you don't have to pay. In fact, when it comes to free spiritual food and free accommodation, Zhao Tizu is very tempted. But compared with the favors of the younger generation later, it is nothing. 99% of the cultivators in the world can never achieve a high level of cultivation in this life, let alone immortality. Longevity is just a fantasy. Working hard for the family and future generations is the most common value at present, and it is not an exaggeration to say that this value is ingrained in DNA. Zhao Tizu was a little bit unbelievable. There is such a good thing, and it is guaranteed to teach you until you learn it. He knew how thick the barriers to occupations were. He was a skilled miner who had been passed down for many generations in his family, relying on his skills. Now he could learn the skills of others? He dared not think about it. He could not imagine it. After learning, the children will be guaranteed to join the association and hold positions in the bureau. This sentence completely broke through the mind of the unemployed ZOTs who, it was too secure. It was too secure. In the face of such a guarantee, a mere award of 500 lingxi, if he could join the Inning Association, he would want to give the Inning Association 500 lingxi in return. This is just a mere agricultural official. Above them there are agricultural scholars, agricultural teachers, and great agricultural teachers. The benefits are one better than the other. For the rest, ZOTs who seem to be listening to heavenly books, listening to the life of a real god. But, this good life seemed to be just around the corner. Impossible. Absolutely not. His voice suddenly stopped. The thin tall man in front of him was so excited that his eyes were red. Last year, I spent the spring festival there with the Chamber of Commerce. It was really lively. We changed into new clothes, posted couplets, and set off firecrackers all day long. The temple fair was full of people wearing bright red clothes. It was so good, so good. I dreamed of living there. ZOTs who seemed to be infected. His heart was pounding. What if it was true? No, it must be true. No. No matter what, even if I had to kneel down and beg, kowtow to others, and work like a slave, I had to join the Peace Society. ZOTs whose eyes gradually changed. He also joined the crowded crowd, and in front of him was everything he hoped for. A huge amount of magic power pressed down. The noisy sound suddenly extinguished. Director Huang floated in the air, and with amazing magic power, he stabilized the somewhat out of control situation. He said loudly, "Fellow Daoists, the Inning Society has received news recently that there are people with ulterior motives who claim to help people join the Inning Society in order to defraud others of their money and goods. As of now, many fellow Daoists have been defrauded. Lord Chen is very angry about this and will severely crack down on the lawless people. He has sent us to announce to you that the conditions for joining the Inning Society are clearly written next to the notice at the gate of the Inning Prefecture. Even if you can't meet the conditions, don't worry. The Inning Society will expand. In the future, it will officially move into the Kanki Mansion. Fellow Daoists, please wait patiently, live a good life, stay vigilant, and beware of being deceived. By the way, I see that there are still fellow Daoists who don't know about the Mana Forest. It's just right. I will stay here for 3 days. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Huang Wei stood next to Wantang's room, dispelled rumors, and began to preach. The preaching lasted for 3 days. The Wantang room was packed with people. He had to leave the Wantang room. As a result, more and more people came. He chose a wider area again. He changed 3 places in 3 days. When he left, there were still cultivators coming. This scene, let alone ZOTs who and other bystanders, even Director Huang himself was very frightened. The Yun Tuiguan of their Mana Forest was on the front line of external affairs, going deep into the masses, and contacting cultivators from all walks of life and all places. No one knew better than the Yun Tuiguan how popular his family was among the people. Although most people were attracted by the high benefits, and almost few of them could join smoothly. However, it formed a strange atmosphere that only Inning would be good in the world. Huang Wei swore that he absolutely did not speak nonsense, and he had received a strict order from Chen Jing to restrain his subordinates from doing those things, but this trend was getting stronger and stronger, to the point that some people pretended to be Inning to deceive people. He didn't know why, but he knew that, since this trend had started, there must be a reason. Inning Prefecture City. Eyeing Huang rubbed her brows. After the new year this year, she gradually felt overwhelmed by many affairs. Fortunately, she had a powerful family behind her, with all kinds of talents for her to choose from, which could support the increasingly complex situation. There are more outsiders. She sighed helplessly. This is because many people are reluctant to leave their hometowns and their family businesses. When they come, they surround the Inning Society and ask how to join and what is going on inside. Chen Jing also had to absorb a small number of people and include them in the society to give them hope. lest this group of unemployed people become emotionally unstable and cause trouble. You can't really blame me for this. The foreign sect's set of things, so rudely introduced, is a violent destruction to the local industry. They are creating unemployed monks every day, and these people will always come out to find a way to make a living. Chen Jing expressed helplessness. Although he is in urgent need of manpower for expansion, he wants to accept talents from the society after the framework is further improved. At present, a large number of outsiders have been accepted, which will dilute the proportion of direct personnel trained from scratch. The problem of the Demon Slayer division has not been completely solved yet. The purity is not high enough, resulting in numerous factions and clutter. It can only be balanced and digested slowly. Such a small organization can create various factions. Let the Ending Society recruit people now. Isn't it a repeat of the past? I'm from Changning Prefecture. Let's stick together. I'm from Kaiangku Prefecture. Let's stick together. Do you really expect others to be more conscious and put the overall situation first? Chen Jing can't do it, and now he is preparing to jump into the Qingnang sect. The name of the Ending Society has suddenly spread everywhere, and their unnecessary rhymes. Ying Huayin said. I've heard about that too. Chen Jing's eyes changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, recently, the Chamber of Commerce of the Outer Sect has tasted the sweetness, and has become more unscrupulous, leading to increasing public resentment. But this is just dry wood, and it's not ready to explode. Someone is deliberately fanning the flames, and adding fuel to the fire. The intention is very clear, making me disliked by the forces of other prefectures, and reminding the high-level leaders of the sect. What should I do? Do nothing. We will remain unchanged as usual. This year's quota policy will be implemented directly and thoroughly. I also want to know how the sect treats me. This will be a reference for my future choices. Chen Jing himself won by modifying the rules. So he knew very well that the opinions of the rule leaders trump everything. Unless you can overturn the table, you have to follow the leader's eyes. This time, you need to test it. Test where your limit is. I don't know what the master is doing. He hasn't shown up for a long time. Ying Huayin's heart flashed with worry. He doesn't even fish for his favorite fish. I guess he's doing something important. Chen Jing sighed. If the master or the eldest brother were here, would I need to test it? I would just go back to the peak and ask, and I would know what to do. In such an atmosphere, the government office issued an announcement to adjust the quota allocation, and the allocation will be based on the qualifications of the Chamber of Commerce as the first standard. Chambers of Commerce that want to purchase quotas need to conduct qualification review in advance, and a long list of terms and conditions are provided to avoid loopholes as much as possible. After completing the qualification review, the quota allocation will be held at the exchange. The first one to be allocated is the PO and Rice Queen with the largest export quota. The low-priced PO and Rice Queen trading coupons were thrown out in the exchange. Each coupon represents an order of 100 jin and is sold at a price of 10 lingxi per coupon, which is equivalent to half the market price. The Chamber of Commerce will bid on this basis and complete the transaction at the best price, based on cost and profit. But now, many chambers of commerce under the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce looked on expressionlessly. They have enough funds, but no qualifications, or in other words, the poor qualification evaluation gives them too few purchase quotas. As for Chen Jing, with sufficient funds, he can buy 80% of the quotas on the field. But this time it was strange. Chen Jing only bought 50% of the quota, after getting 80%. The market was quiet for a while, and everyone was wondering why Chen Jing had given them a blow before launching an attack. They couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop the small chambers of commerce from starting to make moves. These scattered small and medium-sized chambers of commerce happily took the remaining 50% of the quota. Then came the goods of other categories. Chen Jing didn't hesitate to buy up his quota directly at several key spiritual plant outlets of Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. His quota was 80% for everything, and if he wanted anything, others could only drink soup. The chamber heads of the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, although they already knew that this would happen, still looked bitter. They could bear the backlog for a while, but if the trend continued, it would be meaningless. They could only look at Wang Dingyan with eager eyes. Whether they could get rid of this rule tailored for Chen Jing depended on the power of the Jiuxiu chamber head. Let's wait and see. Wan Dingan snorted and left the exchange. The Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, as huge as it is, only picked up some scraps to gnaw on in this quota acquisition. Chapter 232, Top Management Attitude. The whole process of this matter was immediately put on the table of the Elders' Council. Look, the envoys from the outer sect are making a fuss now, saying that we violated the covenant and used improper means to intercept the profits of Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce and asked us to give an explanation. The elder said. The elders checked the relevant information one after another, and after reading it, they were silent. This Chen Jing, who was cultivated by the sect in vain, ignored the overall situation. An elder dropped the document and snorted heavily, but there was still silence. No one objected and no one agreed. Last time, the first place in the academy, the elder took the opportunity to purge the elders' council. Although it had been a while, there was still some panic inside. They were afraid that, if they made a wrong statement, they would be labeled as an internal traitor. That's fine, but there was another reason why everyone didn't dare to speak, which was the problem of internal factions between the previous and current sect masters. The two minds in the sect were all buried in this bit, so they naturally had to think clearly before speaking. The elder who just spoke was a staunch supporter of the current clan leader and a pro-foreigner, so he immediately expressed his attitude. This matter, it's best not to hurt the harmony. Whenever this happens, the balance faction, who believe that everything can be balanced, will stand up to break the deadlock, not to hurt the harmony. Naturally, it is neither standing nor standing, neither helping nor helping. Everyone takes a step back. It's good for you, me and everyone. This is the words of maturity and prudence. I also think this is very good. Well, call Chen Zhenchuan and the Chamber of Commerce to have a good talk. We don't want an explanation for every little thing. How can we bully others by taking advantage of our power? We just pay more attention to people's livelihood. With the balance faction taking the lead, the remaining elders immediately learned to speak and began to smooth things over. Sometimes, when the people below become tough and force themselves, the upper level may not be able to show much determination. And if the upper level has a certain determination, in fact, there is no need for the lower level to test it. People are not blind and can see it. The elder looked at this, closed his eyes, and felt a little painful in his heart. Alas, it was fine when it came to daily trivial matters, but when it came to major events, everyone didn't know what to do, or they would start to choose sides. Where is your wisdom? King Ming. The great elder called out a name. In the Elders' Council, only the younger generation of elders headed by King Ming were still somewhat useful. It's not that he was very capable, but he had the spirit that the older generation had lost. He dared to do things that others didn't dare to do, and he could do it. Great Elder, I'm here. What do you think? Protect Chen Jing. King Ming had been closing his eyes to rest, and when the Great Elder called his name, he immediately opened his eyes and responded. When asked at this time, he did not hesitate. His resolute and full-hearted voice overwhelmed the entire audience. Everyone looked at him with different eyes. Why? The Great Elder showed a slight relief. How can you beat your own child when he did the right thing? King Ming smiled. Is this the right thing to do? This is a disaster. The elder who first said that Chen Jing did not care about the overall situation immediately retorted. May I ask what kind of disaster he has caused? The changes in the terms of Anning Prefecture have taken several years and have been gradual. Each term is well organized and each link is fair and open. How can it be said that the envoy used improper means, embezzled without reason, or intercepted? King Ming asked calmly, word by word. He looked at the elders. His eyes were level. If this is not right, but a disaster, then asking a child to kneel down to make outsiders happy is considered to be in consideration of the overall situation. After these words, no one could refute. Elder King Ming did not let it go and continued to pursue it. He pointed at the elder and refuted, which was actually like firing at everyone. And the more he fired, the more excited he was. In fact, Chen Jing's methods were too clean. Even if he tailored the rules for himself, the whole process, from beginning to end, was impeccable. The Peace Society has gained wide support in the entire lower 5 prefectures. Is this wrong? And Chen Jing's attack range is very precise. He accurately hit several major export spiritual plants of the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. It was a very swift attack, but it only hit some of them. Because the export range of the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce is too large, these few are also called targeted. It was obviously a coincidence. What is the name of breaking the little finger? This is called a minor injury. How can you sue me for murdering your life? It's nonsense. Not to mention any improper means. Moreover, Chen Jing took the initiative to give up his almost exclusive quota of PU and Rice Queen. How can you be so polite and considerate of the overall situation? How can you say that he is using despicable means? Except for your Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, why did no one else say that officials and businessmen colluded? You reflect on it for me. Is it your own fault? Elder King Ming listed the above one by one in his own tone and denounced this external sect condemnation as useless. Such a true teaching is a blessing for our King Nang sect. In my opinion, we should be rewarded greatly. Finally, he made such a conclusion. Without looking at others, he sat down after saluting and continued to close his eyes to rest. The meeting fell silent. For them, this speech was wonderful, but it did not solve the problem. Anyone can stand on the moral high ground and export wantonly, but the real problem is dirty, ugly, and vulgar. The elder who was sprayed for a long time sneered. Okay, let the outer sect go. He did not argue. I can't argue with you, but if they really don't do it, don't you have to beg them to come back? It's useless to export from the moral high ground. They stand on the economic and military high ground. They don't export easily. Who can stop them when they export? The meeting ended here. The elder ruled that Elder King Ming should be fully responsible for this matter. 7 days later, the photo of this conversation was sent to Chen Jing's desk. Of course, it was not that he had already won over the members of the Council of Elders, but Elder King Ming personally brought this video back to show Chen Jing. Elder King spoke for justice, and I'm grateful to you, Chen Jing said with a bow after watching it. Such a resolute defense, no matter what, has to be accepted, which can be regarded as an attitude given to him by the sect. His temptation naturally could not be hidden from this group of smart people. They are just afraid of things, not that they don't understand things. Of course. Don't rush to be moved. Chen Jing has received compulsory education, and he knows that in some negotiations in history, at the negotiating table, the person who scolded was speechless, but the unequal treaty had to be signed. So these good words should be listened to as good words, and don't expect them without authorization. Alas, it is the weakness of the sect that has implicated the true teachings. Elder King Ming smiled bitterly. Elder, you are too kind. Chen Jing immediately stood up and said, the order of the sect is not to be refused. This disciple has damaged the overall interests of the sect and should be punished. No, what's wrong with it? Why should I be punished? Who dares to say nonsense to you? I'm causing trouble for him and making the true disciple suffer. Uncle Yunting has returned from his spiritual journey and he still wants to call for thunder to strike me. Elder King Ming also stood up. After a round of polite conversation, the atmosphere on the surface became harmonious. The two sat down again. Elder King Ming continued, we have dealt with the envoys from the outer sect. It's good to give them a warning. It's true that our King Nang sect needs them, but we can't let them do whatever they want. The true disciple may not know that the King Nang sect is now corrupted very quickly, which is shocking. If no one really stands up, there will be nothing to watch in the future. It's not easy for the sect either. Chen Jing nodded. After the audit by the Elders Council, Anning Prefecture has indeed developed well recently, and some quotas will be increased. This is a practical comfort. What's the use of just saying nice things? Isn't that just empty talk? Elder, you are wise. The master is wise. Chen Jing's tone suddenly became sincere. Sly. Elder King Ming laughed in his heart, and then said, the matter of King Nang Cave Heaven may be in recent years, and the true teachings can be prepared early. Understood. This was agreed upon long ago. But Chen Jing guessed that there should be another hidden meaning. You should slow down the pace of doing things. Don't be too intense. Otherwise, you will be thrown into the dungeon. You don't want to stay in the dungeon for an unknown period of time, right? Regarding the quota adjustment, I have indeed considered some inappropriate aspects. This is the latest draft. Chen Jing saw that the other party had brought out benefits and threats, so he had to show his attitude. So he took out the draft. Taking over the new draft, Elder King Ming also smiled with relief. The original content of the rules remained basically unchanged. However, a new qualification indicator, high-end equipment, was added. That is, the advantages of the outer sect Chamber of Commerce were also included in the qualification standards. This time, at least on the surface, it was fair. He could also see Chen Jing's attitude from it. I still have to do what I should do to him, but I will try not to leave any handle. That's all. Okay. Elder King Ming nodded repeatedly. You have considered it a lot. In this way, I will not disturb the true teaching practice. I'm busy with things and have to go back early to report. Elder, take care. Chen Jing stood up to see him off and walked to the door, watching the elder leave on a cloud. Back to the government office. Aang Huayan was lying on the table to rest. He walked over, lifted her long hair, and swept it across her delicate nose. The little nose twitched slightly, and then opened her eyes, and the gem-like pupils reflected his figure. You are back. Yeah. How is it? How does the sect plan to deal with it? It's about the same as I expected before, just trying to smooth things over. Chen Jing pulled a chair over, sat next to him, and stretched his muscles. Don't look at this Elder King Ming, who always says that he firmly supports him, Chen, and his words are very nice. But don't look at what people say, but what they do. This time, it is probably to appease both sides, and the appeasement is not very strong. There is nothing wrong with saying that it is muddy. However, if the attitude is not firm, it means there is no attitude. The more this kind of time, any slight weakness and retreat will be infinitely magnified. Chen Jing's confidence in the Elders Council and the top leaders of the sect has been further lost. He saw the ability in Elder King Ming and used it to observe the state of the Elders Council. This Elder King, who can stand out, can handle a broken thing, and it seems to be done beautifully, but it has some patchwork meaning. Although, this is also very difficult. But now in this situation, where a bloody battle is about to come, no matter how good the patchwork is, it will not help. What Chen Jing hopes to see is the courage of a hero to cut off his arm and the determination to go all out. Chapter 233 Stop. Don't fight anymore. Monthly ticket plus more. Since Chen Jing has figured out the attitude of the sect, he will naturally continue to work hard. You are weak. I'm aggressive. Very reasonable. He first announced the new draft, which seems to be a concession on the surface, but it is just a change of play. It will take some time for the draft to be implemented, right? The draft has been implemented. Which standard has a higher proportion of qualifications? There is a lot of room for operation. The essence of power is distribution. Chen Jing holds great power. He can distribute it however he wants. He thinks that what is fair is fair. In this small piece of land, the local emperor is so domineering. Of course, it must be impeccable to the outside world. This Chen Jing is very professional. Others use power to do bad things, and he uses power to do good things. Who comes to pick on it, and they will be directly standing on the moral high ground, and riding on the face. Who knows the value of never losing in the line? Anning Mansion. Fertile Chamber of Commerce. The owner Mileosen lies on the counter of the store, pouring a bottle of wine beside him. The whole person is decadent and the smell of alcohol is overwhelming. He was born in the wealthy Mi family. With the financial support of his family, he cooperated with the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce and obtained support from formations and spirit seeds to open this fertile soil Chamber of Commerce. He mainly sells several second-grade spirit plants. This store is actually of no use. It is just a habit. His real sales channel is the outer sect. He is doing a big cross-sect business. Originally, the business was doing well and was very enjoyable. Although the family had to take a part and the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce had to take another part, the remaining part could still allow him to live a wealthy life. On weekdays, he handled a lot of money and goods and seemed to have become a big shot. However, these good days ended one day. It is said that Chen Jing suddenly wanted to make trouble for the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, so the gods started fighting. First, the quota allocation changed. The quota could not be obtained. Then, the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce made an effort and changed the quota allocation back a little. but it was like squeezing toothpaste, which was useless. Milaosan didn't know when the two gods would finish fighting. He only knew that he couldn't bear it anymore. Not all spiritual plants can be dried and stored. You have to buy a special storage device. There is also an upper limit to storage devices. Only storage devices of level 4 and above can have a larger space, but they are very expensive. He can't afford it, so he can only rent. A large amount of spiritual plant goods are thrown in the warehouse, paying expensive rent every day, and incurring huge losses. 1 year is okay. 2 years of grit. 3 years. 4 years. When will it end? Milaosan can only find a way to clear the goods, find channels everywhere, and dispose of them all. If they can't be eaten locally, they will go to the next mansion. Everyone knows what's going on, and the price is as cheap as cabbage. In fact, at the beginning, the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce in other mansions helped sell some. But the other mansions don't want their quotas to be occupied for nothing. Once or twice, everyone is in the same boat, but 3 or 4 times, you go away. Milaosan could only watch as the spiritual plants in the field continued to grow. After they grew, there was no place to sell them. In order to prevent these things from becoming cabbages, he had to bear the pain and destroy all of them that could not be sold. It was a loss. It was a complete loss. Although Milaosan opened the Chamber of Commerce with investment from the clan, he also invested himself. This time, he had nothing left and owed a lot of debts. The kind that he couldn't pay back with his butt. He also asked the clan in the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce above why they couldn't follow the terms and conditions, improve the welfare of the servants, and make various reports. But he was opposed without reason. Milaosan didn't know what to do. He lost everything. He used to be so glorious and high-spirited. Now everyone avoids him like a snake and scorpion. He has become a laughing stock in the mouths of others. Even his wife and children no longer see him. He has no face to go home. He just drinks to drown his sorrows every day and waits to die on the spot. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. No one answered for a long time, and the door was pushed open. Milaosan, Milaosan. Oh, you, I thought you were dead. A familiar voice sounded. He raised his misty eyes. Oh, it was Milaoki, an unlucky fellow of the same clan who suffered the same fate as him. Milaosan chuckled, raised the bottle, and poured it into his mouth, but he couldn't pour a drop. Then he realized that he had no money to buy wine, and hadn't drunk wine for a long time. Laoki, why are you here? I have good news to tell you. Good news? He couldn't help but laugh twice. A hoarse sound. I'm in this fucking state, and there is good news? Ha ha ha. Laoki, how do you say that new word? Yes, optimistic. You are quite optimistic. Ha 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 ha. Leo-san. Laoki lifted his shoulders and slapped him twice. Then he said seriously to Leo-san's confused eyes. It's getting better. It's getting better. The two gods have finished fighting. Ah. The winner has been decided between Chen Jing and Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. Ah. Leo-san seemed to be dying, and he made a choking sound. Then he stood up excitedly, tears streaming down his face. Ah. 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 He couldn't say a word, just kept saying ah with his mouth open. Laoki also had tears in his eyes. When he got the news, he was also so excited. He didn't want to endure the torture of just a few years in his life. It is said that there are also Chamber of Commerce leaders who owe a lot of debts and act like nothing happened, but he is not the kind of person with a big heart. He just feels like he has been reborn. Seventh brother, tell me quickly, who won? It was Lord Chen who won. The major families have completely bowed their heads this time, and our Chamber of Commerce has been saved. Lord Chen will help us and allocate quotas to us so that we can pay off our debts. Okay, woo woo. Leo-san and Laoki hugged each other and cried bitterly. They are not determined cultivators. They are just drug addicts who have come to this level. They just have good family backgrounds. When they encounter trouble, they will cry. How did Chen Jing? Oh no, how did Lord Chen win all of a sudden? Leo-san calmed down and asked curiously. He was looking forward to the fight between the two guys all the time, so of course he had to ask for details at this time. This year, Lord Chen won the quotas of major mainstream spiritual pills such as Wendeo pill at the exchange at one time, and also added a large number of scattered spiritual plant quotas. The family heads are afraid, and every big family is afraid. If the fight continues, no chamber of commerce can survive. Hiss. Mileosan couldn't help but shudder. In fact, spiritual plants are okay. For sales to external sects, the real reliance is still on elixirs. When Chen Jing's elixir factory developed in recent years and expanded the battlefield to elixirs, even if Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce could withstand it, the major families couldn't. What's more, Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce couldn't withstand it either. The Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce is so strong, and it has nothing to do with Wang Dingyan. He is just a senior worker, and the real master is the sponsor behind the scenes. The sponsor gave so much support, but you acted like a tiger, and when you saw the record of 0 to 5, you were already angry. What can Wang Dingyan do? In the final analysis, he is here for profit, and he didn't even think about meeting a competitor before. When he saw Chen Jing, he also came to seek cooperation as soon as possible, but Chen Jing was too strong, and the first wave of cooperation ended in vain. Now he came up to try to wrestle, but was pushed to the ground by the backhand, and he had no choice but to give in. Whoever falls in love will go. I will vote first. Let the welfare be higher, let it be lower, let it be less, let it be more, if there are more skills left. In short, stop fighting. Am I giving face to the sect? Chen Jing looked at the heavy snow and asked. He could directly kill the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce in a year, but he still acted a little and admired the struggling posture of these guys. Just when he was about to do something ruthless, the other party slid to his knees. Good guy. He really knows how to deal with the situation. After Chen Jing took over the share of the elixir, Wang Dingyan had no intention of resisting at all. The exchange wanted to talk to him on the spot. It was said to be a talk. He was lying down completely. Chen Jing didn't have to drive away the outer sect. After all, this would offend both the outer sect and the Qingnang sect, and he wouldn't get any benefits. Ying Huayan asked, how about the cooperation with Wang Dingyan? It's the same old thing. Formations, spiritual plants, spells and so on. I gave him 2 profit sharing plans. In one profit sharing plan, I will give him the biggest share, but for those things, I not only want the finished products, I also want the technology, and I guarantee to teach you until you can do it. The second plan is that I don't want the technology, and he will find me a villa to live in for retirement, and don't even think about making a fortune in this life. He has no right to decide. Of course not, so I have to take out a bargaining chip to impress the financial backers behind him, and let his financial backers also accept me as a godson. Chen Jing shrugged. What do you think is the most important thing for those big guys? I don't know. It's immortality. Today's update is 12,000 words, with a guarantee of 8,000, plus 210 and 230 votes. A total of 4,000 words will be added. Chapter 234, Neon Fruit Tree. Chen Jing has already hybridized the spiritual plant for longevity. The spiritual seed bags bought at the auction can occasionally produce some strange spiritual plant seeds. As spiritual plants, they are very unsuccessful, but their labels are very attractive. Among them, the one that caught his eye the most is a spiritual seed called longevity fruit. Reverse Yuan fruit tree, 5 stars. It was originally only 4 stars, but after the second hybridization, it was upgraded and directly became a 5th grade spiritual plant corresponding to the cave heaven realm. The fruit tree blooms once every 10 years and bears fruit once every 10 years. The fruit is shaped like a baby, curled up with its knees hugged. If taken directly, it can increase the lifespan by 100 years, and it can also be increased through alchemy to increase the effect of longevity. This tree only bears 1 fruit in its lifetime, and the tree dies when the fruit falls. After the second hybridization, the growth time is greatly reduced, but the yield is also limited. The difficulty of cultivation is greatly increased, and the growth environment is more harsh. Label 1, longevity, purple. The effect of increasing lifespan is more significant. Label 2, return to the innate, purple. The life cycle is reversed, and it is only effective for the first time taken, and the effect depends on the situation. only for some spiritual plants that meet the conditions. 2 very good purple entries. Chen Jing's accumulated breakthrough points are also greatly consumed. Among them, returning to the innate is the core effect of the neon fruit tree, and extending life is second. Life can be roughly divided into childhood, growth, prime, and aging, which are the life cycle. If a mortal is 80 years old, he is naturally in the aging period of the life cycle. At this time, extending life for 100 years is also 100 years in the aging period. It can be said that it is a delay of loneliness, and pushing the life cycle forward is equivalent to returning to the prime period in the aging period, which is very good. The same is true for practitioners who pay more attention to the speed of practice in the early stage. The life extension effect obtained in different life cycles is completely different. The earlier, the longer the peak period can be maintained. Some practitioners are obviously old, but they still look very young, just because they broke through the realm early. Those who accumulate a lot of strength and then burst out will not have such a good thing. Therefore, Chen Jing's neon fruit tree has a fatal attraction to almost all cultivators. Who said that people can't be young again? Eat this fruit, and you will be young again. However, because the effect of the neon fruit tree is so good, he dare not take it out easily. If others know that he has a level to develop this kind of spiritual plant, then his position in the eyes of others will change slightly. For example, the Puan rice queen, no matter how good it is, can be measured by spiritual stones. Who of the real big guys in the cultivation world still lacks spiritual stones? So Chen Jing never worried that spiritual plants like the Puan rice queen would be guilty of holding a treasure, because he has climbed to a level where he will not be convicted for money. Unfortunately, success and failure are all like this. Now if you want to impress those big guys, simply taking spiritual stones is not enough. Chen Jing is better. He has something that can definitely impress the other party, but he must think of a proper way to take it out without attracting attention. Moreover, there is no way to trade directly with the big guys of the outer sect. This level of negotiation is not a small piece of land in Anning Mansion. If you really dare to put it on the table, there is only one possibility, which is to become a dish. The neon fruit tree must be traded with the outside sect through the hands of the sect's higher level officials, and then it will go around a few times before it falls into my hands. Just like the previous beehive Taoist magic. There are 2 levels of transactions. One is the transaction with Wei Ershao's Puan rice queen, and the other is the transaction between the sects behind each other. This transaction gave Chen Jing his first large order, and from then on, the expansion of the Agricultural Persuasion Institute began. To have such a good thing fall on him, the support of Taoist yunting, is actually very important. Chen Jing thought of Taoist yunting, the offline old master, and decided to go back to the mountain gate first to see if the master is online. If not, ask the Supreme Elder Yangtze. The master asked her to look after the house, so she must be trustworthy. As for Wang Dingan, let's pull it for a while. Good things take time. Wang Dingan was rarely free. However, he had not been completely relieved, and he had already expressed his willingness to bow, but he could not figure out Chen Jing's attitude. I don't understand why Chen Jing still wants a lion's mouth. Even if I want to give it, I can't give it. Fortunately, he at least confirmed one thing. Chen Jing still can't do without Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. As I said, if you use a hoe to farm, your life will be like this. After all, you need the assistance of formations to maximize your benefits. Wang Dingan was free and investigated Chen Jing and Anning society. There was no other meaning for this investigation. He just thought that they would definitely cooperate in the future. They must know each other well. It would be better to determine the details of the cooperation after the investigation. After the investigation, a strange feeling lingered in his heart. Chen Jing's development speed was very fast. It has been nearly 10 years since he joined the sect. From nothing to the current frontier official, the outbreak nodes during this period were also very clear. The earliest longevity beans plus Daoxiang pigs, so there were the first batch of spiritual plant cultivators in the initial agricultural persuasion office. Then the Puan rice queen was launched, and the agricultural persuasion office model was rolled out. Finally, Zupo sang, from farming alone to manufacturing. After 3 axes, each axe was used to exert its strength, and it was an unprecedented spiritual plant, and it almost oppressed the same kind of spiritual plants with absolute advantage. It was not until the King Nang sect took away the monopoly of these 3 spiritual plants that Chen Jing ushered in a 4-year period of silence. He, Wang, also became the leader of Jiuxiu society since then. God's favor? Wang Dingyuan couldn't figure out why Chen Jing always had the right spiritual plant to solve the problem. He turned around and looked at what Chen Jing did when he ended his hibernation. He recruited Li Yuhei, the first in the academy, and then planted a large number of new spiritual plants, each of which had its own unique features. At first, he subconsciously thought that Li Yuhei was amazing. But maybe it wasn't Li Yuhei's credit? Well, why think so much? No matter where it comes from, the more the better. Wang Dingyuan just pondered casually, not seeking to understand it. Time passed. Chen Jing finally responded, but he was depressed because this guy was going to retreat. But, probably to prevent him from misunderstanding, he specially explained that this retreat was to go to the ancestral land King Nang Dongshan. Wang Dingyuan knew about King Nang Dongshan because Yunzhou also had similar places, and the more prosperous the continent, the more such closed mountains, and nurtured the mountains. During the closure of the mountain, the cave will temporarily leave Shenzhou, turn into an outside world, and evolve and develop on its own. When the mountain is opened, there are often many surprises, including the evolving natural avenues, which are rare treasures of heaven and earth for cultivators above the 4th level. When the person sent by Chen Jing to inform him said that he would continue the discussion after leaving King Nang Cave Heaven, Wang Dingyuan expressed his understanding and gave a polite blessing. Then I wish Master Chen a fruitful return. Chapter 235 King Nang Cave Heaven. The trip to King Nang Cave Heaven was actually the idea of the Supreme Elder Yangtze. It was no problem to negotiate the Niuan fruit tree on behalf of Chen Jing. This kind of thing can only maximize the benefits in the hands of equals. Jushan Peak will not treat its own family unfairly. However, the source is a problem. If you want to pick Chen Jing out, you have to find a suitable source for the Niuan fruit tree. Li Yuhei is definitely not qualified, so Elder Yangtze mentioned King Nang Cave Heaven. As the largest treasure mountain in Suzhou, it is most suitable to produce treasures. Chen Jing thought about it and agreed happily. It happened that the struggle in Anning Prefecture had come to an end, and it would take a while to settle and digest. Now is a good time to find time to hunt for treasures, and it can also whitewash the Niuan fruit tree. Elder Yangtze was very efficient. Not long after returning home, he waited for the people of the Elders Council to explain the matters of King Nang Cave Heaven. Also coming with him was Li Wendao, a true disciple who once ranked first on the list of the Dao Dao Academy, and was also gifted. This time, only the 2 of them went to King Nang Cave Heaven. Brother Chen, we have known each other for a long time, and finally we meet in person. Li Wendao greeted him with a smile. He was born with a white face like jade, delicate skin, and a handsome scholar appearance. When he smiled, his white teeth made him look friendly and approachable. Chen Jing also responded to the greeting. When everyone was present, the elder took the 2 to Jushan Peak and said, I think you 2 know that the blessed land of the cave is actually similar to the 9 netherworlds outside the domain. No matter where it is, as long as you master the method, you can go there. Yeah. Chen Jing nodded, actually knowing the fact, but not the reason. It seemed that he didn't understand. Li Wendao explained, it is the same as the plant wars you made, but your plant wars can only enter with the spirit, and now, we have to enter the cave with the physical body. Got it? Chen Jing suddenly realized. Going down in the physical body, is it so exciting? The elder also nodded and smiled. Because there are only 2 of you on this trip, the King Nang Cave Heaven will not be opened in full. Only a small part can be opened. You must not go too deep, lest you can't come back. Even if you search outside, there are still many opportunities. Understood. The 2 nodded. Then the elder began to cast a spell. The surrounding scene changed, the space seemed to be stretched, and many bizarre pictures flashed by the surroundings. And the figure of the elder was getting farther and farther away from them. Go to. The last voice came. Chen Jing came back to his senses, and only he and Li Wendao were left around. Senior brother Li, I'm here. Li Wendao climbed up from the ground. Is this the King Nang Cave heaven? Isn't it said that there are beautiful mountains and clear waters and opportunities are everywhere? Where is this? The two spread their consciousness and looked around. As far as they could see, there was only a scorched earth. The air was full of anxious fire spirit power. In addition, there was a large amount of negative spirit power that was difficult to touch at ordinary times, which permeated every corner. Chen Jing was a little confused. Where the hell did this come from? Is it still in the cave heaven? He immediately raised his hand, and a brand appeared on the back of his hand. In the dark, he could sense that with this brand, he could return at any time. This was the method that the elders gave them to return before they came. Then he felt relieved. Chen Jing said, maybe the cave looks like this. The two encouraged each other, released the spiritual sense, and continued to explore the surroundings. At this time, they were at the foot of 5 huge volcanoes. There was no grass on the ground, and the volcanic smoke formed pillars, connecting the sky and the earth. The red magma flowed down all the time, forming a magma sea below. Chen Jing and the others had no intention of exploring the magma sea, and walked in the opposite direction of the volcano. Suddenly attacked. It was a rock, lying on the ground motionless. When the two passed by, it suddenly stood up, and tried to cover them underneath. Chen Jing waved his hand and a simple manner impact was blasted into pieces all over the sky. What is this? He reached out again, and scooped it up, and the fragments flying all over the sky were wrapped by the manner again, or rolled back, and placed beside him. Let me see. Li Wendao stepped forward. They looked at it together for identification. Judging from the remains, this stone monster does not look like a demon, or even like life. It has a bit of a spirit, but it does not have the spirituality of a spirit. These remains are also rich in a lot of fire and unknown negative spiritual power, which provide it with energy for action. Can you see anything? Chen Jing asked. No, it shouldn't be. Li Wendao frowned and glanced at him. His eyes were even more confused than Chen Jing's. Think about it slowly on the way. Chen Jing pointed at the ground, and a spiritual light emerged. Green buds emerged on the ground, and the green buds grew rapidly, turning into a half-human high tree. The tree split again, and became a tree man. The second grade tree man puppet technique can catalyze the tree man to become a puppet. He asked the tree man puppet to take the stone monster remains and continue forward. Not long after walking, another stone monster appeared. This time, Chen Jing used the vine entanglement spell to tie it up into the shape of a tortoise shell. The divine consciousness covered it and wantonly explored the principle of the flow of power in its body. This way of spiritual power flowing is too primitive. It is simply a mess, without any reason or logic. According to the quality of spiritual power, it is at least equivalent to that of a second-level demon. But if the spiritual power is circulated in this way, even ordinary people can break the stone monster, if they operate it properly. Moreover, the effect of the spell is very wrong. Whether it is the tree puppet spell or the vine entanglement spell, the consumption of both spells has increased, but the effect has been weakened a lot. Chen Jing hung the vines that tied the stone monster on the tree puppet and let the tree puppet drag it away. Next, he walked forward, grabbed the stone monsters, and led a large group of stone monsters around. I seem to understand a little bit, Li Wendao suddenly said. He pointed at the void, and the magic power fell on a group of stones in front of him like a pen tip. The stone gradually emitted the fluctuations of the stone monster and stood shakily. You can create a stone monster? How did you do it? Chen Jing asked in surprise. I figured out the traces of spiritual power in these stone monsters, and summarized this rune. Come on, try it and see if it feels familiar. He passed a simple rune to Chen Jing. After Chen Jing used it, he also transformed a huge stone into a stone monster. First, he used a tortoise shell binding to prevent the transformed stone monster from causing trouble. He thought about it. It's a bit like a spirit gathering array. It's a spirit gathering array. People and animals need to eat and drink water. Plants need to absorb light and dew. And all things in the world are derived from demanding for the Tao. The way of cultivation is also the way of gathering spirits and demanding. Junior brother Chen, do you know what this means? What? This area is the place where the Tao was born, and the Tao is evolving, Li Wendao said excitedly. In other words, if they find a natural Tao, this natural Tao will evolve Tao and law by itself. As long as they find a way To use the chicken to lay eggs, they can use a natural Tao to evolve a powerful inheritance method. Old book friends all know that it has always been difficult for me to update. I had a small burst yesterday, and I haven't recovered today. I will update this much today to recover. The transition plot of King Nang Cave Heaven is very short, which can be regarded as a foreshadowing and preview of part of the content of the next volume. Chapter 236, The Ancient and Modern Road Against Heaven. Chen Jing actually still didn't understand. A series of cultivation terms came out of Li Wendao's mouth, gradually becoming obscure, and then he realized that he still didn't read enough books. However, what I didn't understand was the specific steps, but I still understood roughly. The path of cultivation. The first 3 realms of cultivation master spiritual power, the middle 3 realms master the laws, and the last 3 realms master the Tao. Gradually transition from art to law, until it becomes Tao. This is the path of cultivation for acquired creatures, also known as the path against heaven. Of course, against heaven does not mean to do something to heaven. It is simply because this step is the reverse evolution of the Tao. For the Tao of heaven and earth itself. First there is Tao. Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Derived by law and art, evolved into thousands. This step is not difficult to say, it is actually not difficult. In the ancient immortal era, it has been thoroughly walked through. In ancient times, cultivation, refining key, building foundation, elixir, yuanying, and transformation, until transcending the catastrophe to become an immortal. Step by step, returning to the origin, the path to becoming an immortal is very clear. With the development of the ancient immortal way, there are more and more ways to become an immortal, and the skills that lead directly to the immortal realm are becoming more and more perfect. Until the great catastrophe of heaven and earth, the great Dao was broken. Those who became immortals and those who did not become immortals were basically all finished. The chaos continued until the God Emperor established the Great Yan Divine Dynasty. He used his luck to mend the sky and stabilize the Great Dao. Then he replaced the rules of heaven with national laws and did not allow practitioners to directly contact the mutated Great Dao. Only then did the chaos in Shenzhou settle down. Only partially. Because the outside of the domain is not under the jurisdiction of the Divine Dynasty. After the Great Yan Divine Dynasty failed to ascend to heaven, the world changed again. However, this time everyone has experience. If the Great Dao cannot be directly contacted, then we can also seal and isolate it, and contact it indirectly. So, the current way of cultivation has been opened up by generations of outstanding people. Unlike the previous system of practicing blindly, today's practitioners only follow the path they have opened up. Although they are still on the path of returning to the origin and going against the will of heaven, they no longer set foot on the ancient immortal road with corpses everywhere. I just need to know where the end is. Next, I will fly, dig a hole, or take a car. It's all my own business. This is the biggest difference in the current immortal way. The way comes from me. The avenue doesn't have my way. Then I'll just put my way in, and from now on, won't it be there? Chen Jing once wondered why he had never heard of the so-called practice method. It's like this. You drive, I row. How can there be a unified driving manual? So, in the strict practice academic world, these various avenues opened up by practitioners have a new name. The acquired way. The way derived from the heaven and earth, the yin and yang, the 5 element, the movement of the stars, is the innate way. This original avenue, isn't it said to contain demonic nature, and it is ominous to touch. How can we use it? Chen Jing couldn't help asking. I have already said it just now. Ah, have I said it? Chen Jing recalled it, and then gave up. Brotherly, you know, I'm just an ordinary man. Can you explain it in a more easy to understand way? Oh. Li Wendao was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It is to fill the original Tao, fill it up. It is a bit too easy to understand. When it is filled with our laws and techniques, its natural evolution will also go down towards the traces we left. Just like changing the course of a natural river, we dig the river channel in advance, and guide the river water to where we want it. Then what? Then, there is no then. Li Wendao's answer surprised Chen Jing a little. What does no then mean? Brother Chen has opened the holy way. Since he opened the holy way, I think he doesn't know what we cultivators lack. After hiding our gods, what we lack is the source of Tao. With Li Wendao's detailed explanation, Chen Jing also had his own understanding. As mentioned before, the current practitioners all use their own methods to reach the end. These methods are the acquired way. To open up the acquired path, it is not enough for the pioneer to work hard alone, but many people need to help. Most practitioners can only take the roads that have been opened up, and they are not even halfway there. But as the saying goes, there was no road originally, but when more people walked, there was a road. Chen Jing opened up the guaranteed path. Every time someone became a spiritual plant cultivator, every time a spiritual plant cultivator got the guaranteed bottom line, the avenue would give him feedback. In fact, it was not the avenue that gave feedback, but these fellow Taoists gave their power to Chen Jing. Their existence expanded the width of the Tao. This is also the so-called Tao source. The greater the influence of the guaranteed bottom line, the more fellow Taoists there are, and the richer the Tao source. When the Tao accumulation accumulates to a certain extent, Chen Jing will enter a breakthrough state. At this time, his talent is quick, his understanding reaches the peak, and all kinds of wonderful methods are at his fingertips, until the entire avenue is pushed forward one step. This is also the principle of the previous Tao flower condensation, which requires the accumulation of two elements. One is material, to find out where to go, and the other is power. Simply put, first you need to know where to exert your strength, and second you need to accumulate enough strength. For Chen Jing, it is very simple to accumulate the source of Tao. He keeps developing his own Ning society, and the source of Tao comes. But how do those monks who follow the path of others obtain the source of Tao? It's very simple. Contribution. Any acquired path must follow the principle of strength in numbers, the so-called holy path. To put it bluntly, your path has a very great influence, involving the lives of countless people. That is the holy path. As long as the monks who follow the path of others help to expand the influence of their own path, whether it is to open up new methods and techniques, or to improve their own manner and combat power, they can slowly obtain the source of Tao. Among the various methods of expanding influence, the biggest ones are the merit of destroying a country and the merit of education. Look, there is a wild avenue here. Let's teach it the way of thick earth. Fill it up hard. Yeah. It learned it. I have taught an ordinary avenue, a great achievement. This is the merit of education, which can be equivalent to decades of hard practice at once. In addition, there is the merit of destroying a country. If a person's great Dao is to sacrifice 99% of the heaven and earth to achieve me, then what is this person's Dao? It is also a holy Dao. Moreover, it is in complete conflict with Chen Jing's thick earth Dao. At this time, Chen Jing beat the opponent to death. I'm afraid that he will become an immortal on the spot. Of course, the other party must grow to a level similar to himself. There is still a big difference between the merit of destroying a country and destroying the natives. For the cultivators in the 9 provinces of the Central Plains, it is very particular about what Dao to cultivate. It can be said that they have been standing on the side from the beginning. Factional struggles and disputes over the great Dao are very serious. On the contrary, in the small place of Suzhou, the disputes over the great Dao are almost not felt. After all, there are not many great Daos. Li Wendao said again, for us, the source of Dao is the most precious thing, and it can also be used to derive new laws at the level of inheritance. However, for pioneers like you, it also has unique magical uses. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Cultivation in the Upper 3 Realms. What's the magic? Chen Jing suddenly became more energetic. The source of Tao is really not that important to him, or rather, long-term development is important, and a one-time deal is not very meaningful. The 3 realms of cultivation are the realm of thoroughness, the realm of heaven, and the realm of unity. What is thoroughness? Li Wendao did not keep the suspense, and continued to tell the story. It is the reach of Tao. There are 33 layers of heaven and 18 layers of the underworld. Can your Tao and your law still be used in the heaven and underworld? No. Forget about the 33 heavens, which currently only cover Suzhou. Of course, if you cultivate to the realm of Shenzang, you can cover the entire Shenzhou. Chen Jing reacted and said, "You mean, my Tao can also use this original Tao as a node?" "That's right." Li Wendao affirmed and continued, "The so-called thoroughness of heaven and earth is to extend your Tao to the outside world, from the heaven to the underworld, all of which follow my Tao, and there are many places outside the domain, and each place is like here, with its own laws. It is very troublesome to extend it." "I know." Chen Jing nodded. "This is also part of the source of the bloody battle. It is also related to the merit of destroying a country mentioned earlier. If the Tao is also divided into factions, then the Tao of the land of Shenzhou is one faction, and the outer domain outside Shenzhou is another faction. If the Shenzhou monks kill the outer domain monks, they can extend the laws of Shenzhou and the Tao of Shenzhou to the outer domain. If Shenzhou loses a bloody battle, part of the land of Shenzhou will completely become an outer domain. Just like Yanzhou, which recently fought a bloody battle, a large desert area in the south, broke away from Shenzhou, and fell into the outer domain. In that desert, any magic spell of Shenzhou will be greatly weakened. Because the Tao does not match, any upper 3 realm monk who is omnipotent has at least established a territory outside the domain, extending his Tao there and completely covering the entire area. Through this principle, Chen Jing can also do something similar. Catch a newly born original Tao, conquer it, and make it his extended territory, and relay signal station. Although he didn't seek to be as all-pervasive and powerful as the upper 3 realms, he could still use the god statue as a medium, like in the realm of gods and ghosts, to exercise the power of the 4th realm with the body of the 3rd realm. What are you waiting for? Fill it up. He was full of fighting spirit. Chen Jing and Li Wendao began to measure this area. First, name it. At the insistence of Chen, this area, which was about half the size of Anning Prefecture, was called Huan Mountain. A small original avenue like Huan Mountain is generally not that big, and it is impossible to continue to extend it, because its essence is small, that is, the source of Tao is small, and it does not support its expansion of territory. If no one interferes and continues to evolve, this original avenue will merge with the surrounding heaven and earth avenues. At that time, there will be no original avenue, but it will become one of the countless innate avenues. At the same time, the strongest creatures in this area will also become innate gods and demons. Naturally mastering the power of the avenue in this area, they have supernatural powers without practicing. The remaining creatures, the strong and the special, will become innate gods and demons together, and the weaker ones will become tribes. When someone discovers them, or they walk out of Huan Mountain, and come into contact with the outside world, they become one of the countless demons. At that time, the monks will study how to use them. Is it to make elixirs or tools? Finally, according to their value, they will be protected animals of corresponding levels. Li Wendao, what kind of Tao do you practice? Chen Jing asked curiously. As for me, the Tao inherited by my family is the Suransor Dao, but I have never liked to wield spears and sticks, since I was a child. Instead, I'm interested in talismans. After I joined the Yandao Peak, I was fortunate to be accepted as a true disciple by my master, and inherited the Yanzendao and the peak. The name of Yanzendao sounds good, but it is actually an H avenue. It was created to the cave heaven realm, and has never moved since then. The purpose of its Tao can be described in 2 words. Copycat. For example, the teleportation array in the Wantang room. There is no way. The Qingnang sect is too far behind in the formation. Instead of catching up from scratch, it is better to copy others' copycats, and make a whole youth version. There are many copycat formations in the Qingnang sect, all of which are products of the Yanzendao. This method allowed the Qingnang sect's formation to catch up faster, and be put into use faster, but it also killed the future. Because demand drives innovation. Since there is Wantang room, why bother studying teleportation arrays? Therefore, although Wantang room solved the urgent problem, it made the self-developed teleportation array come into being later. What can we do? Speaking of this, Li Wendao sighed bitterly. You are not at Yandao Peak, so you don't know how much our Qingnang sect's formation is behind. let alone catching up. Even if we use a Yan formation method to replicate it, we can't replicate it. The recent actions of the sect are becoming more and more urgent. I originally had some ideas, and maybe I could create a real teleportation array within 100 years, but Master, Sect Master, and Elder Council all disagreed. I can only spend all my Daoyuan to improve Wantang Room. He looked up at the dark sky, covered by volcanic clouds, his eyes confused. Brother Chen, the sect has the most precious treasure in hand. As long as we walk on the right path, there will always be a day when we will succeed. Why is the sect master so anxious? A bloody battle. Chen Jing answered immediately. A bloody battle is not a problem. Li Wendao shook his head. We have the most precious treasure. As long as we pay the price, we will definitely survive. The price. Chen Jing did not speak. Who is the price? Is it the price of surrendering to Yanzhao Yanshang sect like the Yuan family of Yanzhao? Or let the people fighting in the battlefield outside the domain shed their last drop of blood and exchange 100 years of pain for the hope of rising in the future? Now that the reform is halfway through, it is a critical moment when the strength cannot be used. It must be given up. What are the voices in the sect now? Chen Jing asked. Taoist Yunting was offline, and Elder Yangxi did not take the initiative. He now lost the channel to inquire about the inside story and could only make indirect inquiries. On the contrary, Li Wendao was still sharp-eyed and kept a comprehensive observation of the situation. The noble families are all capitulationists. They want to embrace the outer sect directly and learn from the Yuan family of Yanzhao. However, they are still somewhat rational. They know that they are living a good life now because the Qingnang sect has not fallen and they are still worth being won over. Although this group of people are not united, don't worry. They will not mess around before the victory or defeat is decided. Then there are the pro-war factions who advocate holding on to the end and fighting for 3 generations. As long as the reform is steadily promoted and the results of the reform are preserved, they will soon be able to recover, but the risk is huge. Finally, there is the sect leader. The Zhu sect leader is wavering. The reform is a bit impatient. He has sold out many interests and does not look like he is fighting to the death. I don't understand his actions. Maybe he has some special plans. He still gave the sect leader some face and didn't say anything final. But his confused expression obviously did not see confidence in the sect leader. In the end, give up the reform and survive the bloody battle. Or fight to the death and protect the reform. No one knows where the ending will go. Chapter 238 Hellfire and Return. The concerns about the future of the sect were only reflected in the usual casual chats. Without special circumstances, their opinions and attitudes could not influence the overall trend. Chen Jing has always been very self-conscious. Without becoming a real decision maker, the true teachings are just a larger size of cattle and horses. The most important thing at the moment is to improve oneself so as to increase the ability of freedom and autonomy. Brother Chen, this place is not big. The 2 of us can fill it up in half a year at the latest. Half a year? Okay. It is more and more time consuming to practice later. Chen Jing does not want to delay too long, otherwise the mana forest will have to stop. After a sigh in his heart, he began to cast spells. The method of irrigating the original way is very simple, developing magic. He used modern understanding. The Great Dao of Shenzhou is equivalent to the latest version of the Android system on the mobile phone, and the original way is the original version of the Android system. Now some applications need to be changed to versions that are compatible with the original system and downloaded. In other words, all kinds of magic should be adapted to the current version. Chen Jing also understood why the rank of inheritance methods is generally not high. His 3 inheritance methods are all of the first rank, which means that any cultivator can practice it. As expected, a low threshold is the best way to popularize it. When he was about to put his 3 inheritance methods in, he was a little confused. The assisting battle method, the heaven repairing method, and the heaven and earth borrowing method all require people to perform, but there is nothing here except the stone monsters. Chen Jing felt at a loss for a moment. He ran to ask Li Wendao for advice. Li Wendao turned into a question answering to and answered, just follow the established path. The way of Shenzhou is mostly derived from the 3 ways of heaven, earth and man. I have also learned your inheritance method, which obviously belongs to the way of man, and the man derived from the original way here is only this group of stone monsters. They can't learn it either. Why do you want them to learn? Don't really regard them as people, just regard them as J-tubes and tools for holding spells. Learn from those evil monks, whether it's sacrifice or possession. To put it bluntly, aren't we monks also containers for carrying Taoism? After saying this, Chen Jing had an idea. No wonder it is really filled up. At the same time, he also had new thoughts on some issues. Recently, demons have been making trouble in Suzhou. Many mortals or monks have come into contact with the voices of the 9 nether demons, obtained evil methods, and became evil cultivators. And they, the Shenzhou monks, spread the lore outside the domain. From the perspective of the natives outside the domain, they are obviously also evil demons. Chen Jing was a little unskilled as a demon cultivator for the first time. He caught dozens of stone monsters, tied them up, and began to experiment. Magic is nothing more than the use of spiritual power and the response of the great Dao. These monsters are in chaos, without the detailed distinction between spiritual consciousness, physical body and magic power. They are very suitable for directly taking my thick earth body. Reaching out, he caught a stone monster. Chen Jing scanned it up and down with his spiritual consciousness, and then began to carve. His magic power and spiritual consciousness poured into it, trying to affect the circulation of spiritual power in its body. I saw rune-like traces began to appear on the stone monster. This feeling is somewhat similar to alchemy and talisman making. Although Chen Jing's talisman making skills are not profound enough, in order to increase his knowledge, he also brushed up some knowledge. He brushed all the 8 mainstream skills to at least the 2nd level, and knew a little about everything. It's not difficult. After a long and careful carving, the stone monster exudes the breath of a thick earth body. The originally chaotic power is divided into several distinct parts, and merged together in an exquisite way. The whole body is much smaller, but it looks more refined. In order to facilitate its walking, Master Chen also designed more reasonable limbs for it, close to human form. Chen Jing was very satisfied with his masterpiece, so he put it on the ground. From now on, you are called Adam. Bang! The moment it landed, Adam exploded. He died cleanly. Chen Jing wiped off the Adam dust that blew on his face. Looking at the gravel on the ground, he was silent. Adam number 1 died at the age of 1 second. What's the problem? He can only find the next stone monster and carve it more carefully. With the experience of the first time, the speed is much faster this time. A failed Adam is not called Adam. From now on, you are Adam. Bang! Exclamation mark. In front of Chen Jing, Adam number 2 looked back at him, without the joy of being born, and exploded without any signs. Good. The last time it exploded like this was his own alchemy furnace. He suspected that he might have buried his talent in some aspects. I will definitely do it next time. Next, Chen Jing used his previous enthusiasm for solving problems. He caught 10 stone monsters in a row, and started to do a control experiment. The initial guess was that his drawing was too complicated. That is, the reproduction was too detailed. After the experiment, the idea was verified. One group of 5 stone monsters remained unchanged, and the other group of 5 slightly simplified some parts. As a result, the simplified stone monsters survived for a while longer. The stone monster can survive with such a mess of power. I carefully sorted out the categories of spiritual power for it, and planned a route for it. This is not a rebirth, but anatomy. Chen Jing seemed to have realized something. Next, he began to simplify his own magic, the beggar version of the inherited spell, to transform the stone monster. A week later, in front of Chen Jing, a dark red human-shaped 5-meter tall stone giant appeared. Success, Adam. Raw. The stone giant exuded primitive Dao essence, and between the joints, a dark red light like magma flowed. He looked at Chen Jing. Without saying a word, he punched him. Boom! The magma exploded where Chen Jing was standing. The surging spiritual power was released in a primitive and barbaric manner at this time. The power was comparable to the bombardment of a 3rd level magic weapon. Hearing the sound, Li Wendao flew over from a distance, saw Adam, and said with a sigh, "Brother Chen, which inheritance method is this from? How come I don't recognize it? Thick earth body, I have hidden it, and haven't announced it yet." It is basically useless for the first level cultivators of the true transmission. Oh, I think there is a plan. Li Wendao didn't ask any more questions and continued to look at the stone giant. You first evolved the body refining technique. From now on, the creatures of the Flame Mountain will also focus on the body refining technique, and their spiritual consciousness, magic power and physical strength will grow together. You can be regarded as participating in the creation of a race. Have you named it? This big guy is called Adam. Fighting endlessly. Chen Jing condensed a big hand with magic power, grabbed Adam with his backhand, and threw him into the magma. When they were chatting, Adam kept attacking him. He had a very hot temper. For this race, let's call them Hellfire. Half a month later, there were more and more little Adams. The derived race Hellfire also became larger and larger. They were born with at least the cultivation level of the middle stage of Tankyo. They were very warlike and would attack anything they saw moving. The originally dead Silent Flame Mountain could be seen from time to time fighting between two Hellfires. There was no skill between them, and the punches hit the flesh. Sparks flew everywhere. The Flame Mountain also became lively because of this. Among them, Adam still persevered in finding trouble with Chen Jing. Sometimes when Chen Jing was free, he rolled up his sleeves and fought a few moves. It was still very exciting for a little man of 1.8 meters to trip a 5-meter giant with a sweeping kick. Afterwards, Chen Jing continued to adapt another inheritance method to them. He thought that the assisting method would be before the heaven and earth borrowing method, but unexpectedly, the heaven and earth borrowing method was adapted faster. This kind of Shinto magic seems to be more suitable for this more primitive and wild scene. After completing the adaptation of the heaven and earth borrowing method, a new stone monster was born. This time, the stone monster is a crystal clear creature like crystal. They can attract nearby hellfires and let the hellfires worship them. When the worship is completed, the hellfire will consume part of its own power and input it into the crystal monster. After a while, the crystal monster will return stronger power back, and they will benefit each other. Chen Jing named the crystal monster Flame Crystal. In the 3rd month, the last inheritance method, the combat assistance method, was adapted. Similarly, Hellfire has a 3rd branch, which Chen Jing calls Stone Elder. Stone Elder can turn into stone armor, attach to other Hellfires, replicate the opponent's abilities, and replicate his own abilities to the opponent. This is really me helping you helping me. During this period, the warlike Hellfires have begun to study the primary spell, Fireball, condensation and compression, stimulation, and explosion. This is the most primitive way to use energy. As the first Hellfire, Adam has the highest talent. Not only has he fully developed the fireball, he has also further evolved it, concentrating the flames, putting them on his body, turning them into a flame windbreaker, and burning the guys around him all the time. Adam can't beat Chen Jing, but he can beat his own people. He found the original flame crystal and took it for himself. He also took advantage of Chen Jing's inattention and secretly took away the Stone Elder and put it on his body. Then he began to fight north and south, beating other Hellfires everywhere. When the Hellfires were first born, their brains were a little sick, but 3 months later, they had already developed a vague consciousness. In addition to fighting and worshipping, they also had the option of surrendering. So, Adam brought the Hellfires of the entire Flame Mountain and came to trouble Chen Jing. Chen Jing was about to leave here and return to Anning Mansion. Seeing Adam and his whole family staring at him with unconvinced and belligerent eyes, he became a little interested. He released 1,000 years of magic power, and with a snap, he directly knocked all the Hellfires to the ground. Then the divine mind conveyed his meaning. You are still too weak now. Go out and conquer the outside world, make your way more perfect, and make your law richer. Maybe one day, you will see me again. Father God. Looking at the place where Chen Jing disappeared, Adam slowly got up from the ground, his eyes jumping with flames, burning with unyielding fighting spirit. Since the first time he had a vague consciousness, he saw Chen Jing as a war-loving Hellfire. The only way for him to express his respect is to show his fighting power to the Father God. Leave, conquer, find the Father, and defeat the Father. Adam stood up and led a group of Hellfire men in one direction. They walked for a long time and finally left the territory of the Flame Mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was a lush primeval forest. Adam had never seen trees before, and he thought it was an enemy, so he ran over excitedly. A tree with a diameter of 1 meter was easily broken by it. It hugged the tree, and a new spell, ignition, fell on the tree, burning it instantly. Soon, it threw away the charcoal in its hand in disappointment. It was too weak, even more fragile than the most fragile stone monster in the Flame Mountain. Go, find, conquer. Adam's body was burning with flames, and the whole forest was on fire. In the depths of the forest, a giant python with a single horn on its forehead and lightning around its body raised its head. The earth trembled, and the four-hoofed giant beast covered with sharp scales was running, and the surrounding ancient trees were knocked and broken one after another. The creatures living in this forest, nurtured by the original Deo of this area, all felt the restlessness from the depths of their souls. The moment the outsider invaders stepped in, Deo warned them. Every original Deo will instinctively grow, that is, enrich itself. When it grows to a certain extent, it can turn into a Zuanjing, that is, a secret realm. It is represented by the realm of gods and ghosts. The realm of gods and ghosts will also grow, capturing other fragmented realms, until it is promoted to a cave heaven. However, the birth of a cave heaven is an extremely difficult and very long process. During the sealing process of the cave heaven, it will continue to evolve and grow, and every harvest will be transformed into a new original Deo inside the cave heaven. The so-called sealing is to nurture the cave heaven. When there are many original Deos of all sizes, when the cave heaven is opened, all of them will be harvested, which can quickly advance the various Deo methods of the sect. The sealed cave heaven is used to nourish the Deo, and the opened cave heaven is used to nourish people. In addition, these strange ways will also give rise to strange spiritual plants and demon species. The demon species may also come into contact with other areas outside the domain and drift out during the sealing process of the cave heaven. Everything is possible. Chen Jing knocked over Adam and his little brothers, and immediately passed the mark, and left the King Nang cave heaven. This trip to the next level ended here. Li Wendao, who was traveling with him, was still a little short of time, and it was estimated that it would take another 3 months. After all, Chen Jing was the founder of the inheritance method, and he started directly and successfully, so it was not difficult to adapt the version. Li Wendao was not a pioneer, and even if the degree of fit was high, if he wanted to complete the education, he would have to spend more time to integrate it. Back to Suzhou. Chen Jing did not rush to see Wang Dingyan, but continued to announce his retreat. This time it was a real retreat. He taught an original way, and made it look like the Thick Earth Way. The Thick Earth Way completed the final accumulation of the Dao. Referring to the fourth inheritance method of Fengling Yuanying, you can try to break through. He entered the state of enlightenment again, standing on the Zuanayan Dao foundation, which had become much wider, and looked at the blue panel in front of him. If the purpose of practicing spells and honing skills is to ensure the bottom line, then abandon creativity. So, all I want is a stable improvement and stable mastery. Let poor monks quickly master basic abilities at the lowest cost. The blue panel in front of him slowly changed. New words gradually emerged. Please choose your profession: alchemist, refiner, talisman master, array master, spirit planter. Chen Jing's mind moved, and he opened the spirit planter page. Current spirit planter level LV3, experience value 64,654/200,000, skill tree, first grade spell, survey the earth veins, second grade spell, do. You want to consume skill points and enter the learning state? Right square bracket. Chapter 239 The Law of Everything. The fourth inheritance method was born. Chen Jing called it the Wangxiang method. It means everything in the universe. This method has two derives, the Taoism method and the preaching method. If you use 2 words to describe this spell, it must be online class. He can't really let people add points and use it. In fact, it is difficult for Chen Jing himself to use Fengling Yuanying to change the skills at will. Low-end spells are fine, but initiation spells can make people learn quickly. If the grade is slightly higher, the cost of initiation is frighteningly high. It is not a top secret core formula, and initiation is not considered at all. If Chen Jing can really come up with a one-click point increase, he will become a saint on the spot. So the essence of the Wangxiang method is actually the same as Chen Jing's own Fengling Yuang. Let people experience the complete version and have a comparison, thereby greatly reducing the difficulty of learning. Based on this principle, Chen Jing transformed, expanded, and extended it to form the Wangxiang method. Similar to the heaven and earth borrowing method, this time it was also Chen who was the only server. The heaven and earth borrowing method required a mana bank, so now a school was needed. Chen Jing called it Cloud Learning Palace. Cloud means online, but only he understood it, and there was no need to say more about the school. Any cultivator who has mastered the art of asking questions and preaching can use spells to visit the Cloud Learning Palace and have his own deep blue panel. The panel records the spells he has mastered and digitizes them, showing the progress with experience points and the categories with skill trees. During this period, the spells he has mastered are in the undisclosed state by default. If you want to master a new spell, you need to use the asking questions to connect to the Cloud Learning Palace. After connecting, you spend skill points, open the asking questions mode, and directly master the next stage of a certain type of spell for a short time. It is the same as the state when Chen Jing opened the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. There are two ways to obtain skill points. First, liver experience. Repeatedly honing a certain spell can gain experience points, and each time you gain a certain amount of skill experience points, you settle the skill points. Second, preaching. This involves preaching, so let's not discuss it for now. Let's talk about the third point first. Third, membership and Krypton Gold. There is a shortcut to make a spell widely spread, for example, turn it into a business. As the operator of the Cloud Learning Palace server, Chen Jing makes some operating expenses to subsidize his life, which is very reasonable. Becoming a member is very simple. You can become a member if you have a high reputation and a high payment amount. The membership level ranges from level 1 to level 10, and there are so many for the time being. After that, you can set up exclusive titles for each title according to your needs. V10 must have some crazy and dazzling titles and special effects, and the cards are full. According to different levels, Chen Jing gives them skill points every month. It is easy to become a first level member. You can become a first level member with a small Krypton of 60 spirit stones and get a free skill point every month to induce Krypton Gold. Later, it gets higher and higher. At the same time, in order to continue to induce consumption, if there is no consumption for more than a month, the membership will be temporarily invalid. At this time, there is a super value gift package of 10 spirit stones and 1 skill point once a month. Then there are various Krypton Gold gift packages, 9 spirit stones for a light sign, 300 Lingxi small monthly card, 980 Lingxi big monthly card. Because of the rich experience of the predecessors, Chen Jing's Krypton Gold set, not to mention the culmination of Krypton Gold, can also be regarded as all 5 poisons. If it is not difficult to charge online, he would also consider launching a card pool lottery. In short, whether you are a liver or a Krypton, everyone has a bright future. And in order to prevent some people who only Krypton and do not liver, the skill points are all cheap, and the gift packs are limited every month. The second is the preaching. The preaching is the core. The spells mastered by every cultivator are undisclosed. At this time, you can choose to make it public. The preaching will be a short-term imprint, and it will become a textbook. Others can experience its casting process with skill points. As long as more people choose to preach, the spells recorded in the Yangtze Palace will be richer. Of course, Chen Jing knew that no one would bring up their own secret spells. If they really wanted to bring them up, he would not dare to collect them randomly. So it is destined that the Yangtze Palace will only be a place to exchange basic spells for a period of time in the future. But it doesn't matter. Solving the basic needs for spells is his core purpose. In order to make more people become better preachers, he also introduced incentives. Similar to the War Support Alliance currently operated by the Chen family, the spells released by the preachers can be liked, collected, followed, and scored and evaluated by the inquirers after learning. According to the ratings and evaluations, the preachers will be given relevant rewards, including but not limited to spiritual stone rewards, membership titles with special logos, gold medal preacher honors, etc. While Chen Jing returned and was in seclusion, Yangtze, the supreme elder of Jushan Peak, made public one of the gains from this exploration. Neon fruit tree. Prolonging life is still secondary. Although the treasures that prolong life between heaven and earth are rare, there are also many. But it also comes with the effect of reversing the innate, which is destined to be a real treasure of heaven and earth. Once the news was released, it caused a sensation. People from all walks of life began to inquire about the relevant information of the Neon fruit tree, and the elders in the sect would send people to discuss the fruit tree as soon as possible. In a series of consultations and negotiations involving many bigwigs, the only Neon fruit trees were divided up by all parties. By the way, what Chen Jing took out was the third generation Neon fruit tree, which is the version that will degenerate if it reproduces further. 5 trees were taken out. As a result, the value of the treasure tree that died was increased because it was limited and out of print. Wan Dingayan, who was waiting for Chen Jing to come out of retreat, soon received a message from the financial sponsor behind him, agreeing to all of Chen Jing's requests. All kinds of basic formations of level 3 and below are open. Of course, not free, but even if the fee is high, it is a big happy event worth celebrating. Things that can be solved with money are not a big deal. And there is another point. Chen Jing actually doesn't have to pay a penny. The things learned from this tuition fee are not for his use alone. Why should he pay the tuition fee? He must ask the elders to reimburse it. Not only reimbursement, but also a reward. This is exactly the case. Before Chen Jing came out of retreat, the elders found the Supreme Elder Yangtze and gave him an unlimited reimbursement quota for the purchase of formations. Then the import and export quotas of Anning Prefecture were increased by about 5%. The Patriarch also gave a physical prize. The full set includes the 4th level robe King Dihuafu, the magic weapon Kaneoan magic sword, the storage magic weapon snake slashing bag, and the puppet magic weapon Wang Hei whale, a total of 4 sets. It's not over yet. There is also a living thing. Mount Tengayanju, a 4th grade spiritual beast with a self-generated domain. In terms of realm alone, it is higher than that of Chen. In terms of value, it is still above the same grade of walking magic weapon. There is nothing to mention about the walking magic beast below the 4th level, but the 4th level and above already have luxury attributes. With the increasing production of flying magic weapons and the increasingly low-end product positioning, the value of the Mount Spirit Beast is rising. Chen Jing can finally change his car and no longer need to ride the Black Dragon all day. This set of configuration, in the eyes of many people, it is not only very luxurious, but also has special significance, which once caused a dispute. This is a configuration that only the chief true disciple is qualified to get. That is, only the eldest brothers of each peak, the future peak masters, can be granted by the sect master. When the sect master chooses this set of configuration as a reward, it means that his true disciple has touched the edge of the core of power. Of course, it's still a pie. It can only be said that there is a high possibility that this pie will be made. When Chen Jing came out of retreat, the disciples responsible for distributing rewards made a grand appearance. In the city of Anning Prefecture, in front of the people of the city, he enumerated the various merits of Chen. Of course, you can't say that you got good things in exchange for the fruit you found. But Chen has done a lot of good things, and it's not difficult to make up the length by adding a little bit of description. After the reading, Chen Jing accepted this set of 4th level magic tools and a Shenzhen Tengan horse in public. Chapter 240. I don't like it here either. The 2 disciples rewarded by Master Chen Jing for did not leave. One of them was named Liu Mao. He looked around and saw many practitioners and ordinary people coming and going on both sides of the wide streets of the prefecture. Everyone looked relaxed and in a very good mental state. He said to his companion Lei Zhi, "It's rare to come to Anning Prefecture, why not stroll around for a while before leaving? The matter has been completed and there is really no rush to return." So they walked together. The 2 did not go to the market. For them, no matter how rich the market in Anning Prefecture is, it is definitely not as good as Wanjiang Prefecture, which is one of the top 3 prefectures. Look at the people in this prefecture, their spirits are perfect, walking in the center of the downtown, strolling leisurely, which shows that this true disciple is indeed a person who loves the people as I heard. Liu Mao showed admiration. Why do you think so? Lei Zhi often practiced hard in seclusion, but I don't know how he judged it. When entering the city, you will see a stone tablet at the gate, which says that you are not allowed to ride horses, fly swords, or walk fast in the city. After entering the city, ordinary people and practitioners are integrated. In other prefectures, ordinary people do not dare to stand on the street, but only dare to walk along the side paths. Secondly, they look panicked, worried about accidentally angering the practitioners, but they are not seen here at all. No wonder, I always feel that there is something different. Lei Zhi understood it immediately, but he was a little disapproving. Sacrificing the convenience of practitioners to fulfill the ordinary people is just for fame. In his opinion, it is normal for practitioners to be high and mighty. Occasionally being kind and generous to ordinary people can show their generosity, but why should they treat them equally? Lei Zhi seemed to feel that he was a little jealous of stepping on Chen Jing like this. So he added, this Chen Zhenchuan is probably just due to his Taoism, or maybe it's for other reasons. Look at his house, isn't it big and magnificent? Well, that makes sense. At this time, a voice came from behind. This house was not built by Lord Chen himself, but by the so-called ordinary people in your mouth. Otherwise, why is there not even a spirit gathering array? The two couldn't help but look back. The one who spoke. It was a heroic young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was wearing the standard robe of the Demon Slayer division, which fits his body tightly and looks neat and tidy. Don't blame me, little Taoist friend. We have come from afar and don't know the truth. We are just guessing casually. If there is any offense, please forgive me. Liu Mao immediately bowed and smiled. Lei Zhi also knew that it was not good to talk behind his back, so he also bowed and apologized. It doesn't matter. If you have time, you can come and see more. You will know that Anning Mansion is very different from other places. Of course. I'm Liu Mao, and this is Lei Zhi. We are all from Wanjiang Mansion. Little Taoist friend, how should I address you? Yifan, a small soldier of the Demon Slayer division of Anning Association. The heroic young man also bowed. In the past few years, he has also gone from a mentally retarded boy and a genius boy to a perfect monk, who has initially realized his talent. The various experiences in the demon slaying division also made him grow up quickly. Just now, Master Chen came out of retreat and created the fourth inheritance method. We in the Inning Society got the news quickly and are preparing to return to the society to learn the method. Since you two are here, why don't you go to the society together to take a look? Oh, the new Holy Way inheritance method. Good fellow Daoist, you may not know that I'm actually an old member of the Mana Forest. I look forward to Chen Zhen's inheritance method every day. Huh. Sect disciples also save mana? Oh, he borrowed mana, and now he has owed it for 100 years. Lei Zhi couldn't help but say, nonsense, it's 87 years. Liu Mao interrupted immediately. Then he explained a series of confusing words such as, if you don't borrow mana, you will borrow it. I have calculated it, and it is not a loss. If you use it, you will take the method, and if you return it, you will save the method, etc. But it can indeed prove that this is really an old member. The group left the city and arrived at the Inning Society. The Inning Association's office in the city is a high-rise building, or a beehive. Chen Jing made a bet with Wei Ershao, and Wei Ershao agreed to build it for him for free. This high-rise building is completely different from the modern high-rise buildings on Earth. It is not a flat rectangle, but an ancient style. The simple eaves are looming in the virtual clouds and mist, and the layers of glazed tiles reflect the bright light in the sun. Next to it is a slightly lower ancient high-rise building, which is also unique. The cloud mirage replaces the neon lights. The high-rise buildings are connected by a sky corridor made of transparent glass. In the virtual floating clouds under the corridor, the black sailboat slowly passes through the clouds. It looks like an ancient cyber city. Liu Mao exclaimed. This scene has never been seen before, and it is very different from the style of courtyard gardens. This is the new town, the place planned by Lord Chen himself. 10 years ago, this place was still a wilderness, and a group of displaced disaster victims were helped by Lord Chen. At that time, Lord Chen was not a true disciple, and he was homeless. He led a group of ordinary people to reclaim wasteland, build huts, and step by step to what it is today. When Yi Fan said these words, his face was full of pride. Even if I saw it with my own eyes and heard about it in the past, I still can't imagine that this is actually a matter of Shenzhou. Liu Mao was full of emotion. The beehive Taoist art has been mastered by the sect, and the beehive construction team of the outer sect has also obtained the construction qualification. But the beehive did not spread out on a large scale as Chen Jing expected. Rich people don't want to live in this kind of lattice birdcage, and middle class monks don't want to either. They would rather save up spirit stones for another 10 years and live in the 3-entry courtyard. Therefore, although beehives are everywhere in Suzhou, they have never been popular. Liu Mao had actually seen it a long time ago. He always thought that this thing was a bit weird, a straight one, so high, very abrupt. But now he realized that it was not, that this tall building was ugly, but that no one could play it well. I know that the beehive Taoism was promoted by Chen Zhenchuan and introduced from the outer sect. Only Chen Zhenchuan obtained the true scriptures. It's a pity. Lord Chen himself doesn't like this place very much. Yi Fan recalled Chen Jing's appearance at that time. Chen Jing looked melancholy at that time. This place seems to have been reminding me that I can't go back. Even if it becomes more and more familiar, I still can't go back. Besides, it didn't leave me many good memories. It always seems that the next second, the boss will ask me to change the plan all night. Then, the melancholy Lord Chen threw back the J-tube he handed over and said something that made him uncomfortable until now. Yi Fan, I'm still not satisfied with your combat training plan. Change it back to the first version. But Master Chen, by the way, it's too late. There's no other way. It has to be done before tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Master Chen patted his shoulder. He looked up, and for the first time, he felt that Master Chen's figure was not so majestic. But, he looked at Master Chen's back as he left, still stretching out his hand and shouting, Master Chen, is this considered overtime? It's considered a day off. Master Chen's back paused slightly, and then he left. Yi Fan ended his recollection, shuddered, and said, I don't like it here either. Chapter 48 was banned for pornography. In order not to delay, it can only be copied and reposted, but the original chapter is stuck for a view and cannot be deleted, so chapter 49 is actually chapter 48. If chapter 48 is released, be careful not to subscribe to one of the chapters, it is a duplicate. Chapter 241, the leader dies suddenly, Chen Jing is exposed. Yanzhou, Mao sect. The erotic music came from the main hall of Mao sect, releasing the pleasure of human instinct. Outside the hall, a woman with black cloth wrapped around her eyes was waiting quietly. She was wearing a green skirt and stood upright. The blushing voice inside seemed to have no effect on her. Not long after, an old voice came from inside. Shenning Xiang, come in. The woman in the green skirt said yes, and pushed the door open. Although she was blindfolded, she was not blind, but she did not look up for long. She raised her hand, and raised the treasure box in her hand above her head. Master, the Neo Pill of King Nang sect is ready. Good. The old voice suddenly became excited. I saw a white-haired man hurried over, took the treasure box, and sniffed it fiercely. His face showed intoxication and touching. Ha 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 ha. Prolonging life and returning to the origin. If this were in the Central Plains, I wonder how many people would rack their brains. This small place also has its advantages. Congratulations, Master. Shenning Xiang's voice was clear and refreshing. Just listening to her voice was like seeing an ignorant girl, tender and beautiful, making people fall in love. The white-haired man looked away from the Neo pill and focused on Shenning Xiang. Shenning Xiang, as a saint, you should fulfill your duties. Your master will take this pill first, and then practice with you. The two of us will participate in the great way together. Master, Master. Her voice was a little flustered and shy. Ha ha ha. The white-haired man laughed, and was about to say something. Suddenly, a beautiful jade carving place next to him lit up. TSK, old guys from Yanzhou, let's hear what they have to say. The white-haired man showed an unhappy look on his face and communicated with him with his mind. After the communication, he pondered for a long time. Chen Jing asked, "Master, if there is anything important." "Nothing, haha." Those old guys finally reacted. "There is something wrong with the King Nang sect." "Oh, Master, can you tell me?" Well, I'll tell you. Today, the longevity pill was obtained, and the saint who had been raised for so long looked at him with such expectant and curious eyes before enjoying it. The white-haired man was in a good mood, and became more patient. It has been 10 years since the King Nang sect signed the covenant. As a saint, you should know that Suzhou has changed a lot. Well, this Neoan pill also came from the King Nang sect. That's right, Neoan pill. Neoan pill. Ha 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 ha. The white-haired man sneered a few times. You pretend to be serious, but 10 years, just 10 years. The King Nang sect has now obtained all the basic formations, talismans, and a large number of core Taoist spells, and has completely mastered them. Do you really think I'm blind? But I can't see what's wrong, and I'm in charge of the blowing the lamp on behalf of my master, and I'm monitoring the King Nang sect. The Elder Council also has spies, but they didn't notice anything wrong. Don't say your master can't see the slightest problem, but you can see the result. In the southeastern 9 states, and many areas outside the domain, my Mao sect and the neighboring Yunshang sect have so many layouts. In recent years, except for Suzhou, the strongest Yanzhou has also been divided up by our 2 sects. The only thing missing from the southeastern 9 states is Suzhou, but there has never been a place similar to the King Nang sect. The white-haired man explained the reason. I was about to die before, and although I noticed it, I had no intention to investigate, and had been letting it go. But now, I can't just ignore it. He paced forward. His eyes were bright, and the spiritual charm of Taoism bloomed. Wherever you go, you will definitely leave traces. For ordinary people, you need to make logical inferences from events. For monks, they have a more efficient and direct way to trace the source. Key gazing technique. Key gazing technique is based on the same principle. You can look at the sky, the earth, and people, and the past and present years, to clarify all kinds of causes and effects. The more advanced the key gazing technique is, the richer and more detailed things you can see. In the southeastern 9 states, the most suitable key gazing technique for fighting is in Yanzhou, and the most suitable for exploring clues is in Yanzhou, in his hands. Under the observation of the white-haired man's key gazing technique, the trajectory of a series of traces became extremely clear. Although there was a cover-up, it was just to hide it from the unintentional. Anyone who is interested can find out the truth if he investigates it in detail. The foundation is too shallow. No matter how hard you try to cover it up, in my eyes, every detail is clear. The traces of the strange and rapid development of the King Nang sect were soon found. The first person pointed to was the source of cause and effect, the leader of the King Nang sect. All the clues, mysteries, and traces were tied up here. It would be difficult to continue to push forward without figuring out this leader. The white-haired man asked, "Who are the recent celebrities and events in the King Nang sect?" "Well, Chen Jing from Anning Prefecture, Li Wendao from Wanjiang Prefecture, and Li Yuhei." The saint reported a series of names. Then came the events. The white-haired man bypassed the leader of the King Nang sect, and continued to reverse the process from these celebrities. Soon, he looked surprised. Chen Jing of Anning Mansion is this person. This trace means he is either carrying a treasure or the reincarnation of a great sage. Him? Chen Jing was puzzled and asked, "This person practices the holy way, and has some abilities that ordinary people don't have. Isn't that normal?" Chen Jing, "Your master will teach you again today. Human power is limited, and human wisdom is imperfect. Even if a great sage is reincarnated, or a god emperor is reborn, they don't have perfect wisdom. So, don't think about whether something is reasonable or not, but think about whether it is possible and necessary." "I understand. Master, do you want to kill Chen Jing? The King Nang sect has 2 great treasures. What do you think? It's better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go." Half a month later, the leader of the Mao sect, a master of the heavenly realm, died in the sect, in the cave. His white-haired body was found on his own bed in the hall. With a smile on his face, he was peaceful. After investigation, the murderer was Chen Jing, the saint of Mao sect. She replaced the Neoan pill, a treasure for prolonging life that King Nang sect had asked for, with a poison pill, and poisoned the leader of Mao sect to death. However, it was not until half a month later that the news of the death of the leader of Mao sect and some of the circumstances was spread. A generation of leader died carelessly. Southeast was shocked. Shen Ningxiang was also officially wanted by Mao sect. The wanted order spread throughout the southeast of Shenzhou, but the former saint was never arrested, and her whereabouts were unknown. Chen Jing didn't know that the leader of the neighboring sect was investigating him before his death, and he was still eating the other party's melon. The land of the 9 states in the southeast of our country used to belong to foreign countries and barbarians. Thousands of years ago, the Great Yan dynasty was still at its peak. It led a large army to attack and destroyed the local evil demons. It also moved the people to educate them. It took hundreds of years to turn the southeast into a part of Shenzhou. So, the sects here are all very evil. The Yunshang sect draws the power of ghosts and gods into the body for cultivation, and the Mao sect practices dual cultivation. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an evil sect. Speaking of it, our King Nang sect is the real orthodox Taoist sect with a good origin. Li Wendao said this with great pride and immediately popularized their Li family. In the past, it was also a big family in the Central Plains. It had produced several generations of people at the level of the 3 dukes and ranked first. Later, because of a crime, the main family was executed, and the branches were disbanded and demoted. One of them came to Suzhou and became one of the top noble families in Suzhou today. Chen Jing was not interested in the glory of the Li family. He said, "What is the status of this saint? Even I would not be easily poisoned to death. It is too pathetic for a person in the heavenly man realm to die. If I knew, I would also poison the heavenly man realm." However, this saint was not because of her status. Think about it. What kind of place is the Mao sect? No matter whether it is a man or a woman, they are all lewd demons. But the saints and saints are different. They are pure and untainted. Not to mention the affairs of men and women. They don't even touch the opposite sex after they are born until they are successful. Think about it. They are proficient in 18 kinds of skills through learning and practicing, and their bodies are clean. Outside, these saints and saints are comparable to heavenly materials and treasures, but they are originally furnaces and tripods. It is true that they are heavenly materials and treasures. Li Wendao told several real cases of saints and saints being sold at high prices. Chen Jing was silent for a moment and complained, "It is not wrong to say that it is an evil sect. This kind of Taoism, even if it is strong, will lose its humanity if it is practiced. Alas. But if he really wants to make him so strong, it is hard to say whether he will do it. TSK, don't look at the 2 sects of Yunshang and Mao, who are so arrogant in the southeast. The people in their territory are not as good as us. If the divine dynasty still exists, the whole family will be executed." Li Wendao said disdainfully. "You can only say this here. If you say it outside Anning Mansion, people will hear it. The next day, outsiders will spread the rumor that Li Wendao, Zion Enlu, why don't you accept the strengths of others and face your own weaknesses?" Chen Jing teased. "Don't say it, I'm already angry." Li Wendao took a few bites of the food to calm down, and then praised it for being delicious. "I didn't get out as fast as you did. I was really a bird in Hoan Mountain. Everything I eat tastes delicious." After eating and drinking, he burped. "I heard that you have already mastered the 4th method? It's been half a year. How much do you need to go to the Shenzang realm? The finishing touch." Chen Jing smiled. "The assisting war method, the heaven and earth borrowing method, the heaven repairing method, and the Wangxiang method. The 4 Dao flowers have already completed the Zuan Iron, and all the accumulations before the Shenzang have been completed. Entering the Shenzang period, only one opportunity is left. It took him half a year to condense the 4th one, so he was not in a hurry for the last opportunity. Instead, he calmed down and found out his shortcomings. After breaking through the divine treasure, he would have to find out the shortcomings and make up for them, which would take more time. By the way, this year is the year of the Academy's big exam. Will you go?" Li Wendao said with a smile. "Of course I will go. I have to give the sect academy a face. But even if I go, the sect will take the initiative to find a reason to let me graduate directly." Chen Jing shrugged. There was no way. After he created this Wangxiang Fa, it was equivalent to knowing all the methods. Although they were all low-end spells, they were too many. As a server of the Yunshang Academy, he didn't need skill points to learn skills. He could learn whatever he wanted. As long as the Academy's public spells were available, he could learn them. He was a true all-rounder. It was no longer appropriate to be a student. Li Wendao couldn't help but feel envious. Don't be jealous, you can do it too. With our friendship, I'll give you 20% off on all your skill points. How about that? Is our friendship worth 20% off? You're the only one who gets 20% off. Okay. Li Wendao agreed fiercely. Every bit saved counts. After a good meal and a good drink, Li Wendao left first, saying that he was going to visit his relatives in Changling Mansion next door and would see you at the Wendao Academy. When Chen Jing was also preparing to leave for the Wendao Academy, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. If I were you, I wouldn't leave Anning Mansion. Oh. Chen Jing looked around, but couldn't see the person who spoke. Are you looking for me? Otherwise, I'm the saint of the Mao sect that you two just talked about, Shen Xiang, who killed that old man. Oh. He seemed to hear the sound of 2 million spirit stones around him. Reward. Anyone who provides clues about Shen Xiang can get 2 million spirit stones, which is very generous. Aren't you curious why I told you not to leave Anning Mansion? Her voice was as clear as a spring. It was as if in the previous life, on a bright morning in the third year of high school, he saw the profile of a girl sitting by the window when passing through the corridor. Chen Jing immediately shook his head. Good man. Just one sentence made him think of something. Which? I'm not curious. Chen Jing was really not curious, and then separated a spiritual incarnation and walked towards the Wantang room. No matter what bad things there are, send a clone to explore the way. Isn't it done? What is the purpose of cultivating immortals? Isn't it used at times like this? Seeing this scene, Shen Xiang was silent for a long time. She suddenly felt that her life experience was not very rich. She thought she threw a big bait, but it turned out to be an empty hook. Do you know that your situation is more dangerous than mine? Shen Xiang had to continue talking. For example, before I killed the old man, he was talking to people from Yunzhou. They had already discovered your abnormality. If I hadn't done it, you would have been the wanted person half a year ago. Wait, what's abnormal about me? You know it yourself. Of course I understand, but there are a lot of abnormalities in me. Which one are you talking about? You. Shen Xiang had a new understanding of herself. She was not good at bluffing at all. Or rather, after losing the tiger skin of her identity, her real level of bluffing also dropped sharply to the average level. Girl, let's not be mysterious. You came to me. You must have something to ask for. Let's be honest and get what we need. How about it? Chen Jing began to turn the passive into the active. However, he never heard the other party's voice again. Obviously, Shen Xiang didn't trust Chen Jing very much. Of course, distrust is normal, so after she couldn't get the bargaining chip, she chose to take a step back. Chen Jing pondered. The other party was the most wanted criminal in the southeast, and he had offended one of the two largest forces in the local area, and offended him to death. There were so many people to find, but he chose to find himself. What is special about me? You found my abnormality. What Chen Jing said was actually true. He himself had many abnormalities. Which one was it? And how could he help her? Is my situation more dangerous than hers? Chen Jing thought. Could it be that the sect wants to attack me? Cooking the dog before the rabbit is dead. A fool would not do that unless there is pressure from the outside sect. In this way, the logic makes sense. The logic makes sense. But the person remained silent. It seems that there is no particularly good way. It is not like he will become a wanted criminal. He doesn't even know where to escape. Let's see what the incarnation of the consciousness will encounter. Chen Jing shifted his attention to the incarnation of the consciousness. Chapter 242 If for freedom. If it weren't for Shen Xiang's words, today would have been an absolutely good day. It's not that hot in early summer. The breeze blows through the mountains and across the rice fields on the plains. People always say that spring is the mating season, but in fact, summer is the beginning of the vigorous life activities of organisms. The days are long and the nights are short, the cold is gone, and the temperature rises, plants bloom, and animals reproduce. When Chen Jing's spiritual incarnation walked out of Wantang room, he saw a summer green field, full of vitality. Such a natural beauty should be called a surprise. Of course, we have to put aside the fact that his destination is not here at all. He turned around. Wantang room was gone. Chen Zhenchen, I have heard of your name for a long time. I hope you will forgive me for meeting you in this way. Not long after, a man came in front, with long hair tied up high, a black robe, holding a silver spear, and a solemn aura. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ling Zhang, a disciple of Yunshang sect. Ling Zhenchen, are you the only one? Chen Jing was a little confused. I'll do it. Ling Zhang nodded, pointing his spear forward. My master is interested in something on you. I hope you don't resist. Otherwise if I hurt you, you will suffer, and I will be in trouble. A great sect in the southeast. Chen Jing's voice was somewhat disappointed, with a feeling of shattered expectations. You actually did this kidnapping thing. As he said, he raised his hand, and the powerful magic power gathered in his palm. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. The violent magic power filled the surroundings of the incarnation of the consciousness in a simple and unpretentious manner, like a lake hanging upside down, about to pour out. The whole sky changed color. I don't even want to ask you how you explained to the Qingnang sect how you hid it from the Shenending. I just want to ask, why do you think that a mere Shenzhen can beat me? With 100,000 years of magic power at hand, Chen Jing only needed to lightly detonate it, and a terrifying mushroom cloud that shattered a 1,000-meter high mountain and cracked 10 miles of land could rise on the spot. Just. Ling Zhang's eyelids jumped. It was the first time that a fellow who was one level lower than him described him as a mere divine treasure. It was as if he was fighting against a great master in the cave heaven realm. Just to let you know, the cultivation world is ultimately the world of Taoism. Ling Zhang snorted heavily, and strange fluctuations emerged around him, and layers of grey shadows covered him. In an instant, he disappeared here, but did not go away. Infinite mana? I'm outside the realm. Even if you have infinite mana, you can't do anything to me. Really? Chen Jing's consciousness really couldn't capture the other party. But, which textbook told you that the mana explosion in Shenzhou can't reach the surrounding 10,000 realms? Then, he added a little mana. 100,000 years is not shocking enough. Then, 1,000,000 years. Boom. Above Wanjiang Mansion. The cultivators coming and going are rushing to the Taoist Academy to watch this big test. Suddenly, a violent hurricane hit from afar, and countless monks riding on small paper cranes were swept up and thrown away in an instant. Before that, there was a dazzling light that bloomed from afar. Boom, the sound was a step slower, and after the light burst out, it spread out in all directions with endless black clouds. Similar things happened in the neighboring prefectures. Suddenly, the light flashed in front of the eyes, and the people who saw it did not understand its meaning at first. But soon, a monk flew by in panic with a magic weapon and shouted, "Get out of the way, get out of the way." Boom, the storm swept countless messy things and rushed over the prefecture city far away. It's raining, it's raining. What's going on? The sun was shining just now. Did you feel the earthquake? Even though it was far away, some of the aftermath of this attack was still sensed. Anning Prefecture, in the government office. Chen Jing looked up at the mushroom cloud in the distance and closed the doors and windows. It was unknown whether this attack killed Ling Zhang or not, but it killed his spiritual incarnation. Such a huge mana. Most people cannot control it. That is to say, Chen's spiritual consciousness is also very huge, so he can barely control it and release it with the simplest fireball. There is no such thing as no harm to friendly forces in magic, so when the fireball exploded, the spiritual incarnation was the first to be destroyed. But the purpose was achieved. Chen Jing made such a big show for two purposes. First, to show his military power appropriately. Although Chen is obsessed with farming and development, if he really wants to do some terrorist activities, he is capable of pushing down 1 or 2 prefectures. Second, let everyone know. Some things, even if everyone does them secretly, cannot be done in public. Chen Jing is now unclear about everything, so he naturally has to take the initiative to expose himself to the light and use the rules to protect himself. Then, many people's communication requests came to the Yunji UI. He put the Yunji UI on the table and ignored it. Do you believe me now? Shen Ningxiang's voice sounded again. You are well informed. Otherwise, I would not have been able to escape here. That's right. Chen Jing nodded. Without your reminder, I would probably have to fight Ling Zhang head on. It's hard to say whether I will win or not. I owe you a favor. If you have any requests, I will try my best to help you. What do you think people like us should do if we have nowhere to stay? She asked a question. Chen Jing really didn't think about where he could go if he was not in the Qingnang sect. Logically, he shouldn't have pushed himself to this point. He always felt that it didn't suit his style. But it was too late to think about it now. He could only attribute it to mistakes and reflect on it when he had time. I'm not familiar with the girl. If I were to do it myself, I would find a place where I can farm and continue to farm. Chen Jing said. Slave. I just want to live a normal life, but since I was chosen as a saint, my life has been dedicated to dedicating myself to the sect master or an old man in the sect one day. I don't dislike the relationship between men and women. As a disciple of Mao sect, although I have never touched a man, I have studied the Taoism of Mao sect, and I know the root mystery of the harmony of yin and yang. It should not be like this, and it is not an evil method. It should not make me a slave of Taoism, a furnace for others to collect and replenish. She suddenly said a bunch of irrelevant and inner thoughts. Then she said, I want freedom. Freedom? Chen Jing sighed. People have always had relative freedom, not absolute freedom, but I should understand what you mean. You want the freedom to practice dual cultivation with the person you like. The other side was silent for a long time. He hummed softly. Does the girl like someone? Not yet. It seems that the unlucky sect master is a little too ugly. People's extreme resistance to something. It could be out of love, or it could be out of hate. Shen Ningxiang was probably the latter. She couldn't accept the leader, so she just killed him. Alright. Chen Jing raised his hand and held up the teacup on the table. This cup is for freedom. In the shadows, Shen Ningxiang tilted her head slightly and looked at him as if she was understood. She asked, what about your freedom? As for me, I want absolute freedom. Chapter 243. Both can be thrown away. Chen Jing is a very self-conscious person, and he often puts self-knowledge first. After the cheek dropped from the sky, in addition to being happy, he felt uneasy. Am I worthy of it? In the previous life, the honest man who didn't even dare to confront the boss, suddenly became okay in this life. Before, when Wang Dingyan, the leader of Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, found Chen Jing for the first time, he got an ordinary impression at first sight. In fact, he was not wrong. Chen Jing has a clear positioning of himself. My essence is ordinary and ordinary. Today's achievements. You can do it. His starting advantage began with the cheat. His thoughts began with the education in his previous life, and his moral standards began with the inheritance of the martyrs. Putting aside these things worth mentioning, I'm left with an ordinary or even cowardly essence. Chen Jing has a very clear positioning of himself. Therefore, he has always been very accurate in analyzing interests and grasping the situation. Because he dare not take credit, he is clear as an onlooker. It is precisely because he can analyze the situation clearly. Chen Jing often compromises with various factors. He plays an emotionless political machine. His achievements are known to the world, but in fact he is a little aggrieved in his heart. I hold such a big cheat. I don't mess with anyone. Why can't you just plant the land properly? Considering this and that. Very annoying. And it's not easy to say this kind of thing. It's a bit pretentious. You are a true disciple. You are financially free. You have boundless magic power. And you say you are not free. Chen Jing thought it was outrageous. But in fact, Chen Jing has never been happy for himself. The farther he goes, the farther he seems to be from freedom. He once thought that one day, it might be possible to become an immortal. But now, Chen Jing suddenly found that in recent years, the most enjoyable time was to ignite a fireball spell with 1,000,000 years of magic power not long ago. With a bang, the breath of freedom rose with the mushroom cloud. So, Chen Jing said, I want absolute freedom. If suffering is for more suffering, if endurance and compromise are not for the day of freedom, then everything is meaningless. A conversation with Chen Jing has narrowed the distance between each other and established initial trust. However, she still didn't say how to be free. Maybe she wanted to trust him further, or maybe he hadn't thought it through. Chen Jing didn't care much. The conversation just now unexpectedly touched him. In the dark, he felt that the opportunity to break through the god's possession was here. It was in the word freedom. Chen Jing remembered that when he saw the gods, he saw 5 gods in total, not 4. However, the last god was the primordial spirit, that is, himself. Therefore, the last step of the god's possession into the Tao is actually the same as the previous perfection of the orifice, and it will eventually return to oneself. To see the nature of the mind and return to the self. One after another, the skills and methods cultivated, the way opened up, are ultimately for one's own service. Chen Jing positioned himself as an ordinary person, not a saint, and cultivating the saintly way did not affect his feeling that he was an ordinary person. So he had to do something that ordinary people should do, and fight to the end for his own interests. He began to issue orders to various departments of the Inning Society. At this juncture, the Inning Society not only did not converge, but began to expand further. The huge explosion that occurred in a suburb of Suzhou attracted widespread attention. In fact, there is not much attention, but there are a group of cloud officials who just mention it to everyone they meet. When Lord Chen was attacked by a villain, he was furious and hit him hard, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. The villain attacked. What villain? What? The true disciple of the outer sect attacked the true disciple of the inner sect? This is absurd. The matter quickly became a hot topic, and not long after it was spread, the rumor began to be refuted. Just when the rumor and rumor refutation were wavering, Yangtze, the supreme elder of Jushan Peak, directly stood up and publicly denounced the bad behavior of Yunshang sect. This time, it was considered to be confirmed. Everyone's attention returned to Chen Jing himself. Chen Jing himself was missing, but he publicly claimed that he was seriously injured and needed to rest, and the Manor Forest and Yunshang Palace could continue to operate. So, Yunshang sect and Qingnang sect were put on the shelf together. Under pressure, Qingnang sect publicly called on Yunshang sect to give an explanation. Yunshang sect said that it did send Ling Zhang, a true disciple, to Suzhou. The purpose of the trip was to investigate Fengshan sect, and for some reason, it clashed with Chen Jing. This statement is obviously full of loopholes. Why didn't you notify Qingnang sect when you sent disciples? This is your backyard? Do you need to come to investigate Fengshan sect? But the reality is that you don't have the ability to do anything to others. They just perfunctorily deal with it. If you really care about it, you will be embarrassed. The top leaders of the sect obviously know this truth. This face is lost, and continuing to pursue it will only lose more face. Sure enough, it was just condemned, and no further action was taken. The disciples obviously could not accept such a result. They were filled with righteous indignation, and felt that the sect was weak and the outer sect was bullying too much. Many disciples began to spontaneously boycott the outer sect market, the outer sect chamber of commerce, and so on. Among them, there were many extremely emotional disciples who rushed into the outer sect market to smash and cause trouble, trying to force the sect to come to the law. Most of these disciples were Chen Jing's contemporaries. When they entered the sect, they had received favors from Chen Jing. Moreover, among so many disciples who entered the sect before and after, their class had the best performance. Under the blessing of the halo, they spontaneously formed a group, and became a large group. Everyone could tolerate this tone, but they could not. In the first year of Chen Jing's entry, he often took his fellow disciples and the same period of disciples to go out for internships, and the treatment was very good. Whether it was popularity or reputation, ability, or personality, no one who had come into contact with Chen Jing said anything bad about him. For them, Chen Jing's attack was completely different from that of ordinary people, which greatly magnified their emotions. After Li Wendao returned to the academy, he led a wave of strikes and demonstrations, making the incident hot. He shouted slogans: boycott foreign businessmen, close the foreign workshop, publicly apologize, hand over the murderer. His behavior directly caused the second sect examination to fail and turned it into a demonstration. In the end, Li Wendao was put into the magic weapon by his master in public and taken back to be confined. But the matter was not over. The depositors of the Mana Forest, the users of the Cloud Learning Palace, and the users of the auxiliary war methods are all direct stacker holders. Chen Jing has not yet achieved enlightenment. These inheritance methods are based on his Zuanai and Dao foundation, so they can play a normal role. If Chen Jing has any problems, won't their investment be wasted? Whether from the perspective of emotion or interest, there are many people who are bound to Chen Jing, and these people will spontaneously speak for Chen Jing. Throughout the second half of the year, the Qingnang sect was in a vortex. Some people were dissatisfied with Chen Jingming, some took the opportunity to target the outer sect, and some took advantage of the chaos to grab benefits. The chaos lasted until the following year, when it stopped slightly. At this time, someone was surprised to find that during this chaotic period, the Anning Association had quietly walked out of the Anning Prefecture and opened branches in major prefectures. The real leaders of each prefecture were actually not happy for the Anning Association to come. For them, the Anning Association was not the best distribution model that best suited the interests of all parties. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for the Anning Association to take root in other prefectures. In the past, Chen Jing could use policies to deal with Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, so other prefectures and cities could also use policies to target Anning Association. Without the home advantage and a clean market environment, Anning Association will only be driven out by bad money. But it is different now. Look at this surging public opinion. The outer sect Chamber of Commerce was smashed as it was said, and the Taoist Academy was boycotted for demonstration, and the Elders Council did not dare to say a word. They dared to embarrass Anning Association. If they shouted on the spot that they were bullied, those who were so angry that they couldn't vent it would probably overturn the prefecture in a minute. So, they could only watch Anning Association open under their noses and grab their market share, and they didn't dare to fight back. This time, the various forces that were originally sitting and watching the show were also depressed, and they condemned the outer sect. Why the hell did you provoke this guy for no reason? What the hell did you release? Damn. Sin. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Disaster is Coming. Zaotes who never thought that he would really join the Anning Society. At the beginning, because of unemployment, he left his hometown and went to Anning Mansion, trying to find a place in Anning Society. But he failed. There were too many colleagues, and those who were more capable than him had lower requirements than him, and he was beaten to a pulp. Zaotes who had no choice. His family was not big, but he could not give up easily. He could only return to Kyanki Mansion and continue to work hard. Use more efforts to delay the decline in living standards. Gradually, he felt a little fortunate. After all, he did not become cannon fodder, right? In the days that followed, Zaotes who could only dream every midnight, recalling the white moonlight that made him fall in love for the first time and feel a sense of belonging, and then continue to face the yellow-faced woman the next day. I thought that this was how my life would be. But I never thought that the white moonlight he had been seeking for would come to him on his own initiative. Zaotes who threw away everything he had and joined the Anning Society without saying a word, and the Anning Society accepted him after layers of review. In Kyankufu, Anning who established a new bureau, the Mining Bureau, which mainly deals with prospecting and mining. The welfare benefits are also far better than those of the original miners. Zaotes who seemed to have a second spring in his life. His cultivation realm, which had not moved for a long time, began to grow again. Now his life is fulfilling and satisfying. In the morning, Cheyenne Digitha checked the mana tree he adopted and felt the joy of waking up and having his mana automatically increase. Then he started to go to the mine, completed the tasks in the bureau, and got off work early at 5 o'clock. After get off work, he went to the cafeteria to eat a free spiritual meal and then use the Wangxiang method to grind skill points. After grinding, he opened the skill tree and learned the magic formula. Until now, he couldn't believe that there was such a good thing. Countless magic formulas that he had never dared to think of in the past were actually opened for him to choose. Although there was a limit on skill points, for him, being able to get it for free was equivalent to giving it for free. And after using the skill points, he mastered it very quickly. At the beginning, Zaiotizhu also learned a lot of magic spells such as flying swords and escape techniques. He also learned some alchemy, talismans, etc. Out of conservativeness, Zaiotizhu also kept a backup of these spells and treasured them as precious. Now he no longer pays attention to those things, but focuses on improving his main business. Zaiotizhu followed 3 monks in Yangtze Palace. They are going down to the mine to fight the tiger, Cheyenne, and talking about mining, and Bai Taoist. He read and learned the updated prospecting spells of these 3 people every issue. Zaiotizhu's ancestors mined, but they never thought that there were so many wonderful ideas in mining. A simple 2nd grade stone splitting technique actually has so many versions and so many uses. He wanted to open the other party's brain to see what the structure is and how he thought of it. Zaiotizhu was amazed. He was amazed at the other person's clear thinking, and also felt that this kind of thing that was previously a secret was actually made public without reservation. Until Zaiotizhu also made public his own ancestral mining skills, which received many likes and collections. From the thank you and happy messages, he felt an unprecedented happiness. At this moment, Zaiotizhu was sublimated. He felt very clearly that he was no longer a rat digging holes, nor a thrifty ox and horse to support the family business. For the first time, he felt the value of his existence from a more grand perspective. This feeling moved him. Of course, what moved him even more was that Yunshang Academy issued him 1024 spirit stones, based on the likes and praise of the spells, and also upgraded his membership level. When the sound and flash of obtaining spirit stones appeared, the VIP level flashed with golden light, from 0 to 1. The entire attribute panel, in a grand sound effect, was plated with bronze from the plain grey. Zaiotizhu experienced the joy of upgrading. He was addicted. Too addicted. A spell not only satisfied his personal emotions, but also received substantial rewards. He began to invest more energy in it. First send out all the small skills inherited from his family, then learn. He scanned all the spells on the leaderboard, mastered 1 or 2 levels, analyzed other people's ideas, and combined his own experience and thinking to innovate. One after another, the public spells were recognized by many people. Every day before going to bed, he saw a large number of new likes and collections. The number of fans behind his personal list is also increasing. Unconsciously, Zaiotizhu looked at the number of fans on his list, 100,000, the title reward issued by the official Yunshang Palace, and the certification mark with a V. Then he opened the skill tree and looked at his dazzling skill list. Every time at this time, he would feel a trance. Is this really me? A burrowing rat who could not see hope and light 3 years ago. In Zaiotizhu's decades of experience, or even hundreds of years ago, he had never heard of a miner who was busy digging and could achieve what he did. And he did not have the support of a noble in the traditional sense, nor did he have the heaven-sent adventure in the storybook, but he just had an opportunity to learn and share. What are you grinning at again? He heard his wife's voice. Zaiotizhu turned his head away. His wife asked with her hands on her hips. Seeing him come back to his senses, she said, "Stupid," and went back to her own business. Once upon a time, she also had a look of worry in her eyes. Now she looked relaxed. I have to go to a meeting later, and I may be back late. Zaiotizhu stepped forward and hugged his wife from behind. Why do you have meetings every day recently? It should be related to Lord Chen. Lord Chen has not appeared for 3 years, since he was ambushed by the villains of the outer sect. There seems to be new news recently. Speaking of Lord Chen, his wife also worried and said, I heard that no matter whether it is the outer sect or the high level of the sect, there are people who want to harm Lord Chen. It doesn't matter. Zaiotizhu was also worried, but he didn't show it. Lord Chen actually often has incarnations walking around. The last time I saw it, eating buns at Zhang's bun shop. It's probably just a rumor. That's good. That's good. Say goodbye to his wife. Zao headed in the direction of the Anning Society. Suddenly, strange fluctuations came from all over the sky. He looked up. It was already night, but red light began to appear in the sky. The red light was a little, and then it was like a cracked mirror, winding in the sky, oozing with blood like light. A whimpering sound seemed to echo throughout the thousand caves. Heterodox, heterodox, he muttered to himself. In fact, Zao who didn't know what heterodox was. But at this moment, instinctively, he knew what was going to happen. The great Dao itself gave feedback and told him. A disaster was coming. Chapter 245 The bloody battle has arrived. Did you see that day? I saw it. The people who were talking were Ling Zhang, who was covered in scars, and an old man. Ling Zhang said, a bloody battle is imminent. With the power of the Qingnang sect, if we want to survive, we will have to pay a heavy price. Alas, the bloody battle in Suzhou 100 years ago killed the few old friends I have left. Now, only Taoist Yunting can be considered an old friend. The old man said leisurely, I hope he won't be stubborn. The idiot from the Mao sect died miserably. If he dies again, I won't have many old friends. Master, will they bow their heads? Ling Zhang asked. If it is Taoist Yunting, he probably won't bow his head. This old man has a stubborn temper. He seems easygoing, and his Taoism has been frustrated outside, but he is a well-known master of thunder magic in the whole Shenzhou. Anyone who controls thunder magic is strong. However, now it is his junior brother Zuqian's Hang who is in charge. This boy has a sense of propriety, and is close to our sect. There is still hope. The old man smiled slightly. When will we go to Qingnang sect again? Ling Zhang was a little impatient. Why? You lost face and want to ask Chen Jing for it back. The old man saw through his disciple's thoughts and laughed. I asked you to bring Chen Jing back, but you almost stayed there. You can't even understand an incarnation. Disciple, disciple. Ling Zhang showed humiliation and clenched his fists. He actually prepared a lot of things. There are magic weapons and Taoist techniques that restrain magic power and spiritual consciousness. He also planted insiders in various prefectures and made plans. His plan seems very rough, like a gangster kidnapping, but it is actually very sophisticated. The main purpose is to take the enemy by surprise. The simplest method is the most effective. He also made arrangements with the senior management of Suzhou to ensure that there will be no interference in a short time, and that the Shenending will not move. A set of operations is as fierce as a tiger. After meeting, he was almost killed on the spot by a million-year-old fireball technique. All preparations eventually became a trump card to save his life. The most critical point. Damn it, you are going to take the big exam. Why do you send an incarnation? Exclamation mark. Until now, Ling Zhang has not realized that his plan has been leaked. If you go again, you will start a fire. Give them some space to think carefully. This time, let the Yuan family go. After the Yuan family bowed their heads, at least the family was saved. This is not only a chance for the Yuan family to show their ability, but also a way for all the forces in Suzhou to see why they have to fight to the death with natural disasters. The way out is right under their feet. The old man put down the chess piece gently. And Chen Jing, the treasure is of great importance, and there must be no more omissions. Let your junior brother Wei go and keep an eye on him. Don't let him run away. Yes, here I come. On the Wanhei Peak, the leader of the Qingnang sect, Zuqian's Hang, looked up at the sky. This scene in the sky was not the first time he had seen it, and the last time. This strange phenomenon took away an entire generation of the Qingnang sect, leaving behind a devastated mess. 13 years, much faster than expected. Zuqian's Hang looked back. The figure of the great elder slowly approached. Qian's Hang, have you made up your mind? Never changed it. This infamy. Someone has to compromise with the outer sect, and this person can only be me as a sect master. 3 years ago, I was used to being scolded because of Chen Jing's matter, and now I just bear more. Zuqian's Hang said calmly. The bloody battle is imminent. Either sacrifice Chen Jing and all the reform achievements, and treat everything as a dream, or protect Chen Jing and the reform achievements, and let the disciples sacrifice 2 more generations. Alas. Outside the secret room, hurried footsteps came. Chen Jing, the sky has changed. Hearing Ying Huayan's anxious voice, Chen Jing interrupted his retreat, breathed a sigh of relief, and restrained the increasingly real vision around him. He pushed the door open and walked out. Eyeing Huayan rarely remained calm, and her restlessness was so obvious on her face. I already know. Chen Jing nodded and said calmly. Although he never left the house, his spiritual incarnation was always walking outside, and the major inheritance methods were related to other cultivators, so he heard all the news. The moment the sky changed, he noticed it. Deal with the affairs first. All the disciples of the Demon Slayer division are on standby. The priests appease the people. All industries are temporarily suspended. After the bloody battle begins, the gates of the realm will open frequently. First avoid casualties, and control the opening locations of the gates of the realm, then talk about other things. Understood. She did not leave, but asked, what are you going to do? The bloody battle will be the key point, to force the top leaders of the sect to make a decision. I have no room for mediation. I can only wait for arrangements, and see the choice of the sect and the determination of the outer sect. Can't I do something? Chen Jing did not answer. What else can be done? The Qingnang sect is too weak. It has no bargaining power. In the face of the truly decisive force, it can only obey. And as someone who cannot even influence the Qingnang sect, he is even more powerless. Who should he blame? Blame the sect for being so weak. Blame the outer sect. Blame the bloody battle in China. Chen Jing felt that when he was desperate, he could blame and scold all these bastards. Anyway, he would not have to think rationally at that time. It's better to be busy struggling now. The direction of his current struggle is, wait until I break through the god's treasure. Chen Jing said this harshly and left the secret room. Since being kidnapped, it has been another 3 years. In these 3 years, his body has been constantly polishing and perfecting various skills. The incarnation guides the development of Ning society. Ning society has completely become a large organization covering the entire Suzhou. Although Ning society does not have such an absolute advantage in other prefectures as in Ning prefecture, it still has a firm foothold and a stable seat at the table. At the same time, except for the thick earth body, the 4 major inheritance methods are being enriched and improved at an astonishing speed. Originally, Chen Jing's panel in the Yunshang Palace was just a light panel, but with the proficiency and understanding of the spells, he can add sound effects to the panel and upgrade special effects. It is estimated that after a while, it is not impossible to watch short videos. Spells are not immutable after they are created. These small functions mean that the depth and breadth of spells are improving, and it also means that Chen Jing's Tao is getting closer to perfection. Only one piece of evidence is missing. After Chen Jing left the secret room, he went to Jushan Peak again. He wanted to know if his master was online. If he didn't come online, the family would be gone. In the main hall of the main peak, the Supreme Elder Yangtze received him. Come in. Elder Yangtze closed the door. I know why the true teaching came. Now I won't hide it from you. Brother Yunting is not wandering outside the realm, but his lifespan has ended. He just used a secret method to seal the loss of vitality and delay for a while. Chen Jing was shocked. Master, why? He suddenly felt sad. If the bloody battle doesn't come, Brother Yunting can still use this method and borrow his past reputation to protect you for a while. As for now, she shook her head. Chen Jing's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Chapter 246, Distinguishing Friends and Foes. Chen Jing returned from Jushan Peak. The moist wind in the air blew, and it began to drizzle. The raindrops were like fine needles, densely woven in the air, and fell on his face, which was a little pale due to the mountain wind. His steps were slow and heavy. He still hadn't recovered from the bad news about his master. He always felt that this happy old man who eats, drinks and has fun should live a very long time. He turned his head, as if his master was still holding the fishing rod made of green bamboo, sitting on the bluestone of the stream at the gate of the courtyard, making an expression of bothering him again, waiting for him to ask for advice. But these scenes gradually became grey in the night. He took a deep breath, suppressed the heaviness in his heart, and walked down the mountain. Not long after, many voices echoed in his mind. Monster! Run! What's in the sky? Blood! Chen Jing's mind moved, and standing in the temples in many places in Anning Prefecture, the statue opened its eyes. The negative impact of the expansion of Shinyuan was immediate. Many realms that were originally far away from Suzhou began to approach and even intersect. The monsters in the negative realms were often warlike and bloodthirsty. Everything in the upper realms was full of attraction for him and them. He immediately asked Master Yu to listen to the opinions of this person from outside the realm. Master Yu said, "It is not these minions that need to be watched out for. After they came to Suzhou, they only bullied the mortals. Now there are many monks under the jurisdiction of Anning Prefecture. There are 2 or 3 monks in any village. It is not a big deal to repel a few evil demons. What needs to be watched out for is those places where there is no movement. Most of them have tyrannical existences and monopolize the passages." As he said that, he mentioned 2 places, Langma County and Zhurong Village outside the prefecture. Zhurong Village? Chen Jing heard the familiar place name and immediately thought of an old acquaintance. That's right. This guy always wants to crawl back for revenge. How could he miss this great opportunity? So he said to Master Yu, "Pay attention to Langma County. I will go to Zhurong Village in person." "Yes." Master Yu replied. Chen Jing took out a white jade flute and blew it casually. Not long after, he appeared on a white cloud. Under his crotch was a 4th level spirit beast, Tengyunju. As a special spirit beast for walking, Tengyunju has the ability to walk on clouds and step on the air, and also has the ability to temporarily shuttle through the cloud world outside the domain. It is usually kept in the sky. When needed, just blow the flute. Chen Jing used his spiritual sense to convey the location to the precious horse. Tengyunju moved its 4 hooves and took him away with it. 10 miles away in an instant. In a few breaths, they arrived above Zhurong Village. Sure enough, huge resentment was gathering, and the monks of the Demon Slayer division who were originally guarding here had to stay away. Thousands of years of Taoism, all lost in one day. I hate it. I hate it. The voice full of resentment was suddenly interrupted. "I will compensate you with 1,000 years of magic power and pay you interest. Can this matter be forgotten?" Chen Jing held a huge fireball in his hand and said to the other end of the passage. The giant banyan tree was resentful. Obviously, Chen had made such a terrifying fireball, which caught it off guard. But soon, resentment regained the upper hand. "I just want to kill everything." The passage opened with a bang, and the sky and the earth changed color. The scenery from the 9th overworld covered the giant banyan tree like a virus, and the giant banyan tree finally showed its true form, with dry but huge branches reaching straight to the sky. Densely packed evil spirits were entangled on the trunk like vines, and thousands of corpses were hanging upside down on the crown of the tree. Chen Jing was not polite. The huge fireball broke away from his hand and fell at the feet of the giant banyan tree. The earth turned over, and the world rotated. The flames shot up into the sky, and the giant banyan tree's resentful shouts and screams could be heard throughout the city. "How is it? 1,000 years of magic power. I will give it to you after all." Chen Jing stood in the air, with a black dragon protecting his feet, and huge fireballs appeared behind him one after another. If this place was not too close to his hometown, he would have used the fireball technique of 10,000 years of magic power, and he would have provided a one-stop service for death, incineration, and burial. But it only takes some effort. One after another, the Millennium Fireball technique fell one by one, and the red light illuminated half of the sky. Suddenly, a metallic color emerged in the firelight, and in the blink of an eye, it came to Chen Jing. When Chen Jing reacted, he only saw a pitch-black ghost claw piercing his chest. "Chen Zhenchen, goodbye," a hoarse voice sounded. The black shadow was wearing a cloak, with his back to Chen Jing, and holding a beating heart in his hand. Bang! He squeezed the heart and burst it. Suddenly, he saw his shadow, stretched very long by the red firelight. "What are you pretending?" a nonchalant voice sounded. Looking back, Chen Jing, whose heart was still empty, had a face that flickered under the illumination of the fire, and looked at him with a playful look. "It's just a fatal injury." "No." Boom, the flames exploded, and the black shadow tried its best to resist. The black robe burned first, revealing the face of a strange man. Then his body twisted in the high temperature, melted, and turned into ash. "Kill this unknown attacker." Chen Jing put his hand on his chest. The thick earth body has cancelled almost all of his fatal injuries. Even if he is killed to pieces, as long as he still has magic power and consciousness, he will not be considered dead. His hand was fluorescent. 3rd grade spell, regeneration of broken limbs. 3rd grade spell, continuation of vitality. A series of medical spells were released one after another. The heart was filled with flesh and blood again, and the sound of the heartbeat could be heard. Are you so impatient? Chen Jing repaired the heart casually, and had a new understanding of the serious situation at hand. Once he was no longer exposed to the halo, someone would attack him. The key is that he can't even tell who the person behind him belongs to. There are too many possibilities. Today, I have hidden a trick to make this assassin who came out of nowhere disappear into thin air. Next time, I may not be able to defend myself. The thick earth body only prevented me from getting fatal injuries and made my health bar very long, but it was still far from being invincible. Chen Jing looked back and saw that Jiren Yuan Nian also took the opportunity to escape back during this gap, but after being severely injured, he could not make trouble for a while. He took out the sound chart and started looking for people. Li Wendao said there was no news. The Supreme Elder Yangtze didn't know anything. After searching through several friends who might have contact with the core leadership, they either couldn't get through or had their channels cut off like him. Chen Jing's heart sank, and suddenly an idea came to him, and he went straight to Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. The person who knows you best is often your opponent. Since friends are unreliable, why not rely on opponents? Wang Dingyan was on the top floor of the restaurant at this time, looking at the fire in Jiren village from a distance. Chen Jing has become a great man. As long as he survives, he will definitely be extraordinary in the future. But, what a pity. He sighed. Suddenly, I was wondering why I kept sneezing along the way. It turns out that Master Wang was secretly praising me. Chen Jing's voice came from behind Wang Dingyan. He walked forward and stood shoulder to shoulder. You. Wang Dingyan's heart skipped a beat. Then he smiled and said, the true teachings are really powerful. I thought the outcome was still undecided. Now it seems that such a demon is not your opponent at all. It's okay. Maybe that guy came in a hurry and was not awake yet, so he can't stand the fight. I just heard you say, but what? What a pity. Wang Dingyan smiled playfully. Why pretend not to know? This matter is no longer a secret. I still want to know more clearly. Well, then it doesn't matter if Wang says a few more words. Wang Dingyan also became interested in talking and said, the true teachings rose too fast, and the Qingnang sect rose too fast. Too fast to be unreasonable. I see. I always thought there were no omissions. Omissions? There are indeed no omissions, but even if there are omissions, it doesn't matter. No one will stare at your omissions all day long. Wang Dingyan said frankly. After he failed in the fight with Chen Jing in Anning Mansion, he studied Chen Jing's history of making a fortune and noticed something was wrong at that time. But after seeing that something was wrong, he took the initiative to find a reason, and he would not delve into it if he couldn't find a reason, because it does not touch his core interests. And now, Chen Jing's exposure is nothing more than the Qingnang sect touching the core interests of the Yunshang sect. At that time, no matter you are truly gifted or have a treasure, you will die anyway. Although Wang is also from Yunzhou, it is precisely because Wang grew up in Yunzhou that Wang knows very well what the Yunshang sect and the major families in Yunzhou are like. They are just a group of demons in human skin. The Qingnang sect is given many benefits in order to raise pigs, not to make the pigs equal to themselves. Lord Wang is quite outspoken. What's wrong with saying it? The Yanzhou Yuan family in recent years, and the earlier Yuzhou sword sect Wan Jianshan, when they were at their peak, they were no less than the Qingnang sect in its heyday. Have you ever seen anyone become the third Yunshang sect or Miao sect? Chen Jing was speechless. Excuse me for being blunt, Chen Zhenchen. Since you have a treasure, you should lie dormant for 100 years, or find an opportunity to join a big sect. Why waste time in this quagmire? Wang Dingyan pointed out the Jiangshan with great righteousness. He looked at Chen Jing's appearance, and his heart was rarely happy. Although everything had nothing to do with him, Wang, he also had a day to teach him a lesson, as if he had turned the situation around a little. Master Wang is right. Chen Jing didn't want to say more. The leader of the Yuan conference was also from a noble family, and he had too many starting points and opportunities. At the bottom of the cultivation world, if he was afraid of this and that, and was steady and timid all day long, it would be a question whether he could survive the eclipse spirit rain disaster. When the bloody battle was imminent, it would be a question whether he could stand out from the Duan family. If you are one step slower, the disaster will be one step faster. The best choice is always given to those who have the conditions. Ordinary people just avoid the worst choice. So Wang, if you were me, what would you do now? The true disciple is also desperate, and actually came to ask me, a person from the outer sect. Wang Dingan shook his head and laughed. However, you really asked the right person. Not everyone in the Yunshang sect wants you dead. It just so happens that among those who don't want you to die, there is one person like me, Wang. Oh. It's just business. Wang Dingan smiled. When his Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce and Anning Association were fighting in Anning Mansion, he wished that Chen Jing would die on the spot. But the winner was decided, and after the two began to cooperate, he was surprised to find that he didn't seem to lose much. When Anning Association walked out of Anning Mansion and expanded to the entire Suzhou, Wang Dingan had completely become the appearance of Anning Association. Among all the major branches of Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce in the entire Suzhou, his Wang Dingan branch made the most money. What upper 3 prefecture branches? What level dare to compare with me? They are all garbage. It's only been 3 years. What if it's 30 years? When he, Wang Dingan, returns to the family, what clan elders, what eldest son, who won't curry favor with him? As for the core interests of Yunshang sect, does it have anything to do with half a spiritual stone with him, Wang? To put it bluntly, even if Yunshang sect is overtaken by Qingnang sect, what he earns in this process is already more than he could have earned in 10 lifetimes. Any loyalty to Yunshang sect is the cruelest betrayal of himself. This is the so-called businessman. Although there are some individual cases of betrayal, the vast majority of them have no righteousness in their eyes, only business and interests. Chen Jing hates businessmen, but now, he is a financial father. How can a father hate his son? Yunshang sect and Mao sect will not openly tear their faces with Qingnang sect. This is your opportunity, but you can't rely on it. Do you understand? Of course I understand. Chen Jing nodded. Once upon a time, a country took out a bag of laundry detergent and used it as a pretext to start a war. So reason is based on the equal force. The true transmission situation is already a dead end, but if we really have to resort to violence, there is still a long way to go. During this period, there are many things to take care of, such as my Wang family and Wei family. We have invested a lot in the Qingnang sect. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we will not agree to use force against the Qingnang sect. On the surface, our families will speak for you, but you must remember to be vigilant against my Wang family and Wei family. They will send people to assassinate you. As long as you kill you, the Qingnang sect will be able to calm down. He reported in detail a series of families that have invested a lot in the Qingnang sect, similar to the Wang family and the Wei family. And he explained in detail which part of these families represents power. After all, these big families are also very large. It is normal for the same family to have many disagreements on the same thing. Chen Jing nodded and memorized these relationships in his mind. In addition to my Yunshang sect, there are also major forces in the Mao sect of Yanzhou. Remember these people, and don't die in vain. Inside your Qingnang sect, there are also people who are dissatisfied with you. Be careful of the knife from behind. I will tell you some names I know. These people, either the helmsmen of large families or the elders of various peaks, have actually thrown themselves into the arms of my sect. After reporting the list, Chen Jing's understanding of the whole situation became much clearer. He knew where his enemies came from, and where he could borrow strength to survive. Wang Dingan continued, beware of hidden arrows, then open guns. As I said, the true teaching has fallen into a dead end. The Qingnang sect will either sell you out, or protect you to death. Even if it protects you to death, it will definitely not be able to protect you. Don't underestimate the determination of the two sects to eliminate you. The Qingnang sect must not be allowed to have two treasures, otherwise it will definitely be the third largest sect in the southeast in the future. Master Wan Hui, since I'm already a dead man, why do you have to work so hard? Chen Jing said in surprise. Of course I want to point out a clear path for you. Instead of waiting to die here, the Wan family of Yunzhao can be your place. Master Wan Hui is thoughtful. If you are interested, I will come to find you again. Chen Jing bowed. Haha, don't worry, Wan will say good things for you. Whether you come or not, just hold on for a while. Wan Dingan let out a long breath, as if he had put down the burden in his heart, and continued. Chen Zhenchen, live well, live a little longer, even if it's not for my money, but for them. He pointed at the people under the rain. Chapter 247, The sea turns into mulberry fields. The second young master of the Yunzhao Wei family, Wei Yuan, was on a business trip to Suzhou again. However, he was completely different from his usual relaxed attitude. This time, he was on a mission from the sect to monitor an old acquaintance. I vaguely remember that 13 years ago, Wei and Chen Jing first met in Anning Mansion. At that time, I felt that this person was a great talent and would achieve something in the future. The second young master Wei took out his folding fan and fanned himself casually in the cold wind of the winter. Brother Yuan, look, in just 13 years, Wei's vision has been fulfilled. On the other side of the pavilion, the man with a solid, scarred chest exposed laughed when he heard the words. Such a potential stock, why did Erlang sell it again? Alas. Wei Ershao sighed and said, now that I think about it, it's a bit wrong. It's probably because of this family's secret technique, which affected my mind and harmed me a lot. The man said, the sect leader ordered Erlang to guard Chen Jing, but I see that many people are ready to make a move, including your family, the Wang family, the Dao family, the people of the 4 families in Zongjing, not one is left out, and the various families in Henei and Hue. Yunshang sect is divided into Yunshang Sanjing, Henei, and Hue, a total of 5 wealthy places. In addition, there are many small families, but their power cannot go beyond Yunshang sect, and they are not worthy of being mentioned. So many big families, each of them has the strength of 2 peaks of Qingnang sect. At this time, they all sent people and gathered in a small Anning mansion, staring at Chen Jing, who was in the lower 3 realms. Erlang still has a chance to save it. As long as you protect Chen Jing will definitely think of this. The man suddenly said. Chen Jing is already a dead man, why waste your time? Wei Ershao shook his head directly. Brother Yuan, just watch carefully and see how long he can hold out. Let these people test whether the Qingnang sect will protect him. The task that the leader of the Yunshang sect gave to Wei Ershao was just to make sure Chen Jing couldn't escape. He didn't care whether Chen Jing was dead or alive. Wei Ershao was happy to be idle. As for surrendering, he was the second son, not the eldest son. This level of talent was not worthy for Wei Ershao. He could only hand him over and indirectly enhance his eldest brother's strength. How could he do such a thing? At this moment, a domain unfolded outside Anning Mansion. This domain was like a vast ocean with endless waves. Loser, a free cultivator from Yunzhao, is here. Chen Jing, do you dare to fight me? A voice came from the domain. Whose family is this? So careless, just challenging me like this? The man surnamed Yuan asked curiously. Young Master Wei said, this man is somewhat famous in Yunzhao. He calls himself the Water General. He is quite accomplished in water magic. He can go freely in the rivers and lakes, and even flooded a city. This time, he must have been lured by someone with a large sum of money. Oh. Let's see how Chen Jing responds. Soon, a man walked leisurely in the city. I'm Wang Yang. I wonder what you want to see Master Chen for. Where did you come from, you little minion? Are you hard of hearing? I will count to 3. If you don't come out, I will flood Anning Mansion today. Lu Ze shouted. Boss Wang sank his breath into his danshan, exhaled and shouted, 3. Don't you want to count to 3? Why bother? Come on. Boss Wang showed a simple and provocative smile. Okay, who are you? Boss Wang vaguely remembered that he seemed to have reported his name, but it turned out that he was ignored, and he couldn't help but get angry. What are you talking about? Make a move quickly and die. Since you are so impatient, I will sacrifice you first. Water. Lu Ze did not intend to target Boss Wang completely. The water behind him, as if projected from another world, suddenly rushed out and rushed towards Inning Mansion. As for Boss Wang, he was just a byproduct. The people outside the city saw the sudden flood and could not help but run back. There were also a large number of monks riding on small paper cranes to watch the show. They did not believe that anyone would be so bold as to attack the city. Seeing the flood really coming, they also fled in a hurry. Boss Wang, who was at the front, was not in a hurry. He tried to tuck in his belly and shouted majestically, "Deadwood revives in spring." Green spots of light scattered in an instant, like a meteor shower, whizzing non-stop. Where the spots of light fell, tender green buds grew. It was the deadwood revives in spring. It can quickly absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth, water, oxygen and other things, and rejuvenate. Everyone looked at it, wondering what the meaning of using a spiritual plant spell at this critical moment was, and those green sprouts were soon submerged by the flood. Boss Wang did not move, maintaining the posture of master, and the monks who had been observing this place from a high place recognized the origin. This is a battle aid. It must be the work of Chen Jing. He is very arrogant. Not only did he not show up, but he only used a mere spell to fight the enemy. It may even be a spiritual plant spell. The flood rushed all the way, and the people outside the city wall cried out and were caught up by the flood and washed to the ground. They struggled in the water for a while, panicking. The monk who escaped quickly reacted and turned around immediately. Save people. Monks are not afraid of water, but water is just a medium. The monk on the other side is proficient in water magic and can play many tricks with water. When some monks were rescuing, they found a strange phenomenon. Those mortals fluttered and stood up by themselves. The water level is receding. The flood seemed to be sucked by an invisible vortex, pulling back and digesting the huge water area. Then, below the water level, a supergiant peony and rice plant about 5 meters high appeared. Then, the second plant, the third plant. Soon, outside the city of Anning Prefecture, the place that was originally flooded by the flood turned into a forest of peony and rice. Under the large peony and rice, there are many small peony and rice plants growing wildly. These peony and rice varieties are very complex. Some are the original disaster-resistant peony and rice. Some are peony and rice combined with demon seeds, the best-selling peony and rice queen, and many peony and rice plants that have never been seen. More are tau seeds. A large number of tau seeds are everywhere. Boss Wang sat on the top of the largest 20-meter high giant peony and rice plant. Master Chen asked me to tell you a message. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for giving me water to fertilize my mulberry fields and nourish the spiritual rice. A loud voice broke the silence at the scene. This is impossible. Lu Ze was distracted. He released the water only in the first step. Later, he could use this water to perform various magic tricks, such as freezing water into ice, gathering water, and transforming water into gas. Combined, there are more than 100 combos. But everything stopped at the first step. This so-called deadwood revival technique directly sucked up all the water he put in. This is definitely not the deadwood revival technique, he said angrily. Just so you know, this technique has a new name from today, called the sea changes. Boss Wang pointed forward. Another group of green light spots surrounded Lu Ze. Not long after, with a scream, another giant peony and rice grew vigorously. Chapter 248 Whose teammates are more stupid. Lu Ze is dead. He called himself the Water General. Humph, a casual cultivator is a casual cultivator. He played with water all his life, but he didn't even make a splash when he died. Not to mention provoking the King Nang sect to act, he didn't even see Chen Jing himself. What a waste. The person who spoke was none other than Chen Jing's old friend, Liang Zuodao, the head of the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce in Wanjiang Prefecture. As the head of the Wanjiang Prefecture branch, Liang Zuodao naturally understood what Wang Dingyan could understand. After all, to be able to sit in this position, he must have a lot of backers. And all the actions involving Su Zhao cannot be separated from the various assistants from these forces that had entered in the early stage. Of course, Liang Zuodao's assistance was more attentive. He even paid a lot of money to buy Lu Ze to take the lead. There was only one requirement for Lu Ze, that is, to fight Chen Jing in one move. It was completed perfectly. It was really just one move. The only thing Liang Zuodao was thankful for was that he didn't have to pay the balance. But his goal was far from being achieved. Unlike the traitor Wang Dingyuan, Liang is highly coordinated with his financial sponsor, and his greatest value is to help his financial sponsor solve problems. At the moment, whether the Qingnang sect protects Chen Jing or not is not a multiple choice question, because the Qingnang sect has no choice, so it is just a matter of price. There are several prices. The most expensive price is naturally the Qingnang sect's death protection. The Yunshang and Mao sects have to take strong action, under the pressure of the Supreme Treasure Shenending, and pay the same heavy price, to get rid of the second Supreme Treasure of the Qingnang sect. There is no winner in this choice. In order to prevent the Qingnang sect from choosing this unhappy ending, it is natural to give the Qingnang sect some benefits. The Qingnang sect is not a monolithic entity. Each of the 12 peaks has its own ideas and demands. The Elders Council only prioritizes the interests of the sect. So the current situation is actually a situation of negotiating prices. The two sects want to use the lowest chips in exchange for the Qingnang sect to give up a supreme treasure. There are two key points here. First, a bloody battle. In order to survive the bloody battle, the best way for the Qingnang sect is to seek help from the two sects. Now is the right time. If you give up Chen Jing, I will help you. This is the biggest bargaining chip. Now most of the people in the Qingnang sect have been shaken. By sacrificing Chen Jing, the sect does not need to die in the bloody battle, and the reform results can be preserved. It's very good. But there is still a part of the opposition. Among this part of the opposition, the main one is Jushan Peak, and there is no reason to protect Chen Jing. The remaining part of the opposition is just to add money. Second, kill Chen Jing directly. As long as Chen Jing dies, the treasure will lose its host, and will most likely disappear on the spot. And the established fact is created, and the two sects can just give a small compensation, and get rid of it. The second bargaining chip is the highest benefit. The two sects know, and the top leaders of the Qingnang sect also know, so they will never let Chen Jing get into trouble easily. However, it is also a very embarrassing thing for the sect to protect Chen Jing. Chen Jing has already separated from the top leaders of the sect at this time. He can't put himself in a place where he is ready to sell him at any time. He must stay in Anning Mansion at the foot of Jushan Peak. Therefore, the sect can only send people to support. Not to mention that the support will be obstructed by many internal obstacles. There are also explanations. The sect should either not react or react in a proper manner. If someone hits you, it's fine to condemn once, but if you condemn it every time, people's hearts will be scattered. Let alone, if Chen Jing surrenders to the enemy directly, wouldn't it be a waste of time? So, in order not to collapse all at once, the Qingnang sect can only hold on and maintain strategic determination. Don't let the local necrosis turn into a comprehensive collapse. At the same time, the Qingnang sect needs a certain amount of time to operate, show resilience, and force the other side to bow down first. Again, the Qingnang sect is not a monolithic entity, and the two sects are not the same. There are too many people like Wang Dingyuan, and their vital interests need a peaceful situation to be realized. Wang Dingyuan is like this, and the financial sponsors behind him are even more so. They use their own resources, invest in Taoism, invest in formations, expand related production capacity industries, pay various prices, and open up upstream and downstream relationships. Just wait for the return of the capital, and then lie down, and earn spirit stones. How can we fight? It can't be. Don't provoke Zhao Qingqing. Let's all pay a huge sum of money together to comfort Zhao Qingqing. Every moment, there are countless Wang Dingyuans, active everywhere, running for peace. Of course, this is not for peace, but to let everyone pay the price of this peace deal together, and then protect their vital interests. Qingnang sect, the two sects, and many people understand. The tug-of-war at this time is not only a competition of the ruling power, dominance, public opinion, and heritage in the camp. It is also a competition of who is the one who drags down the teammate first. The battlefield on the surface is outside Anning Mansion, but there are many battlefields that were born in Suzhou, Yunzhou, and Yanzhou. The suppression faction and the peace talks faction assassinated each other's core figures, or attacked each other from the business and sect politics. Many monks who were affected also took advantage of the special period to use special means, to grab their own interests. Black and white, all kinds of means, endless. Chaos began to emerge in Yangzhou. The dispute between the Henei family and the Hui family, the contradiction between Zhang Jing and Zhou Jing and Yao Jing, the secret hatred of the surrendered families in the foreign states against the local families in Yangzhou, and the struggle for power and profit among the factions within the major family forces. Who has no shit under his ass, and who is a fairy who is completely detached from the world, and not stained by cause and effect. There are too many calculations of interests, even the great powers in the transcendent realm can't sort it out, and sort it out. The Yunshang sect was gradually pulled into the vortex, and the same was true for the Miao sect. If it continues, it will definitely set off a civil war. And this is exactly the purpose of the peace talks. If you don't help me share my risks, don't blame me for setting fires everywhere. In order not to fall into civil strife, the suppression faction can only compromise, slow down the stimulation and coercion of the Qingnang sect, spit out more benefits, end this matter as soon as possible, and quell the many internal hidden dangers. And all this is just a rehearsal. In the end, will the Qingnang sect be unable to withstand the pressure of the two sects first, or can it hold on until the two sects are in civil strife? It's still those 2 points. Let's see how much resilience the Qingnang sect can show in the bloody battle. And how long Chen Jing can hold out alone under the war of so many forces. Just at this moment, in the government office of Anning Prefecture, Chen Jing was also explaining the situation to his junior sister and close members of the direct line. Suddenly, a voice interrupted abruptly. "Why don't you surrender?" It was Boss Wang, who had just pretended to be a big shot. If Master Chen insists on, he will not see the hope of survival, but if he is willing to switch to the other two sects, he can still survive. Boss Wang said bluntly. As long as Master Chen can survive, don't worry about anything else. Chapter 249, No Place to Stand. Chen Jing actually considered surrendering. However, after careful analysis, he felt that this was probably a big pit. In fact, Chen Jing felt that for the Qingnang sect, surrendering himself might be one of the best options. Putting aside the fact that he was the unlucky protagonist, let's think from the perspective of the sect. Since Chen Jing is already a negative asset destined to be cut, the best way is to make a profit and stop the loss. There are two ways to stop the loss. First, make a profit, and second, severely damage the opponent. In the previous life, there was a story known as one of the four great conspiracy, called Two Peaches Killing Three Warriors. In essence, it was a failure caused by the loss of the right to distribute. If Chen Jing surrendered, who would be qualified to accept it? Who would distribute who they belonged to? If anyone was qualified to accept it, it would mean that no one was qualified to accept it. They couldn't bear to put the treasure in the hands of the Qingnang sect, let alone in their own home. If no one had the right to distribute, there would be a situation of heroes competing for supremacy. Chen Jing realized that his negative asset was not limited to the Qingnang sect, but the entire Southeast Kaishu. Once in hand, the cost of the initial expenditure was too huge, and no one could afford it. Holding the second treasure, that broke the balance, like the undecided throne of the Southeast region. Whoever dared to touch it would have to withstand the test of the heroes. The higher you stand, the more you can see this. It doesn't matter whether Chen Jing votes or not. Without Chen Jing is very important to everyone. Although the Southeast Kaishu is big, there is no place for me to stand. Chen Jing listed his only choices. It's really a bunch of bad ones. Choose one that doesn't look that bad. For example, now, while the sect and the second sect are wrestling, just quietly accept the challenge. The more noisy, the easier it is to increase the intensity. Master Chen, there is another cultivator outside who is challenging, calling himself the ghost-devouring ancestor, and looks crazy. A member of the Demon Slayer division came in to report. This person is young and handsome, with a heroic temperament. It is Yifan. Chen Jing's released a part of his spiritual consciousness and observed the ghost-devouring ancestor outside. After thinking for a moment, he cast a spell of "I'll help you," and it landed on Yifan. In a blink of an eye, Yifan, you have also reached the third level Zuan Iron Realm. Today, I will give you a credit. Go and kill the guy outside. Yes. Yifan answered in a high voice. Then he walked out impatiently, with great momentum. Chen Jing sat back on his seat. On the bamboo tea table, the cups touched lightly, and the green leaves swirled in the cups, emitting a fresh fragrance. He gently pushed the poured tea, and the magic power lifted it up, and fell in the air. Where was I just now? Looking at everyone. Lord Chen said he has no place to stand. Right. Chen Jing slapped the table. If I'm not welcome here, there will be other places for me. You guys don't need to worry about my safety. Just do what you should do. I think the heroes in the southeast are short-sighted. Their eyes are on the treasure, but they don't know that my real reliance is not the so-called treasure, but the Inning Society. Boom! A huge vibration sounded, accompanied by the aftermath of the fight, hitting the formation. There was a noise from the crowd outside, and there were roars and howls, accompanied by dazzling light illuminating the sky. Finally, everything returned to peace. Da. Yifan, who had been away for a while, returned again and raised his hand to throw down ahead. Lord Chen, I'm lucky to have fulfilled your mission. Okay. Chen Jing put down the teacup that had just been placed in the air, and it fell into Yifan's hands. From now on, you are not Yifan of the Demon Slayer division. I have a very cool name here. Yuanxia Demon Slayer fan. How about it? Ah. Yifan was stunned, and a little at a loss. Haha, just kidding. Go ahead, and throw this head out for me. It's too bloody. Outside a Ning mansion, a huge headless corpse sat in the same place. It was the ghost-devouring ancestor who had just challenged. This person was outside the domain, practicing the art of 10,000 ghosts devouring the body, and had been in battle for a long time, and earned the name of ghost-devouring ancestor. Then he transformed himself into a guest official of a family in Yunzhou, and was more than one level stronger than the previous loser, but he was still vulnerable. The onlookers were a little flustered. Although those who took the lead had the awareness of being cannon fodder, the mission would not leave no way out. Most of them were indicators like 1 move, 2 moves, etc. But this, if you touch it, you will die. There is no room for error. How dare you go up? At this time, a man with clothes and bare chest came over. It was the man named Yuan who had a good chat with Wei Shao before. Are you scared now? Yuan Yi narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. Master Yuan, this treasure of Chen Jing is too terrifying. We are no match for it. A man said with a stiff face. Don't overestimate yourself. Do I need a treasure to deal with you? Yuan Yi crossed his arms and shook his head. Chen Jing's magic seems amazing, but in fact, it is all some crude stuff. It is blessed with boundless magic power, so it looks like a high level magic. As long as you break its magic power. Break its magic power. My Yuan family happens to have a part of the Binding Immortal Lock inheritance. Although it is far inferior to the Binding Immortal Lock that is praised as an immortal magic, it also has many wonderful uses. It is called Spirit Catching Net. Come on, I'll give it to you. Yuan Yi used Chen Jing's I'll help you technique with his backhand. Fighting and killing are fighting and killing. It does not affect the study of Chen Jing's magic. Soon, the 3 people present all got Yuan Yi's soul catching net, but seeing that they were still reluctant, he said, you 3 come together, the reward will be doubled. Yes. The 3 of them mustered up some courage. After 7 days of preparation, the 3 were ready and started to challenge. This time, an unknown person came out, and Chen Jing still did not show up. Without saying a word, the 3 of them opened their domains and each displayed their best Taoist magic. Most of the inheritances in Yunzhou are evil, either bloody wines, or ghosts crying and wolves howling. For a time, under the coverage of the 3 domains, a Ning mansion seemed to fall into the underworld. Shine on thousands. The incarnation of the divine consciousness behind the person from a Ning mansion, took action with a simple 3rd grade heavenly spiritual plant spell. Chen Jing called it an artificial sun, which can assist the growth of spiritual plants. When used at this time, it was like a golden crow falling to the ground, brilliant and splendid, and the scorching sun was scorching, melting everything. In the domains of the 3 great divine monks, patches of evil things disappeared under the light. Suddenly, a stream of light rushed straight to the sun, turned into a huge net, and covered the sun. The bright sun trembled slightly. 2 more large nets were spread out in the other 2 directions. However, the large net that was always effective suddenly flickered and seemed to be extinguished. Chapter 250. On the high-rise pavilion. Yuan Yi folded his arms and watched the battle from afar, very confident. He gave a brief science lesson to the watching Wei Xiao. My Yuan family is rooted in Yanzhou, where spiritual power is scarce and there are often disasters caused by the scorching sun. However, the Yuan family has studied Taoism for generations and has a plan to deal with it. This soul-catching net is extremely resistant to burning high temperatures and has the effect of absorbing spiritual power to become stronger spontaneously. If Chen Jing only had this strength of mana, he would be finished today. Dao Yuan's magic is indeed exquisite. Wei Xiao perfunctorily. For them, the elite cultivators of Yanzhou, breaking the law is a very basic skill. Because it is too chaotic there, after the evil gods and ghosts crawl out, they often sacrifice blood to one side and gather thousands of years of mana to add to their bodies. Those high-level magics of the evil gods are difficult to work in Shinzhou, and they can only use low-level magics, but under the blessing of huge mana, they are still very strong. That's why it is said that breaking the law is a basic skill. The real elites of Yanzhou had not made any moves, but let the cannon fodder's test, which briefly created a situation where Chen Jing seemed invincible. At this time, Yuan Yi slightly intervened with the technique of I will help you, and it really worked immediately. Okay, come on. The three people on the field were overjoyed to see this, and derived many powers in the field. Those who follow the laws of nature will have wind, rain, thunder and lightning in their fields, as if a natural disaster has come. Those who practice evil magic will have monsters and demons everywhere in their fields. The field is a direct manifestation of the Tao in the law of the Shenzhen cultivators. Every understanding of the Tao can find the corresponding power in the field. Back then, Chen Jing accidentally encountered the 1,000-year-old giant banyan tree and watched the war between Dan Jian Zhenren and the giant banyan tree up close. Dan Jian Zhenren's understanding of the military in the way of weapons and armor turned into a substantial army in the field of the painting. Those soldiers in the painting also have the strength of the Yunling period and even the Zuanayan period. However, at that time, Chen Jing had doubts. Dan Jian Zhenren can derive sword immortals and military formations in the field, but why not directly derive 10,000 sword immortals? Is it impossible? In fact, it can be done in theory, but the mana does not support it. Chen Jing then suddenly realized that, as long as his mana is strong enough, he can be so powerful that bricks can fly away and crush and kill high-level monks with the most simple mana. So what if my efficiency in converting mana into combat power is not as good as yours? I have a large amount of spiritual power. So, small suns rose one after another in the sky. The three soul-catching nets perfectly restrained Chen Jing's artificial sun. The artificial sun lost to the soul-catching net, which was far inferior to itself with hundreds of times the total spiritual power. This is the gap between the levels of Taoism and Taoism, and it is also a reflection of the other party's 1,000 years of accumulation. But it doesn't matter. I have enough. One small sun is extinguished, and there are thousands of small suns. The evil cultivator who was still happy just now had cold hands and feet at this time, as if he was poured with a basin of cold water. They saw that the first sun was extinguished. The second sun came out again. The second sun was extinguished, and 3, 4, 5, 6, and many suns rose. The big net tried its best to block, suppress and block, but it was useless. The domain full of evil power has never been so sunny since its birth. Those who don't know would think they are monks from the upper realm. They raised their heads. Their eyes were full of blazing light that blinded their eyes. The light and heat made them shed tears. With their cultivation, they couldn't even defend against this basic heat. As the domains of the three people were wrapped by the red sun, their endings also turned into ashes in the light and heat. And in the high-rise pavilions, Yuan Yi, who was still smiling just now, didn't know when his expression solidified like an ice sculpture. Yuan Yi thought he was facing Chen Jing. In fact, he was facing thousands of poor monks at the bottom, who had no time to sharpen their magic power, and it would be difficult for them to leave a name in history in their lifetime. They took on the most difficult and tiring tasks in the cultivation world, like cattle and horses. Yuan Yi was born in a big family in Yanzhou. After thousands of years of accumulation, he polished magic from generation to generation, and explored the most powerful Taoism. And Chen Jing, who had accumulated for 10 years, didn't have a suitable magic, so he used whatever he had. At this time, they were tit for tat. But with the strength of tens of millions of people, 10 years of hard work is better than 1,000 years of accomplishment. Brother Yuan, you said, if I help him, just in case, he can escape, how can I help him in the future? At some point, Wei Ershao put away his folding fan, his eyes flashing with excitement. Before, everyone knew that Chen Jing had boundless magic power, but only when they really fight can they gradually understand the value of these 4 words. Don't do stupid things. Erlang, you are the one sent to keep an eye on me. Seeing that his expression was wrong, Yuan Yi didn't care about being slapped in the face and hurriedly reminded him. The leader of the Yunshang sect handed over the matter of keeping an eye on Chen Jing and forcing the Qingnang sect to their Yuan family, and then let the Wei family keep an eye on their Yuan family. But if the Wei family gets crazy, wouldn't their Yuan family be in trouble? They just surrendered not long ago, and the first thing can't be messed up. Otherwise how can they gain a foothold in the future? Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, Brother Yuan, I'm just excited to see the prey. It won't affect the main business. The second young master Wei came back to his senses, opened his folding fan, and responded with a smile. That's good. Wei has heard before that the treasure chooses a master, and now it seems that it is true. Even if this person doesn't have the treasure, he can still have a place in the road to immortality with the help of the Holy Way. Erlang, don't be too proud of it. Think about what to do. These guest officials will be useless if they are sent up. With just the boundless magic power, ordinary people can't even see Chen Jing's true body. Yuan Yi smiled bitterly. He didn't want to add fuel to the tactic and tried it from weak to strong little by little. In fact, it was just thrifty and wanted to save a little. These guest officials were either from casual cultivators or human cultivators conquered from outside the domain. In comparison, their lives were not that valuable and they were easy to satisfy. But the appearance fees of serious disciples of aristocratic families and masters of the sect were very high. As the one who accepted the task and did the work, the Yuan family had to pay most of the expenses. Every penny was spent with great pain. Otherwise, as a surrendered family, they had a task right away. It must be bad. But this is the so-called token of surrender, and it is also the price of surrender. Even if you are given a pile of shit, you have to kneel down and lick it clean. Wei Ershao saw that Yuan Yi had some intention of begging, but he ignored it. Don't think he is crazy occasionally, but that's only occasionally. Wei, is here to supervise. It's fine if you don't bribe me, but you still want me to help. Do you understand, brother? You call me Erlang, and I call you Brother Yuan. Do you understand? Erlang. Yuan Yi was a little anxious and whispered something, and after hearing his words, Wei Ershao's mouth curled up slightly. Brother Yuan is thoughtful. This matter is indeed difficult. There are very few suitable people. Wei happens to know one person. This person is from the Hui family, a Cheng family, named Cheng Sun. Wei Ershao leisurely reported a name. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.